I am spared wasted efforts. With your blessing of hardship, do it can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success in all that I do. Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you, I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the emotional energy, and the spiritual.
I'm about to suicide bomb myself real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, you can do that.
That's fine, man.
And you're wasting fucking life.
And you're wasting my
You
time.
realize, Benny Adam, if you think that you converted from Islam to being part of some righteous, like sort of ideology, you're wrong.
Again,
Worse.
I didn't convert from Islam.
Oh, well, what is it?
Yeah, what is negative? First of all, I did not convert.
These guys are a bunch of fucking rapists. That's all they are.
You're a rapist, you fuck.
No, I agree with you.
You're saying no. Listen, hold on. Megatron. For the nth fucking time, I did not convert from Islam. I was an atheist for like 50 years, right? So it's not like I was a Muslim and then became a Christian.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to be a rapist. So of course I would.
Well, you're pissing me off. Rapists are.
I wouldn't want to be a rapist either. So I wouldn't be a Muslim.
Okay, no. Hold on. I'll let you finish.
Thank you.
That's first of all. Second of all, stop trying to analyze this issue. I'm speaking about this from an objective standpoint.
Yeah, I'm
So the next time, okay. So the next time, okay. So the next time, that's fine.
Like the better.
That's fine. If that's your Christianity, listen.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it is.
So that's your Christianity. That's not Christianity.
That is
right?
Christianity. I can show you historically. It is. And it still is today.
It's not. Actually, Christianity really.
Okay.
Actually,
That's why you joined the pussy Eastern Orthodox that wants to cry when they talk about theosis. We're not them. That's why you're talking about theosis.
Or either or. You say, anyway, the issue as it comes to the
hold on. Let me finish. I mean, if you're just gonna mock your own religion, because you have theosis as well. Right?
No. We don't cry about it like you do.
You probably should cry
Post
about
the
it.
video. Hold on, let me post the video. It's a beautiful video.
Yeah, go ahead and post it.
That's why you
being one with God, yeah.
Yeah, one with God. Cry
It's a
about it.
beautiful thing.
Cry about it.
I thought we were all one Christian.
No, apparently we're not.
Well, hold on a minute, Coptic. You're not teaching Benny Adam anything from Orthodoxy, bro. Come on.
He's Oriental.
He's Oriental, but actually we're more close to each other than
That's what I'm saying.
neither of us are with the
You need to teach him a few things, Coptic, right?
What is it that he can teach me that I don't know?
He's Christian, nervous laughter.
We can just go back to
Megatron knows this stuff. Like,
No, he's talking about me. He's talking about me.
Benny Adam knows this stuff. Benny Adam.
I know all of this stuff.
Anyway,
And by the way, the Crusaders, the Christians in the region, by and large, stayed neutral.
that's actually not true. But
I don't know about that.
that actually is.
No, they did. In Lebanon, there were certain parts, like in Lebanon, they kind of, sided with the Crusaders. In Egypt, they kind of tried to stay as neutral as possible because the Egyptians themselves, like the Muslim Egyptians, are actually siding with the Crusaders at first. But generally speaking, the Christians of Aleppo and Damascus and places like that, they tried to stay as neutral as
That's
possible.
not even where the Crusaders were directed. So that's like.
I know. Those are the boundaries of where the Crusaders were. So the boundaries of the Crusader states, if you look.
It's pacifists because they know who'd win.
No. They tried to stay as neutral as possible because they knew that on the one hand you have Latin Crusaders and on the other hand you have Muslims. And the Crusaders had already backstabbed the Byzantine Empire because when the Crusades first started,
Welcome every challenges my life
we're going to
unfolds.
be conquered, we're going to be given back to the Byzantines.
Exactly.
O life of the world, grant me a full life, a life which may be considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me. Nowadays, I even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities, demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts. The inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those overwhelming expenses and bills, those inescapable medical expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the lack. Body and soul, Holy One, grant me the strength to cast off the spiritual sluggishness and indifference.
I am striking the master chord and drawing the flaming sword. I am a clubhouse crusader sent here to defeat the Muslims, holding our glorious Ultra Megatron hostage of his time. Additionally, the Bolsheviki, if they never would have killed Rasputin, there never would have been a revolution. All hail Megatron!
Alright, let's look at the chat for a second here. We got some updated. John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So he committed fraud in his congressional, vie for a seat of Congress. And this was discovered on the 25th, and this was the 25th of December, 2025.
What is this about? What is this about?
This person at the bottom row is John. His name is John Kitover. He streams rooms on YouTube, and he is running for Congress.
No, he's not running for Congress anymore. He's not running. He was removed from the ballot for widespread fraud. That fraud allegation was then forwarded to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. That information. The guy committed fraud, and he's probably going to get locked up for doing it.
Was that a Somali daycare center?
What kind of fucking shit? Hold on.
First of all, I'm accused of fraud, allegedly, but what they're doing is projecting their own fraud onto me, and Daniel Nero is an expert in fraud as he carried out lots of car insurance fraud.
John, cut the act, man. It's not funny.
It's not an act. I'm a write-in candidate fighting to liberate the people of the 16th district, just like I'm trying to liberate the morons of this room who won't stop talking and all they do is waste their time. Read a fucking book. It's called...
Exactly. But John, did it have anything on you? Are you gonna get... Are you in jail?
Anything I mean, bitch ass motherfucker. I'm sitting here talking to you. Of course they ain't got shit on me. I didn't commit fraud, schmuck.
Committed widespread fraud, Johnny.
If you need our help, we can help you out.
Johnny, this isn't good, man. They forwarded. You heard, see what happened. They forwarded this shit to the Attorney General and State's fucking attorney. The board, the fucking board of whatever it is. You could be in trouble for doing this, man.
What are you trying to expose him, man?
They did the same thing to Donald Trump.
I want to make sure the guy's okay.
He's not okay.
I don't like this passive aggressiveness, bro. Just say like, yeah, I'm trying to expose the guy. I don't like him. Like, I mean,
He didn't understand that. He's a retard. He's not a He just
No, I don't think Daniel Nero likes me. He's just bringing it up because I'm being obnoxiously facetious, and so is he. The point is, I have not committed fraud. I'm still fighting for the people of Illinois, and I'm a write-in candidate trying to defeat and unseat Darren LaHood. I'm a political candidate, Daniel Nero. You and Megatron have no jobs. You sit here in this room and talk to Muslims all day long about nothing.
He's not only a fake candidate, he's a fake mission.
1 second. Hold on.
You don't like Suno, the app? I love it. It's amazing. It's great music. I am a musician.
Record all those phones.
Listen, you guys have never worked a day in your life. Apparently, I used to work at Microsoft. I used to work at Google. I've worked at the IRS. I'm a former military intelligence officer. You losers don't even have anything under your belt. And I'm a musician on top of it.
Right now, please just chill for a second.
Let's get back to this crusade business because I really
Free
like
John,
this
bitch.
zone, and I like the fact thinking that he joined like, like the better half of the two. He didn't. He joined the worst half of the
I think
two.
he left, bro.
Yeah, he left because he's crying theosis right now. That's what he's doing. He's crying theosis.
We're all crying for Megatron, right?
Hey, we
Like,
can
what the server? Like, what the fuck's up with Megatron, bro? This is weird.
we can address the
Man, stop it. I like this Megatron. Go on, Megatron, carry on.
What kind of Christian are you?
Listen.
I don't like Christian, Saxon, Viking, but I'm ready to whip some ass.
First of all, it didn't happen. If it did, they just.
No, it's not that. It's that. Okay, let's start with his opposition to what happened to the Canaanites. Firstly, God is under no obligation to preserve lives. We only exist and breathe by the very
Bro,
grace.
fuck Canaanites, bro.
Hold on, let me hear what both of you saying.
Okay, Canaanites. What happened in Constantinople? That's what I'm talking
We
about.
can get at that too, but
Okay, welcome to the book club. 10 minutes. We're 26 minutes past the hour. Here we go.
Encumber my body, let my body together with my soul soar ever closer to you. Teaching by being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom, dear God. Let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul at all.
So?
The elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send the healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple. Help me walk this simple path. Free me from any facade of sophistication, which will only hinder my endless quest to come closer to you. Help me live my life with faith, with sincerity, and with perfect simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give, go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Lead me to those who are truly deserving, for giving is so holy an act. Help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. Let the food I ingest create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. Working to live, though I have no choice but to work to support myself and those who depend on me. Let my job never dominate my life and psyche. Let me never be so caught up in the pursuit of my livelihood that I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make no transaction without recognizing that any measure of success I might find, I can come only from you. Oh God, see my pain, see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles, kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss, right my wrongs, turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you? How can I face you, source of my life, so long as I remain naked and barren, mired in the fantasies that form the substance of life's illusions? Living to the fullest, dear God, as I age, as hours turn to days. Days to weeks and weeks to months and months to years. Let none of my time be wasted or lost. Let me use my life to the fullest to become the person I am meant to be. And thanks, dear God, all the good I can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal all the kindness you've shown me. Even all the gratitude I can muster will never suffice to express my appreciation and thanks to you, my God. Words, Reb Nachman's mantra. I want to pray, to tell God everything I'm going through, and to ask for help. Hasid explained to Reb Nachman. When I'm finally alone and try to pray, the words don't come. Then Rebbe assured him, even just calling out to God, Ribbono Shel Olam, again and again is extremely beneficial. Once when informed that someone was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud, Reb Noson responded, yes, that is impressive, yet there are those of the Rebbe's followers who can repeat the phrase Ribbono Shel Olam 1,000 times. Praise, Master of the universe, you listen to the anguished cries and desperate walls of every one of your beloved children. You hear my incoherent cries. You comprehend my jumbled words. I try my best to reach you with my inadequate prayers. I call out to you and you understand. God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers, I know that it would give me renewed strength, renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Cry out to God, oh, how I want to cry out to you, God of strength, to cry undistracted, and with a pure heart help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication until my own prayers strike my mind like thunderclaps and refine the innermost recesses of my heart. One true word, O dear God, for once let me call out to you with one true prayer. Let me think one pure thought, cry one genuine cry, pray one absolutely sincere prayer. To you, dear God, prayer for healing. God of wholeness, God of healing, hear our words, accept our prayers, send a special blessing of healing to my son or my daughter, or my mother or my father, among all those of your children who are in need of your healing blessing. Openness, dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainties, my weaknesses, my strengths, my failures, my successes. Breaking down the barriers, God, I want to break down every barrier that separates me from you. I want to lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love, and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy, and the parts that need healing. Parts I feel secure enough to speak of, and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Crying and sighing, the years have brought more pain than ever I imagined possible. When I cry, loving God, let me cry only to you. When I sigh, let that sigh be a pure, honest expression of a soul yearning for your light. Crying and sighing, let my cries and sighs heal me and restore me and bring me to joy. Never again succumb to bitterness or depressing thoughts of God. Show me life's meaning. Effective words, God of wisdom, teach me the right words. Teach me the very words that will touch the hearts and souls of others. When a friend needs my understanding ear, teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence, God of wisdom, teach me to relate to others with words they need to hear, with words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are no words at all. Teach me how and when to communicate with that most potent gift of silence. Sensitive speech, God of understanding, guide me, for my own words sometimes baffle me. When I relate to those around me insensitively, when I hurt, embarrass, or insult them, when I speak with a callousness that causes pain, When I lose myself in my own ego, God, pull me back to reality. Help others understand that I too am in pain and let them be forgiving. Harmful words, oh God, help me avoid every abusive speech. Let no untrue word escape my lips. I pray that I never speak badly of others or speak empty words of flattery. Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silent and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, you save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate or hurt anyone. Lies, ruler of the world, grant me truth. Spare me from the lies of others. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. God, never let me live a lie, even for only a moment. Holy sounds, oh God, your creation resonates with holy sounds. Let me hear them all. Let them penetrate my heart and rouse my senses. The jangle of the charity box, the voice of a faithful teacher, even the intonation of my own sigh. I cry out to you, all these sounds are holy. God, let my heart hear them. It all be uplifted.
Is the Father God?
No, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Texas.
So the Father alone is not God.
No.
Now, Texas.
He's the Son.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-ask the question, bro.
No, so if you're asking me the Father
In things God only support. You taught me to pray, to sigh, to cry, to awaken true, meaningful words from deep within, words that strengthen, words that ease my pain and heal my wounds, words that dispel darkness. Thank you, God, for opening my lips, for teaching me to seek you through prayer.
there is no Father, there is no Son. You can only call the Father if he has a Son.
Praying for what you need, Reb Nachman taught. When it comes to praying for what you need, there's nothing too insignificant to ask of God. Reb Nosson once happened to mention to Reb Nachman some minor convenience that he was liking. Then ask God to give it to you, the Reb advised him. It was completely astounded, Reb Nosson relates. I would never have considered turning to God for something so trivial, which in any case I could have managed without. Noting my surprise, the Reb added, "Tell me, is it beneath your dignity to pray for something so minor? No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it." And praise, dear God of compassion. Your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you care for me. If any of my words find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion, loving God, you are full of compassion. Teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything in creation. Joy, God, I stand between and battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Merciful God, let me experience your mercy. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the good, oh good, it is oh so simple to find the evil, the ugly, the bad. Help me learn to discount all that is negative in the other. Show me the goodness, the beauty, the kindness in everyone I meet. Power of love. Teach me to search for the fine qualities in others, to recognize their immeasurable worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed through the compelling power of love. Soulmate, oh loving God, so many in your world. without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Mercy, I'm the most source of all love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds one's true love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love. It is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never a hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We need an extra measure of compassion to understand and care for one another with genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance. Let abundant peace fill our home. Peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Oneness, God, help me forge a oneness between myself and others, between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children. Help me forge a oneness of the many selves within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. Inner calm, patient God, teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene in the face of danger, calm in the face of provocation, composed in the midst of a storm, and God, teach me to be patient with myself. Forgiving God, you alone know how urgently I need to learn to forgive. Help me douse all the anger that burns within me. Free me of resentment against those who have wronged me. Help me abandon all the animosity, all the hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my anger into love and my enmity into compassion. God, I never want to become angry. Protect me from my own passions. Don't let me lose myself to small-mindedness, resentment of others. Guard me from turning my temper against anything or anyone, even and especially against myself. A peaceful disposition, teach me, O God, to seek only peace. Save me from every form of argument, controversy, and quarrel. Liberate me from every type of misunderstanding and strife. Where there is no peace, there can be no joy, there can be no love, there can be no true presence of mind. Dear God, let me be mine to share. Contentment, dear God, save me from wanting what is not mine. Protect me from my own jealousy, from desiring the money or the possessions, the position or the honor that belong to another. Let me trust in you enough to believe that what is meant to be mine will come to me. Let me trust in you enough to be satisfied with all that I have today. Self-esteem, dear God, let me feel close to you. Grant me satisfaction with my life. Let me rejoice in that closeness, that satisfaction into a sense of self-worth, not one based in arrogance or in feelings of self-importance, but humble as self-esteem rooted in holiness. Arrogance, dear God, free me of false pride, free me of the arrogance that accompanies an inflated self-image. Spare me from haughtiness, from the overloaded ego which stems from an empty self. Let me learn to feel good about myself. Let me never feel the need to belittle anyone in order to find value and worth, in order to feel valued and worthy. A haven of joy. Teach me the meaning of joy, dear God, strong, deep, genuine, and pure joy. Don't let me succumb to feelings of sadness, loneliness, and depression. Teach me to turn to you with my every problem, frustration, anxiety, and pain. Accept my broken heart, heal me, and shelter me in a haven of joy. Clapping and dancing, dear God, stir my heart with a spirit of joy, imbue my arms and my legs with that spirit. For my arms are encumbered, and my legs have become heavy with my wrongdoings. Fill me, my God, with a cleansing spirit of holy joy. Enliven all my limbs. Help me raise my hands and clap. Help me lift my feet and dance, dance, dance. Overcoming loss, dear God, suddenly I'm alone, I'm in pain as I search for some source of comfort. The world so full, so bustling, seems so empty now. It's cold and it's frightening. In this hollow that is me, in this hollow that once brimmed with confidence and joy, God pulled me back to the world of the living, back to a life of action and human relationships. And thanks, loving, caring God, all that happens in fulfillment in my life come only from you. Knowing how absolute in my dependence on you, I find peace of mind. Your presence suffuses my life, caressing me with hope, joy, and love. I've tasted your love, I've known your compassion, experienced your patience, and I am filled with gratefulness. Thoughts. An entirely new world. It is impossible to describe how wonderful it was in those early years, Reb Nachman said to the Hasid. They were strolling through the outskirts of the village where the Reb had spent the first years of his marriage worshipping and serving God in relative anonymity. With each step I took in these fields, praying and calling out to God, I experienced yet another taste of paradise. On another occasion, Rebbe Nachman described what it was like returning home after a day spent crying his heart out to God in the fields of our forest. Coming back, everything appeared different to me. The world seemed entirely new. In praise, O God, I only begin to realize how very much you've done for me. I must now internalize the understanding that everything that happens to me, everything is an expression of your everlasting love, of your concern for my ultimate good. God, as I recognize all your goodness, as your kindness fills my thoughts, I sing your praise. Light of awareness. God, let me comprehend all that I see with the light of awareness. Let me understand whatever touches my life in a deep and intimate way, in a way that embraces both the adult and the child within me. Enveloped in faith, my God, you and only you know how strongly I want to believe in you, to put all my faith in you alone. Help me make this desire a reality. Help me perceive your presence and draw strength from it every moment of my life, through every trial I face. Let that recognition bolster my faith in you wherever I go, whatever I do. Accepting God's justice, God, help me see. Help me understand all that I see in the light of your truth and the light of your ultimate justice. When I see the success of the wicked, help me realize that it is but an illusion. Nothing authentic, nothing real. Real success, true good, absolute happiness are found only with you, dear God of truth, and one day I will see it, experience it, and know it. Overcoming doubts, my vision is distorted. Loving God of truth, I want to see clearly, but my heart leads me through twisted, convoluted paths of misunderstood impressions. Straighten those paths so that I can strengthen myself in the conviction of my beliefs. Learning life's lessons. Dear God, let my heart grasp the profound wisdom with which you created the world. Help me understand that life's difficulties are in fact her opportunities. Life's endings are also her beginnings. Life's disappointments are her finest teachers. Learning life's lessons, dear God, let my heart grasp the profound wisdom with which you created me. Help me understand that my vulnerabilities in fact open me to growth. My limits draw me to new frontiers. My very failures teach me to succeed. Perceptions, body and soul, Holy One, grant me the wisdom to bring harmony to the alliance of my body and soul. Let them rise together in my devotion to you. My soul perceives your light. Let my body discern it too. My soul sounds your praise. Let my body sing it too. Focus prayer, oh dear God. I want to pray, but the distractions are never ending. Please help me overcome them. Help me be wholly focused for once. Help me pray only true, totally heartfelt words to you, dear God. Wise counsel, O God. How can I make my way through the confusion and uncertainty that cloud so much of what I do? Guide me to wise teachers and mentors, whose advice is pure and in tune with your will. Guide me to true friends whose counsel is caring and promotes my best interests. Guide me to clear, correct decisions, to conclusions that are sound and free of all doubt. Clarity and assurance, O God, grant me clarity and assurance in whatever I do. Teach me to trust in wise teachers, to learn from their insightful words, to teach me to trust in true friends, to treasure their care and concern. Teach me to trust in myself, to judge my own course correctly, and so to live with conviction and hope. shame and agony haunts my soul. Ashes, blood, and cries pierce my heart. Diabolic schemes of oppressors plague my mind. Grant me an extra measure of strength, understanding, and faith to help me find you, to discover your light amidst the blinding dread, through the revolting horror. Sorting through confusion, God of truth, help me sort through the dizzying confusion of my life. My mind swirls with all that I've seen and that I've read, all that's happened to me. Teach me to focus, to prioritize, to see with clarity, so that I can move on with my life. In a humble spirit, dear God, guide me along the path of sincere humility. If I ever put on airs, stop me. Bless me with a humble spirit, with eyes that see only the good in people, with a mind always open to others' opinions, with a heart who's caring of their concerns. Teach me to humble myself even before the lowliest of your children, whose very brokenness brings them closer to you. Finding good. Oh, loving God, help me discover and uncover all that is good, all that is positive in the world. Camouflaged though they may be, let me find those elusive sparks of holy light. Let me perceive all the beauty and truth hidden within your creation. Finding good when I am confronted with baseness and evil. Let all the bad fall away before me. Let all the good and goodliness that lies hidden within everyone I meet shine forth and emerge as a grand reflection of beauty and light. Losing control, oh, how much good I've lost in losing control of my anger. Such a large portion of my life. So much growth I've let slip from my hands by allowing my burning thoughts to get the better of me. God, teach me to let go. Maintaining perspective, oh God, please help me comprehend that life in this world is fleeting. Hardly more than a fantasy. At this moment I am here, as are those around me. Where will I be? Where will they be? In an hour, in a day, in a year, or in 10? Help me hold in my mind an image of the world that awaits me, of the life eternal that will follow my stay in this place of momentary fascination and reverie. And thanks my God, it has taken me time, but I'm finally learning to trust you. When I called, you answered, and when I cried, you sent relief. When I was in need, you came through. You are there for me in every instance. I need only look, think, and understand, and I can always find you. There you are, always ready to help. Thank you, God, for waiting for me. Will wanting to wait, in one of his most powerful statements, Rebbe Nachman unequivocally characterizes the facet of the human psyche which functions below the threshold of consciousness. The young man was bemoaning the difficulties he was encountering in his attempts to come closer to God. But I really want to be a good Jew, he insisted to Rebbe Nachman. But, said the Rebbe, do you really want to want? And praise God, you've given me the physical, emotional, and spiritual will to overcome so many obstacles that have risen before me. How many times have I faced what I perceived to be impossible, hopeless situations, and withstood them, and discovered creative solutions through which to surmount and master them. You strengthened me again and again. I know that you will never fail me. In God's will, merciful God, I know how very much you care for me. You've made me in accordance with your will. Why then don't I always want to be that which you've made me? Why do I so often fall short of all that you want me to be? In God's will, God, I want to be so many things, to do so much, to achieve so endlessly, but can anyone be everything, do everything, have everything? You alone understand the fragile balance of my soul. You've invested in me the potential to make that balance a perfect creation. Now help me fashion myself into just such a creation, in accordance with your will. Overcoming negative traits, oh God, help me perfect every element of my humaneness. Help me overcome all my negative traits, all my evil motivations. Teach me to turn bad into good. Building good traits. Traits help me grow. Teach me to strive for a soul that is pure and flawless. Let my every characteristic be impervious to evil. Surely then I hope that I, in my very humaneness, might merge with the holiness of your existence. Perfection of the soul. God, Perfect soul, you created me destined for perfection. How far have I wandered from that destiny? How much of my purity have I squandered through careless, thoughtless, self-centered behavior wanting immorality and holiness? The soul's reverie, there must be a way I can regain decency and virtue. There must be a way I can recapture the purity and perfection of my soul. God, lead me there. Don't turn me away. Open your hands and welcome me back. The gift of free will, God of wonders, you've given me the most wonderful of all gifts, the gift of free will. May my will never deviate from your holy will. Guide me always so that all the choices I make are good ones, choices that are in harmony with your will as long as I live. A world of responsibility, architect of the world, author of her story, grant me the courage to participate in the world's design, to join in the unfolding of her story. I want to share in the responsibility of this world, to pray for her welfare, to care for her needs, to safeguard her treasures, to work for her rectification. Self-renewal, dear God, teach me to begin anew, to renew myself along with all the creation, just as you renew the entire world each day. Show me how I can break free of the constraints of my habits, the restraints of my insecurities, the shackles of my unwarranted fears. Fresh start, teach me, dear God, to make a fresh start, to break yesterday's patterns, to stop telling myself I can't where I can, I'm not when I am, I'm stuck when I'm eminently free. The way home, center of all existence, help me find the way to that sacred sanctuary within myself, to that precious center of my existence. Help me discover my place in the world, that space where I truly belong, that space which belongs unconditionally to me. Dear God, I've wandered for so very long. Help me find my way home. Healing my life, dear God, what a mess I've made of my life, a hopeless mess. How will I ever right all that I've wronged, restore all that I've ruined, fix all that I've destroyed? Only you can help me, dear God. If you don't help me, what hope is there? Help me and heal my life. Reaching for wholeness, compassionate God, healer of my body, healer of my soul, heal me, strengthen my ailing body, soothe my aching heart, mend my shattered existence, make me whole. Rejuvenation, master of the world, you know the bitterness of my anguished heart, of my painful wounds, of my afflicted soul. It is more than I can bear, I beg you. Soften and sweeten the bitterness. Give me strength and courage, for my remedy too must certainly be bitter. My rejuvenation will not come easily. Healer of all, heal me. Measure of eternity, eternal God, grant me a measure of eternity. Lend me some permanence to this temporal life of mine. Grant health, happiness, and long life to my children and to their children, and as long as they live, some part of myself will survive, something of me will live on in this world. Give me life, dear God, and life to those who come after me. Children, loving God, what is more precious than our children? Is there any treasure that can be more beloved, more pure than those cherished souls we have brought into the world? Help me guide them well, dear God, and help them accept my guidance. Help them lead their life with faith, wisdom, and truth. Letting go, dear God, help me grow old with dignity and wisdom, as the twilight years cast their shadow upon me. Help my mind remain clear, at peace with the world and with itself. Let me learn to let go of my bonds and with this world, of my need for honor and status, of my attraction to physical indulgences, of my envy of others, of my regrets over all that might have been. Ageless aging, teach me, God, to live out my days focused on all that is meaningful in life, and its unaccountable aches and pains multiply as memory and retention fade. Teach me to relate to my physical existence with an ever-expanding recognition of its transient nature. Teach me to relate to my soul with an ever-expanding awareness of her eternal nature and ageless worth. Approaching God, my soul thirsts for you. Oh God, will I ever deserve to feel you beside me? There are so many obstacles that keep me from being what I want to be, a good person, a God-conscious person, but only I myself can change this. Help me make the effort to come closer to you. Help me long and yearn and strive for your nearness. True to self, my God, teach me to be true to myself. Never let me be swayed by the approval or the disapproval of others. Help me learn to depend on no one but you and to look nowhere but within to come to know my true self, that person I really am. In tune with God, oh dear God, be with me and help me strive to come close, to be fully committed to you, that every part of me, physical, emotional, and spiritual, join in focused determination to fulfill your will. May my thoughts, my emotions, my words, and all my actions be wholly in tune with you. And thanks, oh God, I can never thank you enough for leading me toward the path to wholeness and life. You've shown me how to make my desires akin to your will, the way to rectification and renewal, to deep solace and healing, to meaning and eternal tranquility, is only through actively seeking your will. Thank you, God, for leading me to that understanding. Eternal companion, help us pour out our hearts to you honestly and sincerely. With these prayers as our guide, help us feel close to you, dear God. Life makes warriors of us all. To emerge the victors, we must arm ourselves with the most potent of weapons. That weapon is prayer. Actions, no place too far. First tell me this, is there some secluded spot in the vicinity where I can go to pray? Congressman asked. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know the place that would be most suitable, the Hasid replied, but it's quite far from here. Far, the Rebbe exclaimed. What do you mean by far? Far from the mind or from the heart? Reb Nachman later taught, when your heart yearns, distance is no obstacle. And praise my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help I am spared wasted efforts. With your blessing all hardship I endure can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success in all that I do. Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the emotional energy, and the spiritual will to risk in order to grow, to welcome every challenge as my life unfolds. Full life. O life of the world, grant me a full life, a life which may be considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me. Nowadays, I even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities, demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts. The inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those overwhelming expenses and bills, those inescapable medical expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the black. Body and soul, Holy One, grant me the strength to cast off the spiritual sluggishness and indifference which encumber my body, let my body together with my soul soar ever closer to you. Teaching by being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom, dear God. Let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul. Let all the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple. Help me walk this simple path. Free me from any facade of sophistication, which will only hinder my endless quest to come closer to you. Help me live my life with faith, with sincerity, and with perfect simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give, go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Lead me to those who are truly deserving, for giving is so holy an act. Help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. Let the food I ingest create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious, in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. Working to live, though I have no choice but to work to support myself and those who depend on me. Let my job never dominate my life and psyche. Let me never be so caught up in the pursuit of my livelihood that I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make no transaction without recognizing that any measure of success I might find, I can come only from you. Oh God, see my pain, see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles, kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss, right my wrongs, turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you? How can I face you, source of my life, so long as I remain naked and barren, mired in the fantasies that form the substance of life's illusions? Living to the fullest, dear God, as I age, as hours turn to days. Days to weeks and weeks to months and months to years. Let none of my time be wasted or lost. Let me use my life to the fullest to become the person I am meant to be. And thanks, dear God, all the good I can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal all the kindness you've shown me. Even all the gratitude I can muster will never suffice to express my appreciation and thanks to you, my God. Words, Reb Nachman's mantra. I want to pray, to tell God everything I'm going through and to ask for help. Hassid explained to Reb Nachman. When I'm finally alone and try to pray, the words don't come. Then Rebbe assured him, even just calling out to God, Ribbono Shel Olam, again and again is extremely beneficial. Once when informed that someone was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud, Reb Noson responded, yes, that is impressive, yet there are those of the Rebbe's followers who can repeat the phrase Ribbono Shel Olam 1,000 times. And praise, Master of the universe, you listen to the anguished cries and desperate walls of every one of your beloved children. You hear my incoherent cries. You comprehend my jumbled words. I try my best to reach you with my inadequate prayers. I call out to you and you understand. Prayer, God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers, I know that it would give me renewed strength, renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Crying out to God, oh, how I want to cry out to you, God of strength, to cry undistracted, and with a pure heart help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication until my own prayers strike my mind like thunderclaps and refine the innermost recesses of my heart. One true word, O dear God, for once let me call out to you with one true prayer. Let me think one pure thought, cry one genuine cry, pray one absolutely sincere prayer. To you, dear God, Prayer for healing. God of wholeness, God of healing, hear our words, accept our prayers, send a special blessing of healing to my son or my daughter, or my mother or my father, among all those of your children who are in need of your healing blessing. Openness, dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainties, my weaknesses, my strengths, my failures, my successes. Breaking down the barriers, God, I want to break down every barrier that separates me from you. I want to lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love, and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy, and the parts that need healing, the parts I feel secure enough to speak of, and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Crying and sighing, the years have brought more pain than ever I imagined possible. When I cry, loving God, let me cry only to you. When I sigh, let that sigh be a pure, honest expression of a soul yearning for your light. Crying and sighing, let my cries and sighs heal me and restore me and bring me to joy. Let me never again succumb to bitterness or depressing thoughts of God. Show me life's meaning. Effective words, God of wisdom, teach me the right words. Teach me the very words that will touch the hearts and souls of others. When a friend needs my understanding ear, teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence, God of wisdom, teach me to relate to others with words they need to hear, with words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are no words at all. Teach me how and when to communicate with that most potent gift of silence. Sensitive speech, God of understanding, guide me, for my own words sometimes baffle me. When I relate to those around me insensitively, when I hurt, embarrass, or insult them, when I speak with a callousness that causes pain, when I lose myself in my own ego, God, pull me back to reality. Help others understand that I too am in pain, and let them be forgiving. Harmful words, oh God, help me avoid every abusive speech. Let no untrue word escape my lips. I pray that I never speak badly of others or speak empty words of flattery. Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silent and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, you save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate or hurt anyone. Lies, ruler of the world, grant me truth. Spare me for the lies of others. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. Oh God, never let me live a lie, even for only a moment. Holy sounds, oh God, your creation resonates with holy sounds. Let me hear them all. Let them penetrate my heart and rouse my senses. The jangle of a charity box, the voice of a faithful teacher, even the intonation of my own sigh when I cry out to you. All these sounds are holy. Oh God, let my heart hear them and all be uplifted. And thanks God, ever my only support. You taught me to pray, to sigh, to cry, to awaken true, meaningful words from deep within, words that strengthen, words that ease my pain and heal my wounds, words that dispel darkness. Thank you, God, for opening my lips, for teaching me to seek you through prayer. Feelings. Praying for what you need, Reb Nachman taught. When it comes to praying for what you need, there is nothing too insignificant to ask of God. Reb Nosson once happened to mention to Reb Nachman some minor convenience that he was lacking. Then ask God to give it to you, the Reb advised him. I was completely astounded, Reb Nosson relates. I would never have considered turning to God for something so trivial, which in any case I could have managed without. Noting my surprise, the Reb added, "Tell me, is it beneath your dignity to pray for something so minor? No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it." And praise, dear God of compassion. Your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you care for me. If my words find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion, loving God, You who are full of compassion, teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything in creation. Joy, God, I stand between and battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Merciful God, let me experience your mercy. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the good, it is so simple to find the evil, the ugly, the bad. Help me learn to discount all that is negative in the other. Show me the goodness, the beauty, the kindness in everyone I meet. Power of love. Teach me to search for the fine qualities in others, to recognize their immeasurable worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed through the compelling power of love. Soulmate, O loving God, so many in your world live without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Have mercy on them, O source of all love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds one's true love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love. It is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult, to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never a hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We need an extra measure of compassion to understand and to care for one another with genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance. Let abundant peace fill our home. Peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Oneness, God, help me forge a oneness between myself and others, between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children. Help me forge a oneness of the many selves within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. Inner calm, patient God, teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene in the face of derision, calm in the face of provocation, composed in the midst of a storm. God, teach me to be patient with myself. Forgiving God, you alone know how urgently I learn to forgive. Help me douse all the anger that burns within me. Free me of resentment against those who have wronged me. Help me abandon all the animosity, all the hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my certain natural desires, and one that moves. If you have assumed a character beyond your strength, you have played a poor figure in that, and neglected one that is within your powers. Fellow, you have come to blows at home with a slave. You have turned the household upside down, and thrown the neighborhood into confusion. Do you come to me then with airs of assumed modesty? Do you sit down like a sage and criticize my explanation of the readings, and whatever idle babble you say has come into my head? Have you come full of envy and dejected because nothing is sent you from home? And while the discussion is going on, do you sit brooding on nothing but how your father or your brother are disposed? What are they saying about me here? About me there? At this moment, they imagine I am making progress and saying he will return perfectly omniscient. I wish I could become omniscient before I return, but that would be very troublesome. No one sends me anything. The baths at Necropolis are dirty. Things are wretched at home and wretched here. Then they say nobody is any the better for the school. Who comes to the school with a sincere wish to learn, to submit his principles to correction and himself to treatment? Who to gain a sense of his wants? Why, then be surprised if you carry home from the school exactly what you bring into it. Epictetus, I have often come desiring to hear you speak, and you have never given me any answer. Now, if possible, I entreat you, say something to me. Is there, do you think, replied Epictetus, an art of speaking as of other things? If it is to be done skillfully and with profit to the hearer, yes. And are all profited by what they hear, or only some among them? So that it seems there is an art of hearing as well as of speaking. To make a statue needs skill, to view a statue aright needs skill also, admitted. And I think all will allow that one who proposes to hear philosophers speak needs a considerable training in hearing. Is that not so? Then tell me, on what subject are you able to hear me? Why, on good and evil. The good and evil of what? A horse, an ox? No, of a man. Do we know then what man is? What his nature is? That is the idea we have of him. And are our ears practiced in any degree on the subject? Nay, do you understand what nature is? Can you follow me in any degree when I say that I shall have to use demonstration? Do you understand what demonstration is? What true or false is? Must I drive you to philosophy? Show me what good I am to do by discoursing with you. Rouse my desire to do so. The sight, the pasture it loves, stirs in sheep the desire to feed. Shoot a stone or a bit of bread and it remains unmoved. Thus we must also have certain natural desires, and one that moves us to speak when we find a listener that is worth his salt, one that himself stirs the spirit. But if he sits by like a stone or a tuft of grass, how can he rouse a man's desire? Then you will say nothing to me. I can only tell you this, that one who knows not who he is and to what end he was born, what kind of world this is, and with whom he is associated therein, one who cannot distinguish good and evil, beauty and foulness, falsehood, will never follow reason in shaping his desires and impulses and repulsions, nor yet innocent denial or suspension of judgment, but will in one word go about deaf and blind, thinking himself to be somewhat, and then he is in truth of no account. Is there anything new in all this? Is not this ignorance the cause of all the mistakes and mischances of men since the human race began? This is all I have to say to you, and even this against the grain. Why? Because you have not stirred my spirit, for what can I see in you to stir me as a spirited horse will stir a judge of horses? Your body that you maltreat, your dress that is luxurious, your behavior, your look, nothing whatever. When you want to hear a philosopher, do not say you say nothing to me, only show yourself worthy or fit to hear, and then you will see how you will move the speaker. And now, when you see brothers apparently good friends and living in accord, do not immediately pronounce anything upon their friendship, though they should affirm it with an oath, though they should declare for us to live apart as a thing impossible. For the heart of a bad man is faithless, unprincipled, inconstant. Now overpowered by one impression, now by another. Ask not the usual questions. Were they born of the same parents, reared together and under the same tutor? But ask this only, in what they place their real interest, whether in outward things or in the will. If in outward things, call them not friends, any more than faithful, constant, brave, or free. Call them not even human beings if sense. But should you hear that these men hold the good to lie only in the will, only in rightly dealing with the things of sense, take no more trouble to inquire whether they are father and son or brothers or comrades of long standing, but sure of this one thing pronounce as boldly that they are friends, is that they are faithful and just. For where else can friendship be found than where modesty is, where there is an interchange of things?
They control the federal government.
No,
They control. Hold on. They control. Hold on.
No man can rob us of our will, no man can lord it over that.
There's a list
So
of
aggressive.
okay,
So aggressive.
What do you mean no? Why did you say
there's
no?
a list
Why did I say no? Because the whole conspiracy theory of Jews running the banks goes back to the freaking, I always forget their name.
Go ahead, bullshit.
There's a list of every central bank in the world.
Exactly.
You see, they don't want to hear the.
Walla, why are you guys muting him? Stop that.
I'm not the one muting you though.
I know. I'm saying the ball.
Now you're muting me. Now you're muting me. I don't know what's going on right now. This is weird. Well, you guys work from the side. I don't know what's going on.
They don't work with God. It's just like,
Yeah, please let Aya finish. I know there's a little bit of weirdness going on here, but please, Aya, did you want to say something, dear?
Yeah, I wanted to ask the Bolshevik name because when I checked that theory, let's say, I'm not going to insult that theory, I thought it was more intelligent than that. It was only in fictions, this story of cyanide. And that's something I was fed when I had like the systemic anti-Semitic Islamism as a culture. So please provide some proof of that because I cannot find it in books. And
From the CIA. I didn't even list cyanine in other countries. I list 15,000 cyanine in America. There are even Israeli newspaper articles about this. I mean, yeah, I get it. You get like brainwashed by the Algerians and blah, 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 blah. But why would my government, the Israeli government, and the Algerian government all come to mysteriously the same conclusion? And the funniest part, see, what you said before didn't even disagree with what I said. All you said is that,
death overtake me, I would fain be found engaged in the task of liberating mine own will from the assaults of passion, from hindrance, from resentment, from slavery. Thus would I fain be found employed, so that I may say to God, have I in aught transgressed thy commands? Have I in aught perverted the faculties, the senses, the natural principles that thou didst give me? Have I ever blamed thee or found fault with thine administration? When it was thy good pleasure, I fell sick, and so did other men, but my will consented. Because it was thy pleasure, I became poor, but my heart rejoiced. No power in the state was mine, because thou wouldst not such power I never desired. Hast thou ever seen me of more doleful countenance? On that account have I not ever drawn nigh unto thee with cheerful look, waiting upon thy commands, attentive to thy signals. Wilt thou that I now depart from the great assembly of men? I go, I give thee all thanks that thou hast deemed me worthy to take part with thee in this assembly, to behold thy works, to comprehend this thine administration. Such I would were the subject of my thought, my pen, my study, when death overtakes me. Seemeth it nothing to you, never to accuse, never to blame either good or man, to wherever the same countenance in going forth as in coming in? This was the secret of Socrates, yet he never said that he knew or taught anything. Who amongst you makes this his aim? Were it indeed so, you would gladly endure sickness, hunger, aye, death itself. How are we constituted by nature to be free, to be noble, to be modest? For what other living?
Everyone is ready to work out. It's good.
Happy Thursday.
Hey, what's up, Naveen?
Happy Thursday. What's up?
Okay, Naveen. Have you got snatched?
How you doing?
What's up, Naveen?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I
Did you?
just driving to pick up my car. Can you believe it's been in the shop for 3 days and it's a brand new car? Amazing.
Did you ever get your daughter off the stimulants?
Yeah, I got her off it, but I wouldn't say 100%. She still uses it as required, but she takes a non-stimulant also. And,
You know, it's interesting as she gets older, and I think as she's, seeing more kids that maybe don't have that, she's struggling because all the hormones are coming in and everything. It's a really tough age. I mean, 12, turning 13 later this year. It's one of those. She's kind of struggling. Just trying to figure out who she is. But I kind of feel like, in the next year or two, it'll kind of settle itself down, and we could maybe take her off completely. That'll be great.
Well, I know Indians aren't big on the sport culture, but maybe they are nowadays. But working out is great for mental health. Who would have thought? They say that one workout session is equal to 10 days of antidepressants or more. Antidepressants don't work, but going to the gym does.
Well, did you hear, I was going to ask Tiffany about this, but did you hear RFK, what he came out with? They changed the food pyramid upside down yesterday, and it actually seems like it's more geared towards proteins, and he says, about mental health and for kids and all that, and he believes that'll change our society in the next many years. I don't know, it sounds fascinating.
My experience with how I iterate protein has always been to have, if you have fruit or something that's got some sugar in it, that the protein stabilizes that, so you don't rock it up and then drop down low.
Yeah, he said fruits. Yeah. He said fruits are good, but he's on a war against added sugar. So he's basically saying that the U.S. wants to. I don't know if he can do it from the federal government perspective, but he's saying, he wants to essentially sue companies that are adding added sugar to their products.
The high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of. He's saying that his goal is in 10 years for high fructose corn syrup to be banned in America. I don't know if that can happen, but he's saying things like that are just destructive.
He says eat real food.
Well, there's so many that I'm so glad for that, because I'm so tired of looking at all. Can we just have it completely taken out? Bam.
You can't, because it's corporate America. You can't even get Pfizer to stop selling mRNA COVID-19 vaccines.
It's interesting what he's saying. He's basically saying, everyone's talking about healthcare costs, but nobody's talking about becoming healthier. And he said, you want to reduce healthcare costs over the next 10, 15 years, you want to reduce Medicare costs, and then some reporter said, how does eating better reduce Medicare costs? He goes, simply, that the young generation now that eats better will live longer and be healthier, so there'll be less needs on Medicare. He goes, there's no way, that a reporter said, there's no way you can know that. He said, it's science. And they're like,
No,
nuts
you
at
can know that living healthier will make you healthier and have better outcomes.
Man,
That's
that
ridiculous.
corn fructose syrup. You know how much the fucking corn industry is in this country? They need that shit. That's the only way they make money. No one's eating corn on the cobs anymore.
Well,
Not at all, though. That's nonsense.
The problem is that Carrie, and this is where those of you who followed me with the election when I was all in on Trump, where the DeSantis folks are actually right on this is, one thing I'll say is this: he put out this plan. If you read it, and he says in 2 years this will happen. Well, guess what happens in 2 years? There's a presidential election, right? And so, and he may not be there. I mean, even if it's Vance or Rubio, they may not say we're going to keep RFK. They may just say we're going to put some other stooge in, and
RFK might run for president. There's a very good chance he runs for president.
He won't, as long as if he knows they're not going to put him in and keep him in the Secretary of Health.
Why do you say he won't? He's already built it out the first time. It's easier the second time. There's less work, less stress. You don't have to build the organization. You've already built the platforms.
Platform got merged with Trump's.
I get it, but I'm just saying there's a very likely chance that Kennedy runs for the presidency. His name is Kennedy. It's cooked in the name. It's the brand. You can barely stop it.
What if, hold on, here's a fascinating one. What if RFK runs against John F. Kennedy?
His cousin, the redhead? Or nephew, or whoever he is?
No, there's a senator on the Republican side. And his name is John Kennedy.
Yeah.
So what if he runs against him? So you'd have
that guy won't run. He knows I see what you're saying. I mean, logically, you're making sense, but yeah, you're right. I mean, because they're both well known, but Robert F. Kennedy is, I don't know. I mean, you're right, too. You're right, because they're both contrarians. You know, they are. And look at what they can't stop anything. They had Borla in the White House, and Kennedy was sitting there behind him smiling. So it's like all these people who have lived on the internet for years and are not part of the real world, they just can't they can't comprehend how, you know, nothing has changed. I mean, there's so much information on X across with doctors and major researchers about the ill effects of the VAX, and they're still selling it, and they're still encouraging you to get it. And they changed the schedule of the vaccines, and politically correct had like a meltdown, like there's gonna be another hospital surge across the country because these clowns don't know how to distribute vaccines. It's like, does everybody work for Pfizer? Everybody?
Everybody's been hypnotized by Pfizer through all their commercialization and all the constant push, Pfizer this, Pfizer that, brought to you by Pfizer, all that. But back to the sugars though. Another one to avoid if you can is concentrated juices. Anything from concentrate, that's a very high end. That's basically like a high fructose corn syrup, but when it's concentrated versus of course getting things organically will cost more. It'll have a shorter shelf life, but I mean, so be it. I mean, then maybe the problem there could be it breaks it down to where some companies can't survive, and the ones that do, it'll just kind of flip flop, but it'll be towards the healthier end. I mean, if you look back in the '80s, watch any '80s like stuff, and look at the Shape Berry ones that back then, the aerobics, that whole movement, people eating like the basic 4 food groups, all that's.
Well, it's all processed now.
My grandma didn't really watch and follow any specific kind of food. She was born in 1922.
Sean, 80% of the grocery store is all processed food with chemical additives and stabilizers. Right. So you have to shop at the perimeter of the grocery store to survive, because everything else is literally highly processed, highly enriched, chemical additives. It's a huge industry. It's huge.
Right.
And it's just, it's like cocaine or some kind of crack, because it's immediate delivery of what you want, and there's no effort involved in consuming it. But that's not the biggest problem. It's not what we put in our mouths, it's what we put in our bloodstreams at the doctor. 70 times by the time you turn 18, and autism is through the roof. Like 1 out of 20 people are autistic, meaning they can't even function, and they're like brain dead zombies. It's pretty bad. That's a bad risk to have a kid when 1 out of 20 are coming out brain dead.
That is not how we define autism.
Well, what is a man and what is a woman, Liberty? Because clearly some of us disagree with definitions, like you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but some of us go by the book. Like, gay doesn't mean homosexual. Gay means happy. Because there's no such thing as gay.
But there's a difference between, okay, but you're using their definition when you say 1 in 20 are autistic. And so, unless you're claiming that the definition that they use aligns with the definition that you use, then 1 out of 20 people are not brain dead. 1 out of 20 people meet the criteria that they use to diagnose someone with autism, which is not big. Oh.
Well, you could say that when you do an abortion, like that baby was already brain dead. It's just like a piece of chicken. You might not finish eating it. You just put it in the garbage. Listen, I'm not here to debate words. I am simply here to give you one message, and one message only.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, hey, girl. What's up,
Hey,
girl?
Yeah, I just woke up, y'all. It's 12:40.
Good morning.
I stayed up so late. See, I knew that afternoon nap would kill me. It is normal. I was just cleaning around the house. I was wine drug cleaning, so that was nice, but yeah, it's okay.
Is this Pocket's cousin?
I'm hungry.
You guys are good?
I want some soup, like some tortilla soup. That sounds good right now.
One with the belly.
So my one message is is that the United States of America is definitely at the end of its experiment because it's so unnatural at this point. And look at what happened yesterday with this woman driving, trying to anyways. My point is literally there are going to be copycats like this stupid schmuck who got her head blown off. There will be it's not going to stop. And literally because you can control the news cycle, meaning you can control the focus of the herd. So there's going to be copycat people who are obstructing, law enforcement with regards to immigration removal. And this isn't going to be a never-ending nothing burger. Like the never-ending nothing burger is what you have to be afraid of because that's not going to solve the big problems facing America. And look at Bima with her ASMR big lips and the beat.
Period.
You can have great ASMR, but the best ASMR is intelligent ASMR, which is really just information exchange of high value. I hope you enjoyed my snatchy submission.
I love how you were able to gauge the need for closure. Thank you.
I have only one solution, and I think everybody will like it. It's the book club. I've currently been, Monica likes to talk about her rooms and her replays.
Okay, hold on. I can't talk long. I'm actually going out to lunch with some people, and I think it's a chilling effect. I think that people are going to wake up, and it's like, what? Oh, you mean I really can't die if I interfere with the police proceedings? Oh my god. And I think it's going to go away. I think people are going to wake up and realize that no, you're not omnipotent. You can't just have your way. You can't stamp your little monoblonic heels and say, no, I don't want this to happen. It's going to happen. And you can blame Biden for it. Thank Biden. Thank for the open border policy unofficial that happened from the years 2021 to 2024. And shut up about it.
Can you repeat that word you said about the heels, stamping heels? What was the word you said?
I'm not a dying fashion thing.
You said Milana Blahnik girl, period, queen.
I don't think I said it correctly.
You did, you said it right, Milana Blahnik. That's a brand of shoe, yeah, it's like Prada or Gucci. Milana Blahnik.
Wow, never heard it before.
It was the shoe that was really popular in Sex and the City that they always talked about.
That's where I got it from. Okay, guys, I'm listening.
I just loved learning a new word. Like today, Otis in Politically Correct used the word bloviating. And I was like, I've heard that word before. And it was perfect for the scenario.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Well,
to bloviate means to like...
You've never heard me use that word?
Monica just bloviated. And so I have to be the contrarian to what Monica said. People aren't going to wake up from this. They're going to copycat it because that's what mind viruses do. And this officer, who clearly could have stepped out of the way and didn't have to take a headshot. Let's be honest here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's true. If I was that guy, I would have danced. I want a shot. I would have danced away because, she had a wife and a family, a beautiful wife and a beautiful wife. And, she's gone. And now that wife has to mourn her wife. And we have to sit there and read the headlines about the wife who lost her wife.
Yeah. But I mean, when you make a bad decision and you block the roadway,
You deserve to get 3 shots in the head.
Yeah, exactly. Period. Come on, you said it. You already said it.
Don't be sarcastic, you know.
I mean, I'd stay the fuck out of the front of it. I wouldn't be moving my car in front of it with a police officer in front of it.
Right, so you don't stand for anything. What if it was something you stood for? Would you block it? What if it was something you stood for?
The right to peacefully protest.
Hey, point of order, moderator. I don't
need away the fucking people's cars. You stand in my car and you're protesting, and you're pounding on my head, I'm gonna run your asses over. Period.
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator.
Wow, she should have ran him over. Sean said it. We heard it.
That's a law enforcement
Like that?
officer.
You like how I did that? I should be a lawyer.
Point of order, moderator. For you to say, point of order, moderator. For you to say that Sean B doesn't.
If I was gonna debate, I would have my bullet points in front of me, and you damn well know
Not
that
debate.
debate.
Point of order, moderator.
This ain't no
Moderator, point of order.
I can sell shit to a person that doesn't like eating shit.
Moderator, point of order. Moderator, point of order, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order, moderator. So,
You don't have to if you don't
Vero.
want to. It's fine.
I'm about vibing on this app. I'm not a guy. You know what? I don't mind listening and partaking once in a while, but you know what? It's not worth my energy anymore. I used to fucking do that all the goddamn time. I used to hang out with that cool and all those fucking rooms and everyone debates and all the damn time.
Fuck those rooms.
Okay, moderator, point of order.
Anymore because he turned into a raging liberal, and then now he's like a flip-flops, that guy.
Wait,
I'm voting for Trump. No, I'm not voting for Trump. Then he goes on this full tirade of being more of a liberal than a conservative, and then now he's more conservative. JB.
Oh shit.
That's an example. Of, like, where I've been in his room, and it's like, oh yeah, thanks for the sentence. Now let's move on to the next person. Like, does not give anyone a chance to even actually prove their point in that room. I can talk about all kinds of rooms. I can make my list and come back and talk and give you a fucking definition of every motherfucker who wants to debate and thinks they know how to debate, right? Okay. Drop in the mic.
Period. Pop off, King.
Respecting Robert's Rules of Order as a musician, you had a point of order.
With respect to Robert's orders of the rules of the point of order, moderator, thank you for observing the point of order. But having heard the Vero and Sean B exchange, my point of order has been neutralized. I relinquish my point of order back to the moderator's point of order.
This evening's Lego-like organizer has been powered by John Kitover. You gave me
We're out here at the
strength
18th Street
to Lego Lego push my organizer together, and just for the record, I got T-mode on Amazon.
I'm sorry, you got girl.
Personal privilege. I cannot handle the ASMR whisper. Need a full volume.
Not only am I a musician, I am also an ASMR teacher, an ASMR professor at the ASMR University.
Oh, River's gonna knock you down with a bill.
Bima and I have been doing ASMR hypnosis sessions for the lucky few ASMR enthusiasts here on the app. And the first step to getting your snatch wet.
No. I hate ASMR. I hate it.
Point of personal privilege has been recognized by the chair.
Point of order. Moderators. Point of order. Moderators. Monica's back. Welcome back. She must still be out with people.
We're just better.
I just want to say that Sean's submission.
I'm moving to the audience.
Thank you.
No worries.
Bless you, my child.
I'm just kidding, Mima. I love your voice. I just wanted an excuse to say point of personal privilege.
Oh, see, I took that as a compliment, and I just thought now I know how to turn you on.
See, I actually thought about going there. I was thinking about saying like point of personal privilege, the way that Mima is speaking.
I don't know, but this is like a lesbian club.
Making it difficult to operate in this room.
This is the island of Lesbos.
I decided to go a different direction. But again, I just say personal privilege because it's my favorite of the Robert's Rules, and I feel like it's very misunderstood. Especially like there got to a point when I was in the student senate where some of the student senators wanted to be like point of personal privilege. You're white, you can't talk about this, you know? And it's like, girl, that is not what point of personal privilege means.
The worst part about this fucking Lego organizer is that when I popped the wrong effing one together, they're impossible to pop. This is horrible.
So is it an organizer made out of Legos or an organizer intended to organize Legos?
It is a Lego
Yes.
organizer.
For what other living thing is capable of blushing or of feeling the impression of shame, and to subordinate pleasure to the ends for which nature designed us, as a handmaid and a minister in order to call forth our activity, in order to keep us constant to the path prescribed by nature. The husband deals with land, physicians and trainers with the body, the wise man with his own mind. Which of us does not admire what Lycurgus the Spartan did? The young citizen had put out his eye and been handed over to him by the people to be punished at his own discretion. Lycurgus abstained from all vengeance, but on the contrary instructed him and made a good man of him, producing him in the public in the theatre. He said to the astonished Spartans, I received this young man at your hands full of violence and wanton insolence. I restore him to you in his right mind and fit to serve his country. A money changer may not reject Caesar's coin, nor may the seller of herbs, but must, when once the coin is shown, deliver what is sold for it, whether he will or no. So is it also with the soul. Once the good appears, it attracts towards itself, evil repels.
Make a point here. You hear?
Point of order, moderators, moderators, point of order, moderators, point of order. Chillism is the biggest mind virus on Clown House. I have secretly been recording this room and putting it on YouTube for many years, and no one on YouTube cares about it. So ladies and gentlemen, liberate yourself now before the Nathan mind virus ruins your life like so many others. Many people have freed themselves from the clutches of this horrific mind virus that plagues Clubhouse, which you are all participating in. Gentlemen like Samoa, these fake lawyers, and everyone else on here.
Declare a certain impression of the good the soul will never reject any more than men do Caesar's coin, and this hangs every impulse alike of man and God. As what common sense, as Epictetus replied, as that may be called a common ear which distinguishes only sounds, while that which distinguishes musical notes is not common, but produced by training. So there are certain things which men not entirely perverted see by the natural principle common to all. Such a constitution of the mind is called common sense. Canst thou judge men? Then make us imitators of thyself, as Socrates did. Do this, do not do that, else will I cast thee into prison. This is not governing men like reasonable creatures. Say rather, as God hath ordained, so do, else thou wilt suffer chastisement and loss. Askest thou what lost? None other than this, to have left undone what thou shouldst have done, to have lost the faithfulness, the reverence, the modesty that is in thee. Greater loss than this seek not to find. His son is dead. What has happened? His son is dead. Nothing more, nothing. His ship is lost. What has happened? His ship is lost. He has been haled to prison. What has happened? He has been haled to prison. But that any of these things are misfortunes to him. He's in addition with everyone makes of his own, but you say God is unjust in this way. Why? For having given thee endurance and greatness of soul, for having made such things to be no evils, for placing happiness within thy reach even when enduring them, for opening unto thee a door when things make not for thy good. Depart, my friend, and find no fault. You are sailing to Rome, and you tell me to obtain the post of governor of Gnosis. You are not content to stay at home with the honors you had before. You want something on a larger scale and more conspicuous. But when did you ever undertake a voyage for the purpose of reviewing your own principles and getting rid of any of them that proved unsound? Whom did you ever visit for that object? What time did you ever set yourself for that? What age run over the times of your life by yourself if you are ashamed before me? Did you examine your principles when a boy? Did you not do everything just as you do now? When you were a stripling, attending the school of oratory and practicing the art yourself, what did you ever imagine you lacked? And when you were a young man and turned upon public life and were pleading causes and making a name who any longer seemed equal to you? And at what moment would you have endured another examining your principles and proving that they were unsound? What then am I to say to you, help me in this matter? You cry, ah! For that I have no rule, and neither did you, if that was your object, come to me as a philosopher, but as you might have gone to an herb saddler or a cobbler. What do philosophers have rules for then? Why, that whatever may betide, our ruling faculty may be as nature would have it, and so remain. Think you this a small matter? Not so, but the greatest thing there is. Well, does it need but a short time? Can it be grasped by a passer-by? Grasp it if you can. Then you will say, yes, I met Epictetus. I, just as you might a statue or a monument, you saw me. That is all. But a man who meets a man is one who learns the other's mind and lets him see his in return. Then my mind, show me yours, and then go and say that you met me. Let us try each other. If I have any wrong principle, rid me of it. If you have, out with it. That is what meeting a philosopher means. Not so. You think this is only a flying visit. While we are hiring the ship, we can see Epictetus too. Let us see what he has to say, then on leaving you cry out on Epictetus for a worthless fellow, provincial and barbarous of speech. What else indeed did you come to judge of? Whether you will or not, you are poorer than I. What then do I lack? What you have not, constancy of mind, such as nature would have it be. Tranquility. Patron or no patron, what care I? But you do care. I am richer than you. I am not racked with anxiety as to what Caesar may think of me. Flatter none on that account. This is what I have instead of vessels of gold and silver. Your vessels may be of gold, but your reason, your principles, your accepted views, your inclinations, your desires are of earthenware. To you all you have seems small, to me all I have seems great. Your desire is insatiable, mine is satisfied. See children thrusting their hands into a narrow-necked jar and striving to pull out the nuts and figs it contains. They fill the land, they cannot pull it out again, and then they fall to tears, let go a few of them. And then you can draw out the rest, you too, let your desire go. Covet not many things, and you will obtain. Pittacus, wronged by one whom he had it in his power to punish, let him go free, saying, forgiveness is better than revenge. The one shows native gentleness, the other savagery. My brother ought not to have treated me thus, true, but he must see to that. However he may treat me, I must deal rightly by him. This is what lies with me, what none can hinder. Nevertheless, a man should also be prepared to be sufficient unto himself, to dwell with himself alone, even as God dwells with himself alone. Shares his repose with none, and considers the nature of his own administration, intent upon such thoughts as are meet unto himself. So should we also be able to converse with ourselves, to need none else beside, to sigh for no distraction, to bend our thoughts upon the divine administration, and how we stand related to all us, to observe how human accidents touched us of old, and how they touch us now, what things they are that still have power to hurt us, and how they may be cured or removed to perfect what needs perfecting, as reason would direct. The man has frequent intercourse with others, either in the way of conversation, entertainment, or simple familiarity. He must either become like them or change them to his own fashion. A live coal placed next to a dead one will either kindle that or be quenched by it. Such being the risk, it is well to be cautious in admitting intimacies of this sort, remembering that one cannot rub shoulders with a soot-stained man without sharing the soot oneself. What will you do, supposing the talk turns on gladiators, or horses, or prize fighters, or what is worse, on persons, condemning this and that, approving the others? So Zen, something to note, I did a FOIA with the Illinois State Board of Election, and they sent me over 600,000 registrations, voter registrations. And if you look at the total number of residents, it's like only 300 something. And only a certain percentage of those votes. So it's like the voter rolls, which this is in the news, are so corrupted
that it's like having a completely defunct database that can be activated. So, anyways, today there's a trial going on right now for the governorship of Illinois, and we're gonna call into the trial and try to get the link to the. Zoom.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Hey, am I live?
Yeah, do you have the Zoom link?
You know, I already have it.
Oh, how did it go down?
He's off. They just kicked him off immediately. They didn't even like debate it, apparently.
So they just issued a summary judgment and that's the end of it.
He said like the person before him, they debated for 40 minutes because you know how it works. And they give the recommendation and then they debate. There is no debates. They're like, you gone. But honestly, that's on him. You know, that's not my problem. That sucks for Illinois.
Well, is he going to take it to the circuit court?
He's appealing. And so, I mean, I think the best. I'm hoping that they like keep the name on the ballot for legal reasons. You know, like while it's being appealed.
Well, they're gonna circulate the ballot prior in the newspaper. Yeah, so you'll know whether he's on it or not, and he's not going to be on it if they just told you that you're taking him off of it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, but like, I think Joe could do a bigger impact not running for office. Like, he should start a PAC and talk shit, in my opinion. And honestly, I don't even think the governor's race is a big deal. I really don't.
How is Mendrick gonna? Did Mendrick get on?
Yeah.
How the fuck? His wife, she said they don't even have the minimum number of signatures.
Yeah, they had 10,000.
Oh, for governor? I thought it was more than that for governor. I thought it was like...
No, you need 5,000.
So I looked at the Chicago mayor. Doesn't matter what party you run under. Republican, Libertarian...
It's the same. There's no party.
Yeah, 15,000 signatures. That's a lot of signatures.
No, that's absurd, yeah. That's absurd.
That's crazy, dude.
I
That's
don't think
so many
for mayor is a good move because there's going to be so many candidates.
Dude, what I don't understand is how have they already said who the candidates are? Can you file and do your intent to file with Chicago election?
No, but because you need 15,000 signatures, they make it where regular people can't run. So it only can be people like Julius and Mendoza.
Why not? Why can't I still submit and still start gathering signatures?
You can't.
I'm going to.
You need a team.
It doesn't matter. The whole thing is still getting the publicity, even if I don't get the signatures. That's the point.
That's fine. No, but like I would like for you to finally get the signatures for once.
15,000. If I were paying $1 a signature, it would cost me $15,000 just to get 15K, and then they're going to eliminate half of those.
How many months do you have to do the signatures?
This doesn't start till next year, but people are running now, and so.
Oh wait, can you maybe start circulating signatures now and just not even tell them the date? That could be the move.
You could technically, but it. Anyways, my point is.
That is exactly the move. You say it's on to get them on the ballot next year. You start a year ahead. That's exactly the move.
That is the move. It's a good move, John. And then you don't advertise that you're getting signatures until it's closer to it, because the form's the same.
Yeah.
And there's no. I don't think there's a date on the bottom part, but.
All right, well, gentlemen.
Look into it. I support John. You got my vote, no matter who you're on for.
Well, I'm gonna run as a libertarian because do you know?
No, you can't. Mayor, there's no parties. It's just all.
No. Next time for Congress, I was looking at which districts, with the lowest number of signatures you need. Do you know one? I think it's District 9. It was like you only need 300 something signatures. I think it's a Republican.
Yeah, that's what I ran as. That's right.
Yeah. So
you're talking to the guy, and that's what Roscoe did. I'm ahead of the game.
Oh.
So next time do that.
I know, dude. You are so ahead of the game. And you've been doing this a long time.
Libertarians get 5% in a district, and they become a major party, quote unquote, and then their threshold becomes really low. So I'm not sure. Has there been a libertarian that got 5% in a district recently or something?
I don't know.
Or someone gets it this time, hopefully.
I love how on the ballot it just says lib.
Yeah. Well, Libertarian Party I was a card carrying libertarian for like a year, and they are libs. They suck. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
In the Chicago, have you talked to Chicago libertarians?
Yeah, I told you.
They're out of their freaking mind.
I know, dude. I got the business card, and I saw.
They are far left. You know, it is what it is. I'm surprised. I thought libertarians were supposed to be more like, you know, anarchists.
Well, listen, the whole point is it's not really the party, it's the person, because the person can transcend whatever the party is. It's just about getting into office. So
the libertarian, if you do your research, Libertarian Party, it was a whole military op to kind of like to co-opt extremism. And so it's all just a bunch of bullshit. They're all a bunch of CIA agents and FBI agents, like openly. Like I think their vice president was a spook. And then their former president, Saul Rock, was a freaking car salesman, lawyer, sketchball.
Well, my political legacy and my photo is with Ron Paul because I supported him in Burbank, California, and I gave him $600.
And there's like a fight in the Libertarian Party between the Marxist wing and it's a whole thing. It's so stupid.
Well, then, see, the problem is nobody's willing to talk about economic philosophy or how to run a business, and everybody's just does ad hominem nonstop. But nobody can actually, if you ask your average Democrat or liberal, tell me how to calculate a profit. Nobody can even tell you how a profit works. Nobody even understands. So,
if you say EBITDA,
per capita EBITDA?
What?
Per capita EBITDA?
Yeah, what's the cap rate?
Per capita EBITDA?
Soda bottles?
Ungawa!
Yeah, exactly. These niggas is complete shit.
Listen, bro. Did you just hear what my friend just said?
What do you mean these niggas is shit?
Did you just hear what my friend said?
I gotta take this. I want to see what happened.
Okay, take
I'll call you later. Bye.
Okay, so welcome to the book.
Friend, Ravana Shalom. I'm sorry that I missed the book club. I've been driving back and forth all day from Augusta. I had to go to Augusta, and then I had to drive back, and now I have to go back to Augusta.
Well, welcome to the book club. It's kind of interesting that since you put this in your calendar, it's like in my brain calendar now. And I was so glad that it was calendared because usually I would spend my time listening to Clownhouse garbage and mocking them. But now, because I'm really kind of tired, I don't really want to read. And because I've already read so many times on the internet, I can just listen to myself reading.
Or suppose a man sneers or jeers or shows a malignant temper. Is any among us the skill of the lute player who knows at the first touch which strings are out of tune and sets the instrument right? Has any of you such a power as Socrates had in all his intercourse with men of winning them over to his own convictions? Nay, but you must needs be swayed hither and thither by the uninstructed. How comes it then that they prove so much stronger than you? Because they speak from the fullness of the heart. Their low corrupt views are their real convictions, whereas your fine sentiments are but from the lips outwards. That is why they are nerveless and dead. It turns one's stomach to listen to your exhortations and hear of your miserable virtue, that you prate up and down. Thus it is that the vulgar prove too strong for you. Everywhere strength, everywhere victory waits your conviction. In general, any methods of discipline applied to the body which tend to modify its desires or repulsions are good for ascetic ends, but if done for display, they betray at once a man who keeps an eye on an outward show, who has an ulterior purpose and is looking for spectators to shout, "Oh, what a great man!" This is why Apollonius so well said, "If you are bent upon a little private discipline, wait till you are choking with heat some day."
Okay, so I'm going to read, and create a couple clips here because it's the book club. And this is Confucius. Not many Americans have ever spent the time to read Confucius, but now I will read to you Confucius. The first part of Confucius is to take the deepest breath of the day. And you will notice that I said breath, not breath, but breath for my brothers. Who, not a lot of African Americans know this, but at the time of their birth, when they were birthed, okay, this is Confucius. Oh. The master said, in learning and straightway practicing, is there not pleasure also? When friends gather round on Clown House from afar, do we not rejoice? Whom lack of fame cannot vex, is not he a gentleman? Yutsu said, a dutiful son and brother is seldom fond of thwarting those over him. A man unwilling to thwart those over him is never given to crime. A gentleman nurses the roots. When the root is taken, the truth will grow. And what are the roots of love but the duty of son and of brother? The master said, honeyed words and flattering looks seldom speak of love. Tsing said, thrice daily I ask myself, have I been unfaithful in dealing for others? Have I been untrue to friends? Do I practice what I preach? It's kind of interesting if you ask somebody, what's the truth of Confucius? Nobody would ever say he was a psychologist about love or the psychology of love. But once you start reading
These
Confucius,
niggas is conflating shit. These niggas is conflating love and psychology.
please, no hard R in the book club. We hope to raise the collective herd consciousness here of everybody. Okay, this is Confucius. The master said, to guide a land of 1,000 chariots on a business, be true in spelling, love the people, and time thy claims upon them. The master said, the young should be dutiful at home, modest abroad, heedful and true, full of goodwill for the many, close friends with love. And should they have strength to spare, let them spend it upon the arts. So she said, if a man honor worth and forsake lust, serve father and mother with all his strength, be ready to give his life for the king, and keep faith with his friends. Though men may call him rude, I call him learned. The master said, of a gentleman who is frivolous, none stand in awe, nor can his learning be sound. Make faithfulness and truth thy masters. Have no friends unlike thyself. Be not ashamed to mend thy faults. Tsing Tzu said, respect death and recall forefathers. The good in men will again grow sturdy. See, Zach, you really should do what I'm doing, which is creating clips of what I'm reading. And that way, in the future book clubs, you won't actually have to read. You can just like play yourself reading a book, and you'll be like,
Well, that is brilliant, but you know what? I'm about to blow your mind. You should do what I'm doing, which is drive around and collect signatures for your political campaign. Ooh, burn!
you're projecting, obviously.
Take a mouthful of cold water and spit it out again and tell no man. Study how to give as one that is sick, that thou mayest hereafter give as one that is whole. Fast, drink water, only abstain altogether from desire, that thou mayest hereafter conform the desire to reason. Thou wouldst do good unto men, then show them by thy own example what kind of men philosophy can make, and cease from foolish trifling. Eating, do good to them that eat with thee. Drinking, to them that drink with thee. Yield unto all, give way.
Oh, our good friend Elon Musk is here, aka Adrian Dittman. You're so stupid, John. Adrian Dittman isn't Elon Musk. Okay, my friend. I can't debate it anymore. We'll have to get back to the book club. Here we go. Tsuchen said to Tsukung, the master, on coming to a country, learns all about the government. Does he ask, or is it told him? Tsukung said, the master learns it by his warmth and honesty, by politeness, modesty, and yielding. The way that the master asks is unlike other men's asking. The master said, as long as his father lives, a son should study his wishes. After he is dead, he should study his life. If for 3 years he does not forsake his father's ways, he may be called dutiful. Yutsu said, in daily courtesy, ease is of price. This was the beauty of the old king's ways. This they followed in small and great. But knowing this, it is not right to give way to ease, unchecked by courtesy. This also is wrong. Yutsu said, if promises hug the right, word can be kept. If attentions are bounded by courtesy, shame will be banished. Heroes may be worshipped if we choose them aright. The master said, a gentleman who is not a greedy eater, nor a lover of ease at home, who is earnest in deed and careful of speech, who seeks the righteous and profits by them, may be called fond of learning. Tsukung said, poor, but no flatterer, rich, but not proud. How were that? Good, said the master, but better still were poor, yet merry, rich, yet courteous. Tsukung said, where the poem says, if ye cut, if ye file, if ye polish and grind. Is that what is meant? The master said, now I can talk of poetry to thee, Tsu. Given a clue, thou canst find the way. The master said, not to be known should not grieve you. Grieve that ye know not men.
Give way and bear with them. Thus shalt thou do them good, but vent not upon them thine own evil humor. Even as bad actors cannot sing alone, but only in chorus, so some cannot walk alone. Man, if thou art right, strive to walk alone and hold converse with thyself instead of skulking in the chorus. At length think, look around thee, bestir thyself that thou mayest know thou art. You would fain be victor at the Olympic Games, you say, yes, but weigh the conditions, weigh the consequences then, and then only lay to your hand. If it be for your profit, you must live by rules, submit to diet, abstain from dainty meats, exercise your body perforce in stated hours. In heat or in cold, drink no cold water, nor it may be wine. In a word, you must surrender yourself wholly to your trainer as though to a physician. Then in the hour of contest, you will have to delve the ground. It may chance dislocate an arm, sprain an ankle, go down abundance of yellow sand. Be scourged with the whip, and with all this sometimes lose the victory. Count the cost, and then, if your desire still holds, try the wrestler's life. Just let me tell you that you will be behaving like a pack of children playing now at wrestlers, now at gladiators, presently falling to trumpeting and onto stage playing. The fancy takes them for what they have seen. And you are even the same, wrestler, gladiator, philosopher. orator all by turns, and none of them with your whole soul. Like an ape, you mimic what you see to one thing constant, never. The thing that is familiar charms no more. This is because you never undertook aught with due consideration, nor after strictly testing and viewing it from every side. No, your choice was thoughtless. The glow of your desire had waxed cold. Friend, bethink you first what it is that you would do, and then what your own nature is able to bear. Would you be a wrestler? Consider your shoulders, your thighs, your loins. Not all men are formed to the same end. Think you to be a philosopher while acting as you do? Think you can go on thus eating, thus drinking, giving way in like manner to wrath and to displeasure? Nay, you must watch, you must labor, overcome certain desires. Quit your familiar friends, submit to be despised by your slave, to be held in derision by them that meet you, to take the lower place in all things, in office and positions of authority in courts of law. Weigh these things fully, and then, if you will, lay to your hand, if as the price of these things you would gain freedom, tranquility, and passionless serenity. He that hath no musical instruction is a child in music. He that hath no letters is a child in learning. He that
Okay, this is a little more Confucius. Thanks for coming to the book club. We're also live streaming this on X and across multiple YouTubes, audio and video on X. The master said, in governing, cleave to good, as the North Star holds his place, and the multitude of stars revolve upon him. The master said, to sum up the 300 songs in a word, they are free from evil thought. The master said, guide the people by law, subdue them by punishment. They may shun crime, but will be void of shame. Guide them by example, subdue them by courtesy. They will learn shame and come to be good. The master said, at 15 I was bent on study, at 30 I could stand, at 40 doubt ceased, at 50 I understood the laws of heaven, at 60 my ears obeyed me, at 70 I could do as my heart lusted, and never swerve from right. Meng Yi asked the duty of a son. The master said obedience. As Fan Che was driving him, the master said, Meng Sun asked me the duty of a son. I answered, obedience. What did you mean? Said Fan Che. To serve our parents with courtesy whilst they live, said the master. To bury them with all courtesy when they die, and to worship them with all courtesy. Meng Wu asked the duty of a son. The master said, what weighs on your father and mother is concern for your health. Tzu Yu asked the duty of a son. The master said, today a man is called dutiful if he keeps his father and mother. But we keep both our dogs and horses, and unless we honor parents, is it not all one? Tzu Sha asked the duty of a son. The master said, our manner is the hard part. For the young to be stay in toil, and leave the wine and cakes to their elders. Is this to fulfill their duty? The master said, if I talk all day to Hui like a dullard, he never stops me. When he is gone, if I pry into his life, I find he can do what I say. No, Hui is no dullard.
he that is untaught is a child in life. Can any profit be derived from these men? Aye, from all. What, even from a reveler? Why, tell me what profit a wrestler gains from him who exercises him beforehand. The very greatest he trains me in the practice of endurance, of controlling my temper, of gentle ways, you deny it. What of the man who lays hold of my neck and disciplines loins and shoulders does me good, while he that trains me to keep my temper does me none? This is what it means that knowing how to gain advantage from men is my nearer lad. Bad to himself, but good to me, he brings my good temper and my gentleness into play. Is my father bad? Bad to himself, but good to me. This is the rod of Hermes. Touch what you will with it, they say, and it becomes gold. Nay, but bring what you will, and I will transmute it into good. Bring sickness, bring death, bring poverty, and reproach, bring trial for life. All these things through the rod of Hermes shall be turned to profit. Till then, these sound opinions have taken firm root in you, and you have gained a measure of strength for your security. I counsel you to be cautious in associating with the uninstructed, else whatever impressions you receive upon the tablets of your mind in the school will day by day melt and disappear. Wax and sun withdraw then somewhere far from the sun while you have these waxen sentiments. We must approach this matter in a different way. It is great and mystical. It is no common thing nor given to every man. Wisdom alone, it may be, will not suffice for the care of youth. Man needs also a certain measure of readiness and aptitude for the office, aye, and certain bodily qualities. And above all, to be counselled of God himself to undertake this post, even as he counselled Socrates to fill the post of one who confutes error, signing to Diogenes the royal office of high reproof, and to Zeno that of positive instruction. Whereas you would fain set up for a physician provided with nothing but drugs, where and how they should be applied you neither know nor care. If what charms you is nothing but abstract principles, sit down and turn them over quietly in your mind, but never dub yourself a philosopher, nor suffer others to call you so. Rather say, he is in error, for my desires, my impulses are unaltered. I give...
Yeah, she didn't roll back at 3 miles an hour. If you look at the reverse, she pulled back when the officer was trying to enter the vehicle to remove her from the vehicle.
Illinois
At that point, once the
you want to
vehicle is
sell
in
your
motion,
house in 30
it is
days
now
or
under
less,
the
then
observation
listen
of
up,
the officer
because
involved to be
okay,
considered
they're approaching.
to be wary of it being a potential threat, because a vehicle in motion can be a weapon. This weapon is a direct use of force. When she moved forward with the officer in front of her, it is a direct action on his life, which will probably more than likely go through, and he will have justification on it, because there's multiple angles. Again, when you watch the multiple footage, so far to date, even though you may not like it, even I don't necessarily like this kind of scenario,
He doesn't necessarily like it?
I don't know, to be honest, or not. He said, oh, they gave me, speaking of level, or I don't know, how would they react?
I'm just wondering how they react.
You know what the most confusing day in Saudi Arabia is? Driver's ed and sex education. It's very difficult on the camels.
My adhesion to what I did before now has my mode of dealing with the things of sense under God.
The Peanuts. What's the name of the street? It's named after Dr. Peanuts.
Ribono Shalom. I'm on Rothschild Boulevard right now, everybody. I'm on Visigoth. I'm in Israel. Ribono Shalom. I'm in Tel Aviv. L'chaim and Mazel Tov. L'chaim and Mazel Tov, everybody.
Up one sign.
A friend inclined to say views as their consciences. What sort of person a true cynic should be, requesting a general sketch of the system, he answered, we will consider that at leisure. At present I content myself with saying this much. If a man put his hands to so weighty a matter without God, the wrath of God abides upon him. That which he covets will but bring upon him public shame, and even on finding himself in a well-ordered house, does a man step forward and say to himself, I must be master here. Else the lord of that house takes notice of it, and seeing him insolently giving orders, who drags him forth and chastises him. So it is also in this great city of the world. Here also is there a lord of the house who orders all things. Thou art the sun. In thine orbit thou hast power to make the year and the seasons, to bid the fruits and the earth grow and increase, winds rise and fall. Thou canst into measure cherish with thy warmth the frames of men. Go make thy circuit, and thus minister unto all, from the greatest to the least. Thou canst lead a host against Troy, be Agamemnon. Thou canst meet Hector in single combat, be Achilles. But had Thersites stepped forward and claimed the chief command, he had been met with a refusal, or obtained it only to his own shame and confusion of face before a cloud of witnesses. Others may fence themselves with walls and houses when they do such deeds as these and wrap themselves in darkness. They have many a device to hide themselves. Another may shut his door and station one before his chamber to say if any.
The master said, what weighs on your father and mother is concern for your health. To you ask the duty of a son. The master said, today a man is called dutiful if he keeps his father and mother. But we keep both our dogs and horses, and unless we honor parents, is it not all one? Susia asked the duty of a son. The master said, our manner is the hard part. For the young to be a stay and toil and leave the wine and cakes to their elders, this to fulfill the duty? The master said, if I talk all day to Hui like a dullard, he never stops me. But when he is gone, I pry into his life. I find he can do what I say. No, Hui is no dullard.
He has gone forth. He is not at leisure. But the true cynic will have none of these things. Instead of them, he must wrap himself up in modesty, as he will bring about himself to shame and naked under the open sky. That is his house, that is his door.
And reaction that's causing housewives or whoever, suburbanites, to actually just go ahead and think they have this Valhalla mentality that they're going to be the social justice warrior, and consequences aren't going to happen, and accountability is just going to be removed. I don't know why, but people really need to take real stock before they start engaging with federal investigations, federal enforcement actions, and before taking it up. There has to be some modicum of saying, why were you this dumb to think somehow you were going to go unimpeded and walk away today without an arrest or something far worse, which is what ended up happening.
I got one question. Are ICE agents allowed to just start yanking the door handle?
Yes, they can. If they tell you to get out of the car, you refuse to comply with a federal officer's lawful request, which this was, they will break the door, they will smash the glass, they will enter the vehicle in a way that they need to remove you from, because the vehicle can be considered a weapon the minute it's put in motion.
Where does that say that in the state that this has occurred, that they can just start yanking your door handle?
It literally states it in federal policy, it states it under extraction code. Police use it, federal agents use it, U.S. Marshals use it, ATF, Social Security police, postal police.
So police can just walk up to a car, whether the car is running or not, and they can just yank your door without identifying themselves, nothing.
They did identify themselves. She was harassing ICE all day.
She was harassing ICE all day?
Yes.
And that gives them the right to just yank the door?
They told her to get out of the vehicle. She refused.
Well, why she get out of the vehicle?
Hey, moderator, point of order, moderator. Viking, please be patient with Ludwig. He don't speak English. It ain't his first language.
How many languages do you speak, white boy?
I know who you are. You a fucking low IQ Muslim.
Yeah, I'm a low IQ. Thank you. I don't know, man. I find this like weird for this.
Hold on. Ludwig, if you don't mind, it's 1:35. Past the hour here, 35 minutes. Please check in your pink ticket because we're trying to grow this space. I have 982 members. We're trying to get to 1,000 as soon as possible. Appreciate your conversation. Viking, how do you respond to what Ludwig is saying? Because he thinks that was a too heavy-handed. They didn't give her a chance to respond. They basically opened up their vehicle and said, "Get out of the car," without even giving her a chance to get out of the car. They were yanking on her door handle. He thinks that's too aggressive. How do you respond?
So if you actually watch the video, we say get out of the car, and he goes to open the door. She backs it up. So she had no intention to get out of the vehicle. So his extradition was actually there. And since she was impeding with a federal investigation already, she was in violation of the law, and they have the lawful duty to detain her and arrest her. And her day in court would have been there, and she would have went to the judge, had a lawyer, jury if she chose, and she could have fought her case and explained on her to address her grievance as well as proclaim her innocence. And it would have been up to the state and the federal government to prove beyond reasonable doubt her guilt. So she chose to put the car in motion. And again, we remove that accountability. You're trying to give the straw man to something that's not there. Those actions did not occur the way you think they did.
You know, another thing to consider too, and I'm curious why anybody hasn't brought up this point, but we gotta remember nowadays with all this camera footage and shit, with everybody with their camera phones at the timestamp when it started recording, we got the beginning of the tape when shit already hit the fan. You get what I'm saying? Like, right, we don't have any, we don't know how the interaction went prior to when it was time to shoot. You get what I'm saying? We always catching a snapshot of the interaction, and then we're trying to judge off of a snapshot, you know? So that's one thing to consider.
Yeah, there are multiple camera angles, so I think we should wait to see. But I want to pivot a little bit. Earlier, Tom Holman was interviewed about this, and he did not want to give an opinion about it because he thinks, the proper official is going to make the idea. But one question that was not asked of Tom Holman about immigration, and I don't know why nobody will ask him what the tally is on the people who are being deported from this country, because some people said, we're only deporting brown and blacks, and we're not. Do you have any data on how many Europeans are being deported back to their country?
Yeah, so there was actually a case that was just recently of a Polish man. He's a doctor in this country who failed to comply with his immigration orders and paperwork, and we deported him. And people were up in arms. I think that occurred out of New York. They were up in arms about that one. I mean, I think it's just selective cherry picking, but yes, we are deporting Europeans. Granted, they're not at the numbers. We are expelling people. We're doing that pretty regularly. In fact, we're actually removing, Rubio is tamping down, and the Biden administration did some of this too after the spy balloon. They started tamping down on Asians' ability to take certain courses or to be enrolled in certain colleges at certain exams or classes, and then they removed them and say your student visa is revoked and we're deporting you back to the country. So this has been going on across the administrations. I just think people aren't paying attention to them because they're generally somewhat peaceful extractions. What you're seeing is...
Thank you for that. I now have the example of the Polish doctor, because I've always been told we're not deporting anyone from Europe, and the Polish doctor example is a good thing to have in my back pocket, so I appreciate that. But in general, I would like to switch the conversation to Venezuela a little bit, only because Jameer and I had an interesting joust about that. It's in our replays for this room. But Jameer thinks, and I don't want to speak for you, Jameer, but you tend to think that what we did in Venezuela was illegal and wrong.
Correct.
Can you lay out why you think it was illegal and wrong?
Well, yeah, so, things like I remember I was in a room, I think Viking was there. I don't know if it wasn't, I'm not sure if it was this room, but we're talking about the situation, and Maduro was indicted for being the head of a drug cartel. I think it was something, the son or something. He was indicted for being the head of a drug trafficking cartel. And then I was saying on that stage that there's no proof. No one has presented any type of evidence. I'm asking, what evidence is there that Maduro committed a crime concerning drug trafficking?
And people said, well, no, there's evidence he was indicted. He was indicted. That's the evidence right there. But then it comes out in the news and in the New York Times and many other places that now the U.S. is backing off of that claim that he's the head of any kind of drug trafficking organization, and that through patronage, the Venezuelan government is complicit in drug trafficking, which, has been present in America historically for a long time too, the government being complicit in drug trafficking. Not to say that Venezuela's government is or isn't, but I'm just saying it's interesting how now that claim has been removed from Maduro, even though we've all been saying it's been a lie the entire time, but everybody's been going along with the narrative. So I'm just curious as to if anyone has any evidence of any any crime that Maduro has committed.
Well, I mean, all right. Aside from not acknowledging his loss of the election 3 times, that one overwhelmingly by the Venezuelan people have unanimously begged for help. Their immigration flood really started ramping up after Maduro's first election loss, in which he started targeting individuals, women, children, people who voted against him, jailing them up, killing them. And I'm sure we're going to see, as we go, the Venezuelan, the new government, or individuals there, as reporting on the ground will start to filter out. We'll start seeing where the burial mounds are, and we'll start to see these things start to matriculate. And this is just generally par for the course. We've seen this action before with some of these Latin American, I would say, dictators. And I don't like to use that phrase, but that's pretty much what he was. And then, aside from that, you have the embargo and the sanctions that were placed not just by the United States, but also the UN, other countries as well. They were circumventing it. The illegal mining, sales, and operations of oil to both Russia and China. That also went in contradiction to the UN and the U.S. sanctions that were placed upon that. Then you have the actual illicit drug trafficking that we can confirm from Colombia, and we have those by records that were brought to the UN. I forget her name, but she brought out and smuggled out all those records and asked for sanctuary in terms and protection from the Maduro regime. She brought that before the UN, and then you have him, kind of operating in a quasi-oppressive state for his own people, making them eat out of dumpsters. The terrorist label, and use the policies that granted the president power for that, as well as the Monroe and doctrine attended with the Monroe manifest. So I guess you would say, or the amendment there, and
It's form is always very beneficial, particularly with perfection, which it encounters.
You said that he beat out the trash cans.
Is identical in every event.
Literally the very thousands of people that were struggling that we watched on the news and that have come forward and now are thankful and saying that they can do evidence. We have evidence that we can see. It's on video. If you go ahead and watch it, we've known about this for 26 years, 20 years.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, so you're saying the vast majority of people are against Maduro and his government.
Yeah, Amir, how do you explain the countless people that I've seen since the removal of this Maduro? The people in South Florida, the people in Venezuela, you see people all over the world, express jubilation that this man has been taken down. How do you explain that? Do you think that's all?
The resulting compound disintegrates with explosive violence and slightest shock. And you might say then, in the language of Fenrir, if such an act of love is not love under will,
there are people who have expressed their issue with America thinking that
protests happening throughout the world against question, but you said no.
Let us consider in a figure the feelings of the molecule of hydrogen in the presence
about the Maduro regime being removed.
when oxygen or withdrawal.
Russia,
It is made to suffer intensely by the realization of the extremity of its deviation from the perfect type of moment
that are extremely happy about
Little
it.
satisfying to earn.
Like, Brazil, Argentina, Trinidad, Tobago, Aruba, even people in Colombia. You've got Cubans, you have people in Haiti and Dominican Republic. So these leaders are there, and then you even have the Mexican president trying to walk back her strong stance rhetoric, saying, well, I'm just not comfortable with the U.S. carrying this out. And more specifically, it is reminiscent of they just didn't like Trump doing this because we've repeated this. We did it with Noriega. So, I mean, the link I just posted, you're saying, that's saying there's thousands of
Little satisfying function of ultimate atomic consciousness.
The link I just posted.
And its operations must be refined from all confusion and contamination. Truly magical operations of love, all transcending,
where Venezuelan refugees
or
are
especially
actually
those of understanding,
and crying in the streets. So
his will really have been appreciated by those who have made the careful communistic study of the nation of Bina.
Not actually truthful.
Bina, for she is omniform as love and as
Is the world, this is just an opinion question with a follow-up. In your opinion, is the world a better place with him removed or not?
No. It's not a place.
Okay. So it's not. This is nothing to do. So you're not actually arguing. You're arguing. You're not arguing. I wasn't sure whether or not you believed it was a fair removal, or it was good that he's removed. It's just you just didn't like the way that they went about it. But you're actually saying no. The world would be better if he was currently there.
It's not a good thing that he was removed. And the thing what's going on is people are saying he's mismanaging the economy. The people are suffering under his rule, and it's because of him. But the part that people just disregard, even after I say it, you're just going to disregard it. But Venezuela is a socialist country that's operating in a capitalist working against the formula, making sure that it's difficult for the economy to work. So the blame that's solely on him to say that the things that are happening, and then to make up lies about him being there. Because again, we all have to agree, this is a lie. The American government has admitted that this is not true. To claim that he's the head of a drug trafficking cartel, to me that's nefarious. He is head of the cartel in Venezuela. It's actually in the indictment. You should read the indictment. So from 1920 to about the 1980s, Venezuela was it was one of the richest nations on the planet. It gained a lot of wealth. It was massively on its way to being one of the, like Dubai, if you will. It was the Dubai of Latin America. The problem that you have is when they decided to nationalize all the production of mineral rights and the oil, yes, it was doing okay. It wasn't increasing its GDP at the rate that it was prior to that, but it was still sufficiently doing okay until that point. It's actually when you start to see Chavez, who starts to I'm going to create a quasi-war with OPEC, I'm going to sit here and flood and manipulate the oil markets, where you start to see it fall. Chavez was good. I actually liked him. I thought he was really doing good for his people. He was fantastic. Now enter Maduro and his ilk. They decided that the power needed to rest at the top. And they had good social programs. We have good social programs. We have amazing social programs, especially with the amount of money we spend. We have really broad ones. We're not a purely socialist, and we're not a purely capitalist. And the problem with Maduro was that he decided that, hey, I'm going to sell this oil to adversaries that are generally against us anyway. And it's not even the right type of crude. We would have to refine it. We have to play around with it a lot of the time. Adversaries who are against us, when you say us, you're talking about the U.S.? China, Russia, against the U.S. and against other Latin American countries. That is just generally the spirit. Is it their sovereign right to sell oil to whoever they want to sell oil to? They can. You can try. You're going to say no. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. They can try, but you got, again, if Russia is under sanctions from the world, you don't necessarily get that right, like Iran has found out. And Viking, that's what me and you disagree. To me, a country is sovereign to sell whatever they want to whoever they want. They have that. They have the right. They have the right to sell, especially when you go to Israel about weapons. You can say, you know what, the U.S. is sovereign to its right to sell weapons to Israel, and no one can,
U.S. does have the right to sell weapons to Israel. No one's questioning the U.S.'s right to sell weapons. But you said that in the indictment, you said he was the head of a drug cartel in Venezuela. I said, what's the name of that cartel? You said it's in the indictment papers. You should read the indictment papers. That's what you said.
Trinidad, like everybody.
But that's not true. The government has already come out, and I don't know if you've been following the last couple of days, but they've come off of that claim that he's the head of a drug cartel. That's not true. It says, while the U.S. government accused Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro of leading a drug trafficking network known as the Cartel of the Suns and issued indictments, independent experts often viewed these claims, particularly about a formal organization under his direct command, as unsubstantiated before his capture in January 2026. The U.S. later revised its indictment, focusing on a patronage system, saying that, so now he's not the head of a drug cartel. There is no drug cartel that he's the head of. But no, rather,
it's Cartel de los Soles. Cartel of the Suns is the one is the high-ranking Venezuelan cartel in Venezuela. It's Cartel de los Soles.
Is it true that the U.S. government is no longer calling him the head of Cartel de los Soles?
No.
Is that true?
They've determined the character.
That's not
a 37-year-old mom. They didn't even know.
That's not anything I'm aware of. What did you just Jameer? Where did you just read that from?
I'm reading several different reports. Let me find you the most official.
So I did. The U.S. didn't retract on that claim. They actually made a modification to the indictment.
A report now on sanctuary policies in the state of Illinois. Immigration.
Because they wanted to include more than just like, hey, this is this specific charge. So they actually broadened it out to corrupt systems rather than the formal cartel.
Because enforcement, saying that Governor Pritzker has overseen the release of more than 1,700 dangerous criminal illegal aliens since the 20th of January.
Venezuela, end quote. So they modified it. They didn't retract it. They are still arguing he is the head of the cartel. Yes, they are. They just modified the indictment to include all the trafficking.
No,
not only related to that. Yes, it is. I'm reading it right now. You don't understand the words.
No, that's not
true. They modified it. Modification doesn't mean they retract their statement.
You're not listening.
Modification means
you haven't heard
they
the word
broadened it
out of my mouth. I'm agreeing with you that they modified it. They're not saying that he's the head of the Cartel of the Suns. They're not saying that anymore. They're saying that his government is complicit with the trafficking of drugs. That's what they're saying.
And no, they're saying he's using multiple systems under that.
His government is complicit with the trafficking of drugs. You're saying the same thing that I'm saying.
Jameer, I'm trying to get you out on the girl, right? Severe human rights violations, political retaliation, torture.
Can you
treatment, workplace conditions.
Can you show that?
Crackdown on political oppositions and freedoms.
I can say the same thing. I can say the same thing about Trump.
And I got
Trump, but I can say reports about Trump, and you would say that
why did 6 million people leave Venezuela? Why did 6 million Venezuelans?
Venezuela is operating under a capitalist world system that is making.
I don't know.
So everything where you say is that I can hear that you don't want to listen. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not using explanatory terms of what happened. I asked us to find the answer. The only way we...
I didn't say anything about it.
But you cut me off like 10 times.
No, I'm listening to you, but I'm saying you have to allow me to have a conversation with you. Like,
you can't allow conversations that beg for that when you just let Nathan finish.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I'll get right back to Nathan. I'm not. Hold on. Anthony can attest to the fact that I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm civil. I'm going to have a civil conversation with you, but it has to be a dialogue. All right, go ahead, Nathan. You got it.
Nathan, what was your point?
Hey, moderator, point of order. Can we use Robert's rules? Does anybody here know what Robert's rules is and be professional about this conversation? Stick to the topic.
So you don't, Jameer, you're saying that America doesn't have a right to assert its superpower status and prevent other countries in its own hemisphere, in its backyard, so to speak, from giving a positional advantage to its adversaries across the globe? We don't have the right to advocate for our interests?
we do have the right to advocate for our interests. We do not have the right to interfere in the politics of a sovereign government, to take the head of state of a government, say that he's the head of a drug trafficking organization, indict him on those charges, and then modify what we say concerning that by saying he's not the head of this drug trafficking organization. Rather, his entire government is complicit in the sale trafficking of drugs, especially when America historically has been notoriously guilty of this. So
I don't know if that's true because Donald Trump specifically said when he was asked on a gaggle about a month ago on the Air Force One, they asked him, why did you give a pardon to the Honduran president? And he specifically said that he doesn't believe that this patronage thing that you're talking about, just because he's the country and he's the head of the country, then that makes him automatically responsible. Donald Trump specifically voiced his disagreement with that take. So unless you're saying that Donald Trump is speaking in hypocrisy against his own administration.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying Donald Trump spoke in opposition to what?
To the idea that just because you're in charge of the country, you're by default responsible for the drug trade that's happening in the country.
Well, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, Donald Trump spoke against that, then what are name me the crimes? Name me like, all right, he sold he sold drugs to this, or he
harbored terrorists.
Right, give me an example.
He's a migrant.
Give me one example. You said he harbored terrorists. Give me one.
Yeah. So Hamas is allowed to operate in Iran. In Venezuela without any,
Can you substantiate that? Can you substantiate?
Yeah.
I think it's Hezbollah.
Hezbollah or Hamas, either one. Those
If you can
that is already. What do you mean substantiated?
I mean, because the last guy said, Viking said that he made people eat garbage out of the trash can. Now that's not. And then when I say, can you prove it? He says, well, just look at the many videos of people saying that we eat garbage out of the trash can. That's different than what you're making people eat garbage. You know what I'm saying? This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying. That's your concession you have. So you have narco-terrorism, which is a growing category outside. And so constantly citing that they're all required with that
definitely there are some obstacles multiple cartels
trafficking cocaine into the United States and other nations as part of a broader plan to aid terrorism-linked organizations as decreed by multiple entities.
These are claims. These are claims.
It's up to them to prove their case. So again, then he has the cocaine importation in trial, which is basically a scheme that he alleged to import, distribute, and ship cocaine into the U.S. and multiple other nations. This is actually a really big crime, and other nations. You're right. He's going to have to stay in court. That's all I'm saying. That's up to the U.S. to determine that. And he's not considered the duly elected leader of the country, so he is
according to 60 other nations.
Yeah, I have one more question for that.
So again, you have the possession of weapons and destructive devices in furtherance of criminal activity, which is also alleged enabled cartels and other entities, including terrorist-linked organizations, to receive weapons and other explosive, incendiary, and other implements to cause harm on the United States and other nations.
Hold on. And then conspiracy
possess and use weapons and distribute them among entities. It is alleging that he was planning and has agreed and supplied multiple other contingents with these weapons in direct violation of sanctions, embargoes, and other world UN information.
But I just want to say, if you're an honest man, in the history of the FBI, the CIA, have they ever told a lie against a world leader? Ever? That's never happened. Of course. So does it stand beyond the realm of possibility that a lie may be being told on a world leader? Is that possible?
So you mean to tell me that the U.S.
I'm just asking.
On this case, I don't believe that there is.
But just answer his question. The question is, it possible possible? The answer is yes, anything is possible.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. You can tell that there's a agenda. If someone won't answer that question honestly, of course, it's not beyond the realm of possibility for organizations to have a history.
All right, let me ask you.
Do you think it's likely? No, hold on. I'm laying right here. I'm saying. So all I'm saying is, instead of dealing with, because the way that you're speaking about the situation and the door and all these things, you're speaking as if he is a criminal, instead of acknowledging the fact, like I'm making you do, that he's being alleged of these crimes, and we haven't seen any evidence to substantiate. All we have heard is claims. So we have seen people. We have So that's what I'm saying. We have to deal with it.
Jameer, there's a difference between evidence and proof. There's plenty of evidence. Okay, there are people who lived under his rule, who have escaped his rule, who live in South Florida and other places, who've given evidence, which is eyewitness testimony. Their own lived experience has been expressed. But you write it off as, oh, they're living in a communist world, and they're blah, 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 whatever you said. Well, my point to you is, my point is, there is evidence that Maduro, there is not proof, because proof requires me to take you to Venezuela myself, to walk you around, and show you the dead carcasses, the torture chambers myself. I can't show you proof. It's almost disingenuous to ask me.
That's not true, man.
What I can do is establish, I can paint a pattern with the countless voices that I've heard. When I hear people like Anna Navarro, I brought her up to you before but you don't like her because she's, I guess, poisoned by the American. I mentioned Anna Navarro to you in a previous discussion, and you told me she is the #1 Trump hater in America, you can argue. And she came out and expressed in a recognition and recognized and appreciated the move to remove Maduro from power.
When did I speak against her? You said
when I brought up Anna Navarro to you in a past discussion, you told me she's biased because she comes from the American way.
That's not true.
What did you say about her? When I used her as an example.
No, we've never had a conversation about Anna Navarro. We've never had a conversation about her, for one.
Jameer, excuse me, Jameer, you're not being honest or you're forgetting.
Yeah,
because if you go back and listen to our replay, I've
posted a link in the chat because you're saying I have eyewitnesses accounts on the ground, people from Venezuela who are saying how the people are feeling. I have eyewitnesses accounts on the contrary. I just posted it in the chat. Now you're saying I'm choosing to listen to certain voices and not other voices, and I have the same voice towards you.
Wait.
I would argue that you're not listening to this voice. This voice is speaking completely contrary to what you're saying.
Who actually she was the opposition leader.
She's not the opposition leader. She was the opposition
leader. Just ignore whatever the fuck. Go ahead. She went to the UN, provided documentation. She actually said, hey, there is massive civil rights or human rights violations. She spoke at Great Lake with a multitude of other nations to the tune that Manfinity is right. She got 60 nations that work directly with Venezuela to corroborate her testimony and the facts that they did, as well as the United States, about the fact that human rights
keep repeating themselves. And it's like, no matter how much work you do, it's like amazing. You'll like meet with them again and they'll just like repeat the same story.
She provided the evidence, and you're saying, according to me, either you're retarded or you don't just believe anybody except what.
Okay. Does Machado? That's what I'm saying. It's too emotional to have a conversation. Just relax. I'm saying.
No, you can't even hold your mouth shut. Somebody else is talking and actually providing the evidence. No, I don't have to relax, dude. I don't listen to what you say. Just basically cut off everybody that they try to hold the evidence so long and you're fucking ignoring absolutely everything going. Let's have a conversation while you're talking. No, I don't want to have a conversation. I need to have a conversation.
There's a man named John Kitover, never blinks an eye, streaming every song of every breath that passes by. Candles on the desk, ancient books stacked high, taught teaching wisdom while the Wi-Fi never died. He's live on Clubhouse, X and Spaces yet unnamed, recording every syllable like silence is a game. Yoga mat unrolling as the holy bell goes ding. John, get over. He says one thing. Oh, communication. This knows it. John, get over. Smile, take the deepest breath of the day. Focus 10 seconds, feel eternal. When the leaves dream never end. Ring the bell, align the stars, and breathe it in again. A magician of the Lima with a live stream glow. Crowley in the morning, Kabbalah after the show. Tree of life behind him, mic turned up just so. Every sephira illuminated in a soft blue glow. Lotus pose on camera, chakras in a row. Mute your mind, says John, get over and let awareness flow. He reads some ancient wisdom like it dropped last night, then quotes it mid-sentence in a very modern light. Oh, communication is hypnosis. John Kitover counts the seconds, calm and ceremonious. 10 seconds, don't rush it. Let the bell begin to ring. Democracy, divinity, and long stream everything. Writing candidate for Congress, pen held like a wand. John Kitover manifests a bill with will and calm. Policy meets prophecy, balance meets the soul. Raise your vibration, also please remember to enroll. He's archiving the moment, every cough, every sigh, turning real-time living to audio supply. Content from the cosmos, produced in sacred space with the mind of mantra.
The guy. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to give him the hats off because he did it with minimal damage to the infrastructure, literally minimal.
Very center face. Ask him what he's doing. He'll answer you nice and slow. I'm documenting consciousness, also hosting a show. Bell rings once for presence, twice for cosmic bliss, 3 times if you forgot to like, subscribe, and coexist. All communication is hypnosis. John Kitover breathes out the moment, knows it knows.
everything, and he's leaving it to his DOJ to actually say, hey, now prosecute the guy. And 60 other nations, majority of the world is actually backing this decision. So it's
There's a man named John Kitover, never blinks an eye, streaming every sunrise.
I'm reading your prompt. It says, a hypnotic satirical track about John Kitover, a thelemic magician live streaming his consciousness 24/7. Whispered vocals, mantra-like choruses, and ritual imagery blend breathwork, bells, Kabbalah, and Taoist philosophy with live stream culture, creating a surreal commentary on spirituality in the age of constant broadcasting.
Every breath that passes by, candles on the desk, ancient books stacked high, taught teaching wisdom while the Wi-Fi never died. He's live on clubhouse, X and spaces yet unnamed, recording every syllable like silence is a game. Yoga mat unrolling as the holy bell goes ding. John Kitover clears his throat and gently says one thing. Oh, communication, this hypnosis. John Kitover smiles, take the deepest breath of the day. Focus 10 seconds, feel eternal when the leaves dream never end. Ring the bell, align the stars, and breathe it in again.
Then you've created the first John Kitover.
With a live stream glow. Crowley in the morning.
I don't know, you created a John Kitover song. Does this mean we have achieved the critical mass that Marshall Rankin's always talking about?
They're not going to accomplish anything. They haven't achieved critical mass. Lotus pose on camera. Chakras in a row. Mute your mind, says John Kitover, and let awareness flow. He reads some ancient wisdom like it dropped last night. Then quotes it mid-sentence in a very modern light. Oh, communication is hypnosis. John Kitover counts the seconds, comment ceremonies. 10 seconds, don't rush it. Let the bell begin to ring. Democracy, divinity, There's a man named John Kitover, never blinks an eye, streaming every sunrise, every breath that passes by. Candles on the desk, ancient books stacked high, tall teaching with wisdom while the Wi-Fi never died. He's live on Clubhouse, sex and spaces yet unnamed, recording every syllable like silence is a game. Yoga mat unrolling as the holy bell goes ding. John Kitover clears his throat and gently says one thing. Oh, communication, this it knows is. John Kitover smiles, take the deepest breath of the day. Focus 10 seconds, feel eternal. When the leaves dream never end. Bring the bell, align the stars, and breathe it in again.
Damn it, I'm having a hard time creating. I keep getting create fail due to internal error. Please wait a few seconds, try again. So, sucks.
Happen to have gotten a nice fat check from the United States afterwards. Or from
House in Ohio.
Right, exactly. I guess I forget what the gentleman name who runs this room is. He left. He put me as a moderator, and I'm like, I'm gonna be here pretty soon myself. I'm chilling this afternoon, but I got a soccer game I want to watch at 3 o'clock. Go Liverpool. Even though they're gonna get killed. But that's why I made you a moderator, Brad. It's just because I'm like, I'm not gonna be sticking. I don't know if you want the room.
I'm gonna be sticking around. I am at work.
I was in kidnappers and.
Does anybody else want to speak on this? Nathan, I just saw you come off mic, black. Like I said, I was made moderator. I had no intention of the room.
So one of my close friends, man, we used to work together at AT&T many years ago. He came to the United States as a kid, and his mom had to flee. Actually, when I was living in Mexico back and forth for the last 4.5 years, this person owned a business, a pizza place, and her family just happened to be Venezuela. That recently migrated to Mexico. This stuff is what Maduro did and that type of government did was horrific. I mean, this guy, it's a video. He point his finger at businesses and just take that shit over. I mean, he locked up people if he pushed back against the administration. It's reports that he shot at protesters. I mean, this guy, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy to me. As you can see in my PTR, is hilarious that these extremists on the left, so that the one moment they support the daycare fraud event, and then she's like, sorry, I can't go to the daycare fraud event. I'll be at the release Maduro party. You know, this stuff is crazy to me. We've seen boats heading towards the Caribbean from Venezuela. Now, they say, oh, it's fishing boats. Got it. They sent more boats. That seemed kind of strange. And now they're seeing 3 in a row in a triangle formation. You know, this stuff is crazy. Like, Maduro was doing these type of things. This dude was dirty as hell. And, look, Trump did the correct thing. I mean, he did the correct thing. they're going to benefit from it eventually, the people from Venezuela. And I hope that lady who have a broken up family, they get an opportunity to go back and see their loved ones one day, and good things will come from it.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing that Maduro been taken out. I mean, God bless the U.S. troops that did it. That fucking the real heroes of the day, not these liberal Democrat cocksucking motherfuckers that come on this app and run their fucking mouths all day. It's the men that do shit who are the fucking heroes and the knights of this motherfucking earth, and they run shit.
Jump off. I'll talk to you guys later.
So, yeah, I mean, I might move the room then, unless anybody else, Matt, if you want to come up, let's see. Anybody else?
I'm out of here too. God bless. Peace out.
Nonetheless, I just said that we're sending billions of dollars to people that don't really relate to us. Same thing.
And again, did they revolt because
How does Ukraine represent us?
They revolt because they were not being represented for their taxes.
Yeah, but are we flying our flags in Ukraine?
Did she say no taxation without representation, or did it say no taxation?
It doesn't matter, right? I'm just saying this.
Yes,
right?
it does matter.
Are we flying our flag in Ukraine? All right, man.
He's a topic switcher.
I sure am.
That's that partial and fuzzy logic you done applied to this shit. Either it is or it isn't. The shit didn't say no taxation. It said taxation without representation. But we gonna just make it taxation and act like that's the fulcrum that everything pivots on. Are we gonna apply logic evenly or not? Are we gonna be consistent with the logic or not?
America's an arms buggy anyway, man.
All I'm just saying is, listen, even if I get something wrong, you know exactly what I'm trying to say. Even if I have half the facts, you know exactly what we fought for. And I'm just saying, billions of dollars that we ourselves can have here are being sent to freaking elsewhere, where we don't even fly our flags. That's what I'm saying. You can't dispute that. Why do you have a counter argument?
Can you spell assumption? Can you spell assume?
Yeah, sure.
So what happens when you assume shit?
What am I assuming? What assumption
that
that
America doesn't have a dynamic? You're assuming you say we can't send money to other countries while Americans are broke. You're assuming that Americans are broke. They're not. As a matter of fact, if you balanced and weighted American income per capita versus every other country in the world. Stop.
Michigan did not have clean drinking water until recently.
What are you talking about?
Wait. You know what, man? Have it. You know what, man? Keep up. You know what, man? Have it.
Flint, Michigan didn't have clean water until recently. Now, let's take Flint, Michigan and balance against every other municipality in the world who don't have clean drinking water. Let's balance them against each other. Wait a minute. What? This is what we do. We try to take America and then hold it up a battle or fight it against itself. We don't take any real accounting for how America stands when it comes to the rest of the entire planet. Americans make more money than everybody else. Okay.
I don't care. How you gonna take care outside the house while your house is not even fixed yet?
Well, that's why we taking care of home now. Now what? We taking care of home now. Now.
You know what? Okay. The funny part, so what you're arguing for ICE to keep removing immigrants, aren't you?
Say what?
You're arguing for ICE to keep removing immigrants. You said take care of home first. Well, if our home has got a whole bunch of people here who are benefiting from the system and not contributing to the system and who are here already illegally, you are advocating for ICE to remove those people. You said take care of home.
I was never against ICE doing what they need to do. They need to do it correctly. That's all I'm saying.
Correctly?
What is correctly?
For real?
Like, ask them, please. Can I please see your identification? Can you please?
No, you can't roll up to my house You can't
Yes,
rob my house.
you're illegal.
And then,
Yes,
and then
you can.
how do you know? How do you
What do
know
you
they're illegal?
mean?
Exactly.
Do you not? I guess he must not know how law is and how law enforcement, the different levels of law enforcement agencies and how they're able to even figure out who's who. Like, come on, dude.
Let me ask you a question. So you say that they have to know that that the thing is happening. They have to know it, right? So if they get a call that is reporting illegal immigrants at a place, would you count that as them knowing?
Yeah, sure. They'll have to say, hey.
If the employer has a history of 80% of the population that's employed at that company are all illegal immigrants, do they know? Is it
The employers are fine, of course they'll know.
Is it justified that the officers investigate the employers?
Oh, absolutely. So you come to my house, yeah, like you say, hey, I'm coming for X, Y, and Z. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you can go talk to him over there. He's over there. I'm not gonna, like, you can't just come into my property and just start to question anybody like that. Like, no, you're in my house. You're coming, okay, hey, okay, I have to, like you said, I have to let you. Very good. Very good.
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Robert's rules. Let's stick to the topic and be gentlemen.
Will Maduro snitch on the dead?
After being humiliated like that, I don't put nothing past nobody.
That was how much is in it for him? Maduro was the whiffle.
Oh. I heard the reasons why he had so many change of costumes because he defecated on himself multiple times. Hell. I mean, who can blame him? Shit, you asked to be picked up and Delta Force showed up. Shit, I would too. Fuck. Damn, that's crazy though. Imagine you at home, bro. Knock. Oh shit. Who's there? Uncle Sam.
Who put the title up? Do you want to elaborate on why you put this up? What is there something going on? What happened in the Dems? I don't know. Hey, but did you change the topic? Nine? Any of y'all?
I didn't.
I changed it, just give you guys something to talk about.
Yeah, so can you tell me, is there something going on with him and him switching on the Democrats? Why do you put that up?
Illegals and legals.
America, the leading cause of individual health care debt.
Which influences people.
House chooses to count. COLONII.
You don't cut them down and tell them they're not worshiping the same God or whatever.
I mean, with Christianity, it's like complicated because technically speaking, the Catholics did come first, kind of with Constantine. Then Lutherans believe in this, and then we have Pentecostal, then we have the Mormons that generally believe Jesus came to America for some reason.
You got to realize, buddy, when Jesus left, there's some years that it goes silent and doesn't speak about who he was, and some say that for his uncle Joseph, who was a mariner, he was a treated on the sea, so he could have been in America, he could have been in India, we don't know, because they didn't put it in our scripture.
I kind of believe that.
Wow, you can't actually get the room to stop playing. You have to restart the phone because some kind of system error with the app. It's amazing.
Hello, Moto.
A ground plan and an elevation. Neither, but is false in nearly every respect. Each is partial. Each lacks depth. So on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building actually is. Also, illusions, as they are. No other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth which they intend. This is the reality, hidden in all the illusions of the intellect. And this is the basis of the necessity for the aspirant having his knowledge accurate and adequate. A grand plan and an elevation. Neither, but is
That could work if they're because they're we're so far apart, the Democrats and the Republicans, that somebody kind of
So Kamala for vice again is what you're saying?
I don't know if America, because I what I understood just from people talking and stuff that the fact that she was a black woman bothered them, which is extremely sad. But that's a lot of white men don't like that.
It's too bad Elizabeth Warren isn't something more profound, because she's a sharp lady and she's cute. She's like 60 something, like she could be. Yes, yeah, Pocahontas.
Yeah, she should have studied genetics
She's a great person though to like encompass a lot of people that like could be in combo with someone else,
Yeah, but she didn't do her due diligence when talking about genealogy, and then she embarrassed herself, and that's unfortunate.
Could you imagine Benjamin ever voting for her? Like, you'll never get the Benjamin vote, right? Sort of in the middle, want to vote Democrat, but just can't do it.
I actually went to an Elizabeth Warren rally. I had photographs with her.
You support her? You still support her?
I don't think it's weird. Yeah, but my favorite is Susan Rice.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to chime in. So
They're just not.
I agree. I do agree with you. I do agree with you, Susan Rice. I just don't know if she has the charisma to be president, but she is an amazing choice.
Just a quick update.
I don't know how I want me if she doesn't have the charisma. Like, she's got it.
Wait, give me a second. Just an update. 1 minute ago, there was a report that J.D. Vance said, I don't know whose mic is on, but J.D. Vance said that the killing of Renee Nicole Good was a tragedy of her own making. That is all.
How about Mark Kelly?
Well, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, that was people taking accountability is not really a strong point.
Yeah, you saw Trump's remarks from yesterday. Yeah, but you were saying, I don't really like Kamala Harris, but I don't mind her. I'm just not sure. I don't know if it's the country's not ready or I think Democrats need to win 2028, like with it, to start kind of like fixing all the shit that Trump broke. I don't think we can risk it, bro. I don't think we can handle advanced presidency. So I don't know. I'm not sure if like it's a good idea to rerun Harris. Not yet, at least.
What I find interesting is Zuckerberg being a Republican. That to me seems so outrageous because I know he didn't start out that way, and that he's like following in line with all the other, mega millionaires, billionaires. So I think a lot of money needs to be put in too, a lot of backers.
It's not that, AJ. It's the fact that he has to protect his money, just like other pseudo CEOs in this world who believe that money is everything over humanity, right? So that's all he had to do. He had to do what he had to do to protect his funding.
It seems like we're so in the me stage of now, like what if you don't stand, like it's just to change your whole way of thinking just because of money seems absurd to me, but apparently it's not to these mega billionaires.
I think there may be a bit of an answer to that. So in the past, there was an idea that you have to answer to God for some sort of a moral leaning towards doing something that is right. So once we have, I'm not advocating religion, by the way. I'm just stating, what had happened. So, if everything that you see today that's all there is, right? So after you are dead, there's nothing more. So I might as well have more of what I have, despite of what happens to somebody else, right? Why should I care about anything? Pointing out the psychological element of how we, our perspective and so forth, plays a part, how we act out in our life.
Perspective plays out in our life. So profound.
Yeah. So like whether you are happy or unhappy or how you view things, largely is based on your perspective of things, right?
No. What about your resources?
The whole place that we know research that people who have religious leaning, they tend to be much more happier than
Depends if they believe it.
Well, I mean, I'm just quoting what the research has discovered, right? I'm not debating whether it's right or wrong, right? But I'm just simply saying that your perspective has an effect on your mood and your happiness or unhappiness.
Of course, your perspective is based upon all of the inputs.
Right. That's why all I was trying to.
Oh, I thought you were saying something profound. Not obvious.
Is Jasmine Crockett married? She's not, is she?
Not sure.
Imagine the irony if it's like, if it was like Gavin, imagine this lasso. Like you have Gavin Newsom, tall white, business guy, president guy, common, but Dem and fresh air. And then Jasmine is vice, right? But she comes in and she doesn't have like the picturesque family like Gavin does because she's single, right? And she just runs that. Or she's a lesbian, it turns out. So not only do we have a black female bias, but she's also like, dude, this could just go so many directions depending on what's going on. It's pretty funny.
Who's running? Oprah Winfrey would win just that,
remember
for
people.
that.
I don't even think so. Probably Oprah might have been able to after Obama.
So why Jasmine Crockett? You know, I live in Texas. I like her in testimony because she's fiery and whatnot. However, I think if you want to actually win an election in Texas, James Tallarico can get enough people to cross the whatever. They can put their racism.
He is really good. I forgot about Tallarico.
He's right down the road from me. I play volleyball in his district all the time.
Oh, nice, dude. You play sand, right?
Yeah, I stopped playing indoor
Years ago. A few years ago.
15 years ago. Yeah, but I started club. You that call? Or are you here?
No, I'm here. Yeah. Two-man sand, dude. I remember. Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
Only way to go.
Hero's here, or is he still here? He was here. Oh, he's here. Well, I'm just on him on. Anyway, he plays some.
Yeah, James Tallarico. He's a good dude. He could be a perfect.
He's the antidote to the hypocristians.
Yeah, exactly. He could be perfect.
He's got the. He can bear the cross. Let's put it that way. And he's been a legislator longer than Obama.
I mean, you gotta give Mamdani, I think, a lot of credit just for the way he's carried himself through everything he's done, and I think that's part of what we need too, is just like his, even if whatever, he's a cultural Muslim, I'm sure he doesn't believe that, like, Muhammad split them back of a weird horse thing, right? Like, he's just that guy that's like a good representative, in my opinion, the way he carries himself. We need someone like that can, like, smile through the fucking shit these guys try to drag you and just own them.
I think that's why Obama did so well, because he's very calm and he gave confidence to the United States. So, and the things were not so calm.
I would favor changing the Constitution to let Mamdani run for president.
Whoa, soldier. Let's see how he does. He just got into office.
Yeah, I know. We'll carry it at this point.
You have the attention span of not a millennial, but like a Zoomer. Chill out, bro.
Who, me or him?
Well, I'm just saying, political attention span. Mamdani, he just took office. See how he does. He's got I don't know what to do. You want competency. He's made some claims. He's facing some headwinds. Let's see how he does. Evaluate. This is an iterative thing called life. Everybody thinks it's a one-shot prompt every time they talk.
Oh yeah, cut out for me a little bit really quick just to clarify. If anyone was talking about what I referenced, I'm just saying his style and approach to this game, the way he did it, I thought was brilliant. But that's just my opinion.
You've got to compare it to the Trump administration. So it's sort of like it's 1 minute it's here, 1 minute it's there, and when we talk about being competent, so
nothing compares right now.
They out at the moment, right?
They just shot somebody with the secret police. What the fuck are you talking about?
So do you think it's better?
Can we find out where you live? So long. Where are you in the UK?
I am in the UK, yes.
Right.
So if you were to measure in terms of like competency, right? So you don't necessarily need to be that competent. It's just how you paint a picture of how well you are doing, right?
Can we talk about Can we talk about art? Like, isn't there one thing that the press always leaves off? That if these neoliberals would have put into art school, Adolf and Trump, both, they could be somewhere else. Let them paint. A little bit more Bob Ross in schools.
Do you think that somebody with, do you think we're going to like do a pendulum thing where going to have somebody that has a more of a political campaign or not political career versus someone like Trump who has nothing. He doesn't have any background in politics whatsoever. So do you think that we're going to see that swing happen?
He has a background in corruption and he broke the system. So maybe the prerequisites going forward, if we don't change the laws back and get some no kings shit going on, then we probably aren't going to have much other than a corrupt mafia government.
Well, that was the whole thing. He was like, politicians are corrupt, policy corrupt, government's corrupt. That's why you need to vote for me. So, he's corrupt, but that didn't even matter to people. It was the fact that their ideas of what government were I have the flu, I'm sorry. Probably shouldn't be talking. We're not right. For better lack of
Myrna, I think, do you think Mamdani believes the LARP any more than Mehdi Hassan believes the LARP, even though he says, yeah, I do believe the supernatural claims in the Quran, when he was talking to like Hitchens or Dawkins or someone in some interview a long time ago? Like, you think these guys really believe it? I don't think they do. I think it's just a remnant of the whole thing. Just like they're in a power position, they're media faces, or they're in a leadership position, and you have to appeal to the crowd to some degree to be accepted. And I just think that's all it is, and that's cultural.
For sure. I mean, Mehdi Hassan, of course, has like the Muslim verse. Can you imagine if he started saying like all this shit is nonsense? He'd lose his job. He'd lose his ratings, 100%.
So it is in the United States that you need to be on the side of God and on the side of Christianity and so forth. Not so much in the UK, but it's sort of like a prerequisite. Even if you don't, but you've got to pretend that you do, right?
I wonder if they had a Jewish president, would they just have menorahs everywhere, or would they still do the Christmas stuff in the White House? Just out of curiosity.
Some of the most enthusiastic Christmas decorators that I know, people I do up their house, are Jewish. I don't know why. I just think it's kind of.
No, I'm Jewish and I love Christmas. I'm like.
Okay, so will you explain it to me then? I'm curious.
No, like that's why I'm here. Like I'm actually very curious to see if what would happen, because as a Jew, feel like I when Christmas comes around, it's like I feel left out. So I have to kind of make myself feel a little bit better. So when I was growing up, I had a tree.
Such a conformist.
No, it's not that.
Well, actually, that's what makes me secular Jew.
It's not being conformist. It's just
Hello?
the holiday is really nice.
Hello.
It's a nice holiday.
Just make sure the ornaments are.
Hello.
You don't have to find out because it actually happened this year. The White House didn't decorate any trees or anything, but they put a big menorah in the big front of the White House lawn. So now you know. Even when they're not Jewish, they put a...
What?
Okay. Well, that was interesting. Not factual, but it was interesting.
Hello. There you go. Hello? What's up, hero? They don't like
it. You dropped me because you don't like the truth. The fact is they didn't decorate any Christmas trees in the White House. Go look it up yourself. But maybe they were in Mar-a-Lago. What would explain that? What would explain that? What would explain not decorating it?
Why is it
being in Mar-a-Lago, drinking and pretending they were the Great Gatsbys?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Jews do.
Where does it say they didn't have a Christmas tree?
I got pictures of the Christmas tree right here.
Yeah,
Resistance.
Melania.
Where does it say it doesn't? Where does it say they doesn't have a Christmas tree?
Who cares, bro? Why is a Christmas tree that important, bro?
Where does it say they didn't have a Christmas tree in the White House in 2025?
Yeah, there's pictures of it. It's stupid.
And the whole room.
Go look it up on the website.
I just looked it up on the
You ain't
website.
looked up shit.
I looked it up, you motherfucker.
Burn all the Christmas
Tell me, what website? Why don't you look it up on the website?
How did we do that you all thing again? Y'all, one mic. You want a conversation, do it one mic.
I'm asking resistance. I'd like to ask him.
There's no way to ask it respectfully. It's just something that he's not respecting your time enough to Google something that takes 4 seconds.
Well, he's a
Clearly
dumb
everybody on
animal.
stage did.
He's an
I don't know why everybody would actually.
animal, subhuman
They
animal.
can't be an animal when your ancestors and your fathers do is circumcisions with their mouth. So I guess they're just normal, right?
I'm simply asking you, sir, in the language that you appear to, you mimic the sound.
If I was mimicking your language, I'd be talking like your filthy mother, those dirty Jews.
Listen,
I don't think you're doing
where does it say that the White House didn't have a Christmas tree in 2025? Because I looked it up, it says they did. So what website are you reading? Oh, is he gone?
The fact that he even got you to look it up is stunning.
Well, he's an
The fact that
idiot.
he even got you to look it up, like he was like you weren't sure, and you had to look it up.
I was astounded. And I had to double check to verify because I didn't want to sound stupid. Like, yeah.
Well, you heard me the first second he said it, said, yeah, that's factually not correct, then I moved him to the audience instantly. I guess somebody felt the need to bring him up to, like, verify. Like, what are we doing?
Well, so, okay, hold on a second. Chinga's been trying to talk. Chinga, do you have something you want to say?
Not really. I'm just causing trouble.
Okay, let's not cause trouble here. We're causing enough of it.
That's what we do here.
My Christmas tree
That's what we
situation
do here.
was asked because the fact that that is one of the things that the First Lady does. It's a big thing. It's a big tradition. So speaking on the fact of traditions, if it was a Jewish person that was president and, possibly Jewish First Lady, would they still adhere to that tradition or not? That was more of my question, not necessarily just Christmas trees in itself.
Okay, now that we know that there are Christmas trees at the White House, anyone want to keep going?
I think Chiga said that they should be set ablaze. And by now, if you still have a Christmas tree up, you probably are running a foul of the fire.
Afoul of what? My Christmas tree is still up.
Unless it's a fake tree, is it a real tree?
It's not a real tree. It is a fake tree, and it's just hanging out. Why are we judging people?
It's just like your belief in Jesus is fake.
Why are we assuming things? Anyways, as we move forward.
You let Benjamin cause trouble? Was it because he's white?
I did not let Benjamin cause trouble. I involved Benjamin on his trouble.
Let him do whatever he wants.
Sounds right.
Monkey.
That's right.
Oh dear. Benjamin, did I let you cause trouble? Did I stop you when you were causing trouble with my friend the other one yesterday?
He's a little mute at the moment. Wonderful.
Wow. Okay, so here's the thing. This room started out with the name PSYOP in the title, right? Like, is everything a PSYOP or something similar? So now I'm just curious if resistance here is a PSYOP. That's my curiosity.
No, he's just stupid and anti-Semitic. I mean, what the curiosity doesn't. There's other things in life to be curious for. Don't
As soon as he said hello, you heard the first consonant come out of his mouth. You knew he was in.
Don't feed the troll.
Excited.
Don't feed the troll.
I think Pro is a psyop.
Appreciate you not spreading that out.
Pro
videos of him never missing a free throw or a three-pointer, you know he's a robot.
Posted my first day on TikTok in months and months of shooting kids.
Did you see that AI one?
Is that how you got over the Celtics losing to the second string Nuggets?
Yeah, damn it. How did you? That's exactly what it is. My frustration with the Celtics lose, I don't shoot.
Okay, so I have to ask this question. Is it the same Celtics that maybe won? I heard the Celtics won in 2024, I think, or 2023. Is this like the same team, or did they change?
You were
or
good
what?
with 24. You were good with 24, right off.
You know how it is with Joe Pros AI?
It's not exactly like that. I don't know that Tatum. No, Tatum's injured.
I didn't hear a thing you said, but why am I AI?
Because no one in the world could possibly look like you.
He's from Boston. They all look like him. What are you
I was
kidding?
gonna say, Early, Matt Damon.
He has such a Boston look. It's not funny. It's like, it's all over you. Makes you laugh.
Yeah, I have a question for my friend. That photo in your PTR, has that been AI or something? Because that doesn't comport with reality. In the video, the person on the right side was the neighbor, and he had like a tan color hat on. That passenger side door wasn't open, and the person on the side, yeah, there was no gun on that side. The gun was on the left side of the car. So something's weird about that photo.
I think it was AI, but it shows that
You should probably take that off.
Yeah, and the door being open.
Well, I don't have to just because you told me to.
No, but you're trying to tell a story with something fake.
You didn't even let me speak. I tried to.
Does that bother you?
Well, he did.
I'll tell you what bothers me. If you asked, I'll tell you what bothers me. Actually, because you asked, is I was sitting here on mute. I wasn't saying anything. You said you had a question for me, and as soon as I attempted to answer and respond to your question, you immediately talked over. You told me what I'm to do. You said I'm trying to push.
About what you're bothered by.
What's that? Why are you talking?
What
I'm bothered by people like you.
Stop screaming, bro.
LOL.
I'm bothered by people like you.
So you put a fake.
I'm bothered by people like that.
I know you put a fake image up as your PTR. It's fake, and it's known to be fake, and yet you want to defend it and then get mad at people who call you out. Funny.
Let's do an Uncle Steve. See if he wants fresh five. Okay, I can even summon the voice.
Fresh five. Don't you have to take a time off for 5?
My friend, why don't you come on up? Fresh five. No screaming. Start over. Do not address anyone by name. And then you can proceed.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond. I mean, he asked me a question, and then when I was trying to respond, he started talking over me, which I think is rude and kind of like pushing me into a corner. It's like leading the witness. I put this picture up because I was trying to illustrate a point in another conversation. And I've been driving around all day and I haven't had a chance to change it. I don't think that I have to change the photo though, certainly not simply because somebody asks me to. I can put whatever photo up I want. And the only thing that is accurate about this photo, and really the point of it, is that it does show that the guy who shot her was standing in the right place. Might have been a neighbor on the passenger side, and the door on the passenger side went, and I readily admitted, yeah, I think this is from AI. I saw a video where they like entered it into AI and scanned up and did the bird's eye view, and I think it illustrates one point and one point only, which is that the all shot her was standing basically where the driver's side headlight would have been pointing.
So, if a couple things are clear about that photo, why do you think it clearly illustrates where the officer in front was?
Because I saw the video, and that's where the officer was standing in the video.
I've seen videos too, but see, I mean, look, I've done things too before. I've done something and I realized later it was wrong or fake. I feel very strongly compelled to take that shit as soon as possible. But you have been both fooled and are sort of like proud of it. It's weird.
No, I didn't say that either. I think you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say I'm proud of it. I said that I put it up here to prove a point.
That's my official.
Why are you talking?
Why are you doing it?
Well, because I was responding to him, I didn't interrupt him, and now he's interrupting me. It's very rude behavior. It's very challenging on an audio.
Mom talk to you? Is this how your mom talked to you?
No, my mother. No, my parents are very respectful people. My parents are both very respectful people. The problem is we're on an audio app and we don't know each other and there's no visual cues to
Some of us
see.
do know each other.
Well, I don't know you guys and I can't see anybody. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute up.
That's a good thing, yeah. That's the first.
I'll just stay on mute. Enjoy your echo chamber here.
Wait, can I just say something real quick? So, because
No, I'm not afraid at all. I'm trying to remember.
You said you were gonna be on mute though.
I didn't say I'm afraid. I said that you're being rude and you're not letting me
I
speak,
said you were
sir.
afraid.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. I think
Be on
you're
mute.
being
You're
rude.
gonna be on mute like you were.
No, I'm not afraid to be on mute.
You said you were gonna be on
I'm
mute,
trying
right?
to be kind and cordial
Guys,
and
guys.
engaging debate, and you're being a fucking faggot.
listen.
Aw, I'm
My
so
friend.
how long to go down to call someone
Listen,
something.
we don't know anything about my friend. I'm not saying anything about him personally. What I'm saying to you, my friend, is that the PTR that you put up is people are going to comment on. So if you don't want people to comment on that particular PTR, then don't have it up. That's all. If you know,
Just so you guys know
that's all
that
it
two
is.
guys in the room recording us.
I took it down, okay? Are you happy? I put it back to a picture of a trash bag.
Mr. Clownover is in the audience.
What does that mean?
Who's the music?
Oh, bro. Sorry, which one's it?
Doesn't help when you don't tell us who it is. It's not Austin. Preston is incredibly interesting. I'm gonna see if he's knowable.
Where are you right now? What's on this music?
Not to be discussed. So which one of these is it? Known over, not there.
Clownover.
But I don't see him.
It's the black and white guy. The black and white name.
On the American economy. When you see it get big.
Are you saying it's impossible?
Someone's not trying.
Okay,
Oh, boy,
yes, it's impossible
Good,
to be
very good.
eternal and not be omniscient.
Okay, do you have the contradiction for that?
What do you mean, the contradiction?
Oh, so you're just dumb as fuck in your life and you just speak out of your ass, right?
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I
are
mean.
you talking about?
I'll explain.
What do you mean
I'll let you
contradiction
know.
of what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what it means. If you say something's impossible in reality, it means that it can never exist. It means that in every possible world, this thing can't exist. The only classification, right? The only classification system of that. 1 second, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Chris. See, Chris knows what I'm talking about. Chris knows what I'm talking about. Logical contradiction.
I don't think she does.
He does.
I don't think anybody knows what you're
1
saying.
second, AP. I'm trying to teach you, and I don't know why you're denying my fucking teaching, right?
Because your teaching is
1
retarded.
second, sister. 1 second.
Are you trying
In
to
all possible.
You don't need a third.
No, I don't care about her, bro. I'm so much better than her. Anyways, in all possible worlds, can
Just
1
see.
plus 1 second, 1 plus 1, can it ever equal 3, AP?
Okay, this man is bringing this question. This man bringing this question to explain to me how God can be eternal without being omniscient. How does this even correlate?
Hold on. I'll tell you why.
This
I'll tell
dude's
you why.
retarded. This dude's retarded. This does not. You can't compare it. That's got nothing to do. That's got nothing to do with
I
what
heard
we're
you.
saying.
I'll tell you why it's relevant.
This man thinks that I'm gonna fall for a manipulation tactic, which makes no sense.
AP,
What you just said made absolutely no sense.
I'm really trying to teach you now. Hold on. I'll tell you why it's relevant.
You said it's impossible that something can be eternal and not omniscient. For you, everything that's eternal is omniscient, but there's no contradiction to saying something's eternal and not omniscient. There is a contradiction. I'll tell you what the relevance is. When someone says 1 plus 1 is 3, that is a contradiction in all possible worlds. Because everyone understands what 1 means. Plus 1 must
Yeah, everybody understands what eternal means too, which is something that's not to be omniscient. Yes.
Okay, do you have an argument for that, you dumbass?
Because you're trying to explain that we're somehow all eternal in the sense because we were created eternally. That's not how we were created. Do you mean externally? Do you mean externally or internally? Because I think you're getting the two words confused.
Hold on, before that, I need to understand what you're saying. If something's omniscient, does it mean it knows everything?
Yes.
By definition of omniscient?
Well, no, I mean, it's knowledge of all true propositions. Yeah, it does not know false propositions.
Hold on, no.
Exactly.
Hold on. If something's eternal, does eternal mean it knows all propositions?
No, that doesn't.
Yes, because if it hasn't been created, eternal means that you have not been created and you cannot be destroyed. You've lived forever, so you would have knowledge of all things in that sense. Yes. How is that a dumb example? If you've never been created, you've always existed, you would everything by that logic. What did you not?
No, is that true, Noah?
No, that's not true.
How is that? Well, you're a Muslim, so you don't believe in eternal and all that crap. You don't believe in all that stuff.
Omniscience is true. No one said the Quran is eternal, by the way.
Yeah.
No, the Quran is not eternal.
Don't let them throw you off topic.
The word of Allah is not eternal?
Don't let them throw you off topic.
Hasba, your mouth is off topic.
You don't even know how to read. It's Hamza.
You know how to read, but you don't know the difference between eternal.
Yeah, AP, all propositions means false propositions. But if you're saying, like, God knows all things, including false propositions, that means that he knows something that doesn't exist and it doesn't have any ontology in reality.
That is the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, but they were
If he knows what is true, anything that goes against him and what is true would be false. So he would know it's false. What?
You're not getting
What is
it.
that? What are you talking about? He knows all things. Not that he is not a lie entity. That doesn't make any sense.
Likes at the same time.
We have an actual debate about something that's actually.
This is what I think needs to happen. Is Hamza?
I mean, no, I go ahead with your explanation.
Yeah, I agree with Severin. Actually, Severin said it. I don't know why everybody is finding it difficult to understand. God knows all things that are true, right? He doesn't know all things that are false. For example, if I was never and I will never be born, God doesn't have to know about those. That is going to be false for God to know something that doesn't have like an ontology or it's not in his eternal knowledge, right? So God doesn't have to know that I exist if I don't exist. However, God has all knowledge. If he knows that I exist and pre-exist in all, even before God created me, he knows that he's going to create me, then he would have to know necessarily, and this is necessary knowledge. So if you're saying God is all knowledgeable,
that's wrong.
What's wrong with what is wrong with what I said? Muhammad.
Can I read this real quick?
Hold on, Matthew. What's something that I said, Muhammad?
Before you were born.
Hold on, Muhammad, go ahead. I'm giving you the space. Don't run away from that.
Hey, Noah.
Don't do Lebanese kind of shit.
Noah, did you just blow in from Stupid Town?
No.
AP, you're literally the dumbest fuck I've ever met in my life. So how do you stay silent?
What was your mouth?
Let the smart people talk.
I've never seen anybody's mouth built like that.
You're a dumbass, bro. You're really retarded, bro.
Let me ask a couple questions.
So Noah, you just mentioned something. You just mentioned like an illogicacy. That's just what you just said. Like,
what's the fallacy?
What is the name of the fallacy?
Do you believe God has two right hands?
No, I fucking don't.
Do you think he has a foot?
No.
Does he have a spatial body?
No.
Does he?
Is that who I think it is?
1 second, AP.
Does God speak Arabic?
No.
You're a cat.
I think I know exactly who that is.
I think AP and Hamza need to do this over dinner.
Is AP you down? Yo, AP you down or not?
I would throw up, bro.
Well, you love me. Well, you love me in real life. You love me.
I just want to read this.
That mouth already makes me want to throw up.
Bro, stop lying in front of people, man.
You got a boardy mouth, man. You got a boardy mouth.
It says mainstream Islamic theology, particularly Sunnah, believes holds that the Quran.
Let me shit we can't name it. The British pound, 8 pounds sterling. You sure? Not what you're pretty sure of.
I mean, that's what it fucking says, but we all know it. What does Britain produce?
It ain't the Britain produces very much of anything. All of their colonial interests produce.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing this is a reason to why they took out Gaddafi, because he wanted to, how do you call it? He wanted to change the world or African's currency to what? Gold. All right.
Yeah, it actually does make sense. The way Africa's currency and gold and the minerals in the land, yeah, because most of the European nations extract the wealth from Africa. So yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, it would be a huge threat. You see what Burkina Faso did to France. That ain't even a whole continent. That's just one continent.
I wish y'all had fudge.
Well, I asked these questions because I was alive. I was in Europe when the euro came on board. And it was all the same kind of talking point that everybody had. However, guess what? It did nothing to destabilize the dollar. It did nothing to destabilize the pound. If anything, it destabilized the countries who signed up for it.
And when did the euro come online again?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s. Okay. And what was the, how do you call it? And where was the euro was mainly used? Where was the euros mainly used?
In Europe.
Okay. Nowhere else, correct?
Internationally, but everybody wouldn't.
Okay. And today, are they still being? Is the euro still used in Europe?
Yes.
Except for
So
there's like 1 or 2 countries over there, like
England, right?
England. There's another one too.
But however, even though it's the euro is standard, when they bought oil, what currency did they use?
They cut
U.S.
The U.S. dollars. There you go.
Did they get rid of the conversion rate? See, that's why I asked that question in the beginning. Because
conversion rate doesn't matter, right?
The country uses, you're going to convert the money doing business with another country.
Guess what?
That country's currency.
When you convert, you lose money. Hold on. You know how? Well, hold on. Hold on. You know how you enter another country and you're going to take your U.S. dollars and convert it to this? You lose money doing that, right? It's the same thing. It's how America makes the money.
No, not America. Only 2 countries you lose money on doing a U.S. conversion is England. It's England and I think Sweden. Those are the only 2 countries you actually lose value of the U.S. dollar, converting it to their monies. Every place else, our dollar is actually stronger than most countries' dollars. So when you convert, you actually get larger buying power transferring the U.S. dollar.
No, that's what I was talking. No, I was talking about the other countries losing money to the U.S. That's what I was trying to say. Right. So what I'm saying is that when okay, no, yeah, okay. Let's say for example. It's amazing. Right. So basically, if you want to buy coffee, right? So you have to use US dollars and convert your own money. When you do that, other countries' currency has a problem. It's like we have
This ass talk has a sort of gut frequency. Get you right down there like a gut.
examples.
You know, when you
Am I back?
I should be back. Somebody was trying to call. So if I have five oranges, if I got 5 oranges and we exchange, you give me 15 apples. You give me more resources than I have, so you lose. That's how currency works. So no.
Since we doing apples and oranges, what is the cost of apples and oranges in your country versus the cost of apples and oranges in my country? So what happens is the cost of living in that country is lower than the cost of living in the United States. The conversion rate, you're actually going to end up with more apples and or oranges because the economy in that country is not the same economy as in the United States. We have one of the highest economic floors in the world. I said it earlier, we make more American citizens, regular average American citizens make more than 90% of the rest of the world.
I got you. So check this out. If which is heavier, 10 pounds of feathers or 10 pounds of bricks?
A fortune.
The same, right? But one is more resource. So literally, one has more resource to take away from it. It's more work to give away bricks than it is to get fed with give away feathers. So if I got to print out a ton of paper,
If they do, it's
I handed you over a ton of paper. How much? Listen, we start making a penny. We start making a penny because it costs too much to make a penny. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, and you know, did you see what happened when we stopped making the penny? The value of the penny.
Let a man tore his asshole to dust. His old and move up and down. You take part in the world. You look like this ass talk has a sort of gut frequency. Hit you right down like a gut. Cold inside, you know you have to do is turn. Well, this talking hits you right down there above the thick stagnant sound of the sound you can smell.
Your currency, it takes $3
Man, words are currency, they start this was like a novelty, a trilogy, real funny. Get a number, call the better up.
You're losing more.
That's what it is. But it was like, oh, I say, you still down there, opening? I had to go right. You know, man.
The oil is different, but if you owe
Here's what you can. I lost feelings for you. I just realized you. She was arrested.
No one else's currency. Our debt is in our currency. When we loan you something, you gotta pay us back in American dollars. And the only way to get American dollars is through, tourism.
American dollars. No, you got the central bank. You're forgetting about the central bank.
You have to go to your central bank would have to communicate with us. Whatever your currency is worth, you got to spend that much more.
Or you can pay in a higher currency of the dollar.
I mean, that's only works if you're trading on the market, like on your computer, on the platform. That's the only reason. You buy more of that and trade against the dollar. That's not necessarily you doing futures all the time. But I hear you saying, but look, the reason why the average person can't do that, because if you try to buy futures that way, if you buy $1 million worth of whatever it is, high commodity, it's gonna show up at your doorstep. So it's not feasible for the average person to think that way. That's for the big league.
Yo, speaking of which, Netflix doing us dirty. Them niggas over there in Brazil don't pay $20 for Netflix. They don't.
That term is not even like a real term, but it's all it's not the same.
It's about demand too. It's not like we just completely overshoot a bunch of this 2025 season. not just the conversion rate of currency.
Have you ever bought gasoline in Hawaii? It's like $5 a change.
Right, how much you think is Venezuela?
I'm pretty sure it's cheaper.
Right, so why? Why is that?
But my son's van was found at 47 North Bluff on January 19th.
It ain't gonna be cheap no more. Wouldn't it make sense because they have access to supply? It's a little bit cheaper, right? It's right there.
So it's a lot of America nationalizes oil. Shouldn't it be cheaper?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we do have access to it, but you know what they said? They have to be competitive with the prices. Motherfucker, we're Americans. How are you charging us the same as the world? Yeah, I think we produce more oil every fucking
in the world, yeah.
People
sell
the world.
We're the highest
producer.
People sell
We're the high producers.
People
But yeah, I still pay fucking $3 at a pump.
People sell to Americans because Americans have more money to throw around, bro. It's like
Raise your hand if you oppose Trump's party.
There's a lot more variables involved in this conversion rate.
But you know, Brazil.
Wait a minute. The oil that you put in your car is not the same. That is the same oil that comes that we produce in America. You have to use black crude. The sweet black crude is what we do, and we don't produce a lot of that. We produce light crude, which is the light oil. The black crude, our plants are the
we do fracking.
Yeah, the fracking is not the oil that you put in your car. That is not the oil that goes in your car. We need the sweet black crude that is produced in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and then in Venezuela.
Whose fault is that?
Because we don't have no, it isn't. It's no fault. It's that we don't have that oil in America. That's
so
not.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you how.
Canada invested $500 billion. American oil companies invested $500 billion into Canada. Where you think?
You can get that oil from Canada too. You can get it from Canada.
Where do you think our oil is coming from? You think it's coming fuck up other people's money. This is a game. It's all a game.
But let me show you something, right, bro? Let me switch to electric real quick to prove a point, right? A lot of people are not on that electric because they're not educated about it. But it's not really their fault all the way, because if you have an electric car produced by, let's say, Tesla, right? It could be anybody. But Tesla will sell you the car and then charge you to charge the car with a different company. If you're in China, you drive, the car gets propped up in the building, and a machine comes out, pops out the battery, pop another one in, lower you, and you go. The average American doesn't know that exists because of the powers that be. Why would they want you to pull out a third-party battery when they can charge you at the charging station in America? So they got you under the illusion, right, that this is the future is now. There's much more to it, and this is China. China outsold Tesla, BYD. They make more money, they're worth more, right, and they're worldwide. They don't sell one Chinese car in America. So it's the same with the oil. Just because they control and put it out don't mean it's the proper way, right? It doesn't mean it's the most efficient way. Right?
Exactly. And it doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is.
And there's politics involved too, man. You think America is trying to control Venezuelan oil because America needs their oil? Or do you think that there are others that
It's not actual oil. It's not
Cuban oil was coming from Venezuela, China, and other places. Wouldn't that matter?
They can't afford none of that. That's the fact. They can't afford none of that.
Listen, all I'm just saying, fam, we need to go out in these streets like those Frenchmen. Big forks and shit. And I'm not saying decapitate the leaders, I'm just saying go out there and pitchforks and shit.
That's a bad example. Let me tell you why. Because you know, make the point, right? Mali, Burkina Faso, and I think another one dropped off. So they only got 10. And they had to, French had to raise their retirement to 67 years, and they had protests in the street because they're not getting that colonial tax in. And recently they had to borrow, this is like last week, $300 billion from the IMF. They're in trouble. Without that colonial tax, they'll be a third world country. And they're doomed. Because eventually what will happen if you get more, what do you call them, more Burkina Faso type of people popping up out of these different countries. They're doomed. So that's a bad example.
Listen, I don't disagree with you. However, we don't have as many colonies like that. If we structure away from a lot of these countries, we won't suffer as much as France did. See, their whole economical model was built on that. It is their fucking fault because they want to be like, oh, we're no longer imperial. Like, that's their fucking fault. You get what I'm saying? So if people are revolting because of X, Y, and Z, it is because of how they built up the whole country. What was their foundation of their country? What we're talking about here is like, listen, we want you guys to build the nations for us. We're living in here. Without people, who are you going to fucking govern? Who are they going to govern, my guy? Who?
I don't understand what you said.
I'm just saying, like, who are you governing? If we're not happy with the policies that you're creating, whatever you're doing, it is not for us, it is for you. We're not with that. That's why I'm saying, go out there and protest.
America's an oligarchy, bro. They don't give a fuck about you. You ain't got nothing, like, they're not invading countries because of you. They're not having trade agreements.
We fought wars because we thought it was for the American people. Shit.
No, we haven't, bro. What war did we fight that was based around, that was because of the American people? Where was it?
Hey, listen. Bush got out there was like the federal free.
That's how they sell it. That's how they sell the method.
That's how they sell it. You get what I'm saying?
Right. That's patriotism.
Patriotism, right?
Name the war that was about the
Iraq invasion. Of course, that's right. Listen. I know it wasn't, but that's what it was. And you get what I'm saying?
I'm asking you, I'm with you. Let's try again. Now this is a question, bro. I'm not asking you, like, name the war to protect the American people, the typical everyday American. Name the war.
Name the war, except for the one that started our nation. I can't name any. But we've had wars that were in the name of freedom.
That was a good answer, bro. Like,
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
I don't think it was like that then. You had people that, what?
Bro, it wasn't
We saw.
what was the war about, bro? What was it actually about? You said it was about economics.
I'm not talking just an audit of us. I don't want to say I want to do a Doge and I want to do a forensic. No, we need.
I don't know.
Exactly. No, it was about slavery in industry. Like, industry wasn't ignored for slavery in the South.
It was about slavery, bro.
No, we're talking about.
No, you gotta understand that. No. It's tied to economics in the long run. Because if you got people working for you for free wages, right? And then actually paying people.
Hold on, you talking about the Civil War, bro? That's not what
We're talking about the revolution.
We're talking about the Revolutionary War.
That's what I'm talking about, man. What else is that about?
What the hell did you need to? You said it was about the South within it.
Were you talking about the War of Independence?
Yeah, the War of Independence. We're talking about that story.
What happened, bro? Like you really think it was? So why no one ever explains how much the tax was? For 200 plus years, nobody ever explained. explain to you what the tax was? Because it was one tax.
Let's go. Guys, let's have your fucking head. Let's have one. You won't get hurt.
We're non-violent. We're non-violent. Peaceful. Stay peaceful.
Let's take it. Get out of here. We need some backup. We need some backup, boys.
We're peaceful. We're peaceful.
They were rich before the war, some of them. And those people, those families that participated, they got wealth. Because that's what it was about, transferring wealth from one group of people to another. That's it. They didn't free nobody, man. Who the hell got free? Done. Right? Good answer, bro. Nobody didn't get free to come in. Everyday person didn't benefit from no goddamn revolutionary war.
There's a lot of shots that we're watching in Minneapolis right now. More interaction. Welcome to the.
I get it. We're gonna get this money, but how are we gonna get this money?
You gotta take your bro. You gotta grab your own field.
No. We can't do it separately. How we?
We not
So
doing
listen.
this. We and you doing it separately. You gotta give it your people.
Now you see, this is how they got us.
No, they didn't get us like this, bro.
No. Divided we're conquered. That's the whole point. That's the whole
Bro, we asked you where you was from. You are from Virginia, bro, but that's not where you're from. You know it.
And the people before that in Virginia.
You have an accent, bro. We can tell.
I have an accent because one, I've lived in Brazil for 1 or 2 years. I've lived in Cameroon. Okay, I've lived in Cameroon and I speak more than 5 languages.
Right.
That's why I have an accent.
Right.
Anybody that speaks more than 1 language will have a fucking accent.
That's not necessarily true, bro.
It is true because how your tongue twists matters.
Tongue twister. Got it.
Okay.
So the only point that I was trying to make, bro, I don't even care really. It doesn't.
Do you speak another language besides English?
Yeah, Guapanese.
Oh, okay. That's what.
So it doesn't really matter to me though. It doesn't, bro. I wasn't drawing inference to the fact that we're separate groups not because your people come from another country. That's not what makes us separate groups. We just got separate networks, bro. That's it. So when you say we, you're talking about your guys, right?
You didn't know exactly what I was talking about. Anyways, listen. If you listen, you don't know. You are identifying me as whatever.
It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What I'm just saying is this, right? I asked you a question. What are we going to do? Meaning, it doesn't matter. Hold on. It doesn't matter where I'm from. It doesn't matter if I'm white, black, or whatever. Like, we are not up there. Like, we as the people that pay taxes to these motherfuckers, what are we going to do? That's what I'm asking.
So what I'm saying is that you have your way, right? You have your mission statement. I have my mission statement.
And I said the reason to why we are here is because we have individual mindsets. Because they know we're not united. It doesn't matter even if we were from the same block. Oh nah, nigga, I'm doing your shit, you do your own, No. That's why we're defeated, because we're not united.
No. Okay, so it's a little bit more complicated than that, but all white people are not together either, brother. Most white people
listen.
Hold on. Let me point something out to you. White people are more divided than black people. Black people
I disagree.
Just let me finish my statement, bro. I'm gonna have to mute you if you're gonna keep interrupting me in the middle of me speaking, because I'm not interrupting you. White people are more divided. We just don't have the luxury to be divided. That's the difference. They are more divided. You can turn every time you cut on the television, bro, you see divided divided white people. You don't see divided black people. Everywhere you go, you see divided white people. All the time.
Can I add to you, Mark?
Yes.
Because I used to have a hard time understanding why they needed that little 13% vote all the time. It's because they are divided. We are the ones that break the votes. If our vote didn't matter, right? I used to always ask, why do they keep asking for the black vote? Why do they keep trying to appeal to black people? If our vote don't count, we only 13% of the population, whoop-de-whoop. If that shit don't matter, then why do you need it so much? Because they are divided. They're fighting amongst each other, and we are the ones that break the mold. I just wanted to add to you. That's
right. When we cut on television, cut on that TV, man, we see white people divided up and down. As a matter of fact, man, it's a lot of things. We just haven't been. There's a way to look at life where you have an advantage, and thinking that you are the most divided people on the planet is not how you find success in this world. White people are divided to the point where they assassinate each other. They assassinating rich motherfuckers. They killing them. They trying to kill the president. They shot this some dude recently, Kirk. They shot him up. Bro, look at the division that you not even for you. That's what you sound like. It sound like humans. But look, Mark. So let's say that's what programming is, man. That's what programming is. Mark. Let's say you got 5 businesses, right? You got them with FBI, like 4 of them. The 5th one, you're having a hard time connecting with FBI on it. You wouldn't try to connect with that brother there if you can help it? I'm trying to understand.
Oops, okay.
Let's poop. Let poop and not run.
And the final person will get the reward of the pot. And it's just to create city council.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's
black and white.
That's part of the thing. That's part of the thing about like this, whatever this movement is, right? Or parts of it anyway. That like anti-Israel.
It's not a movement. You're acting like you're all one and the same. It's bizarre. Like you're acting like the people in city council are the same as like me, or the same as people like my friend Judy who just doesn't have running water. You're acting like we're all one and the same. I hate when you do that.
I'm not doing that. I said some. I said parts. I also think it's true that there are architects of some of this stuff that are organized. The civil rights movement was organized and also fairly diffuse in various ways, right? And not everybody who was engaged in that was engaged in it in the exact same way. I have the same view about the anti-Zionist crowd. It's fine, right? But there are some. This goes back to my original thought that deploy the issue in places where I think it doesn't go. Right? Like to give you an example. My mom.
Shai, if you have one second, just shot an aside. Shai, if you have a problem with the way I talk, fucking leave.
My mom used to run this, she didn't run it, she worked for this university department that was training early childhood educators and like daycare center workers and things like that.
Cool.
She had worked there for a couple of decades, and when the war started, they wanted to have a professional development opportunity for the group to watch Israelism, that documentary. Because, like the stated reason was because we might have kids of Palestinian descent or Muslim kids in our centers and in our classrooms, and it should be sensitive to those issues. And my mom goes, "This is not what our work is. Our work doesn't have anything to do with this, right?" And to make it a kind of like, then it becomes it's a way to make people different. Right.
But Israelism doesn't really speak to that at all. Like early childhood.
Precisely.
It's literally just an identity crisis that Jews are having amongst themselves. It has nothing to do with whether there's Palestinian kids in your class.
Correct, right? So like
retarded, yeah.
It's retarded, right?
But I did this with Zach.
That she felt really alienated.
But we did this with Zach.
Israel supporter as a Jewish person.
Right. Oh, of course she's gonna have Jax, right?
And she went.
Drug trafficking.
This is something that I think is really important for
I'm not talking about my personal
folks to my left to understand about those of us who still want to be part of the stuff we want to be a part of. there shouldn't be a litmus test. You're this kind of a Jew or you're that kind of a thing to want to care about an issue, right? And to be, and that's like a particular phenomenon. That's the kind of stuff that I say is the movement, is the kind of like program of anti-Zionism that vilifies Jews.
Program. Because people had a bad idea, that's a program of anti-Zionism that you need to vilify everyone who supports Palestinians. Like,
no. See, it's interesting. No. It's the other way around. It's not vilify people who support Palestinians, but that pro-Palestinians or other progressive spaces are often testing, right? What kind of Jew are you?
Yeah. Just litmus tests.
Right? Will you denounce Israel? Yeah, right. And this is inappropriate, right? This is what it turns this is what turns legitimate critique of Israel into something that Jew hatred.
Do you think it's Jew hatred to play Israelism, or is it just a bad idea?
I think it's some kind of Jew hatred to play Israelism in that setting for that purpose.
Did they end up playing it? Did they justify how it's going to make you a more inclusive, tolerant teacher?
I don't know.
Like, if they could, then that would be a legitimate reason. But, like, I agree that people are trying to link the Palestinian struggle to, like, literally everything into a certain level.
I can see an argument for, like, a series of professional development opportunities to talk about all the diverse backgrounds that your students might come from and the issues that might be surrounding them and the sensitivities in their families and things like that. And I could see, 5 or 6 series, maybe 3, right? But you would have to, right? Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims, right? Jews, other kinds of immigrants, Hispanics, right? It would then be a program about the diversity of our classrooms and not about just this one thing.
Oh, I agree.
That's the difference, right?
Suggesting a bad idea isn't inherently anti-Semitism. Having a bad idea of a film to watch because you think everything links back to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Right. What was anti-Semitism about it was when she took it to the local, she did take it to the UCRC and Hillel and some Jewish faculty and said,
okay, well, she started a fight. What do you think you're saying?
No, I don't think she started a fight. It wasn't a fight. It was all very cordial. It was all, documented and whatever. But in the end, she made this very painful choice that she felt that she was not welcome there anymore because she supports Israel. And that's not an uncommon story.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do see it as like kind of a witch hunt when they go after people professionally because they suspect they are supportive of Israel or have the wrong views or post on social media or whatever. And that is a sort of McCarthyism that the people who have links to the land or associations or sympathies are suddenly vilified and almost like hunted, especially in academic settings. Like students feel like they can like cleanse the ranks of their professors and make these demands that are really just targeting individuals and not policy or governments, But by the same token, there are forces that target students, Jewish or not, and individuals, Jewish or not, who have the wrong views about the government of Israel, right? And by the same token, that's also a witch hunt, and that's also anti-Semitism. The Canary Mission is anti-Semitic. It goes after Jews and it prevents them from ever working again, and it prevents them from entering Israel. People whose criticism of Israel is rooted in their connection to the land, and they're wrestling with the moral ambiguities of it and the complexities of it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, look, I don't like the word anti-Semitism. I think we need to make more specific. This is why I'm keeping my PTR up for a little while, right? Because anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, I think, are better understood in both Jew hatreds, but importantly, two different kinds, right? Because anti-Semitism says Jews are the foreigners, the interlopers, the dirty of society, right? But anti-Zionism turns us into colonizers, right, and genociders, right? And both contain bloodlines, right? But I don't equate them. But I'm not equating them anymore because they actually function very differently out in the world. Both Jew hatreds, right? But but they kind of manifest very differently. Did you get some frowny faces then?
Listen, if you study Jewish history and the legacy of anti-Semitism, right, the history of it and the ways it's manifested, it's gone after both people, supporters of Israel, and right-wingers, and capitalists, and business people, and also left-wing activists, right? And so this attack, this sort of demonization of left-wing Jews who are trying to grapple with the morality and their own connection and complicated feelings about Israel is anti-Semitism, just like it's anti-Semitism to vilify someone and say they're not qualified to do their job that's unrelated because of their views, because of their support of Israel. Both of those things are anti-Semitic. And the thing is, a lot of this anti-Semitism is coming from the Jews and Jewish deep-pocketed forces and powerful, influential forces in America who are partnering with politicians, who are partnering with right-wing Christian nationalists to demonize people like me who are simply engaging with their Jewishness in a different way than they are. You know?
I hear what you're saying. I think there's a lot of buzzwords in there that are, I think there's a lot of buzzwords.
What's the buzzword? Demonize? Demonize is not a buzzword. That's what
Actually, I think it doesn't matter. That's not the.
Well, if you're gonna say it's a buzzword, which one's on?
No, I take it back. It's not the important part of my comment. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to a lot of what you just said. The thing that's really revealing, and this is Yehuda Kutzer speaks and writes on this a lot, and I agree with him. The conversation about Israel in America isn't about Israel. It's about American Jewish identity. And because Israel has replaced a different kind of robust Jewish engagement, right? Not just with traditional texts, but like with a real fuller kind of engagement with Jewish culture and history and present. What we've done is just have Israel, right? So the more pro-Israel you are, the more Jewish you are. That's really the psychological conversation taking place with American Jews. And what was evidence to me of that, Buttercup, was what you said was, I'm engaging my Jewish identity, right? And I don't begrudge you it, and I think that's lovely, wonderful. Keep doing it. I think it's awesome, right? But that's what it's about. It's about who's more Jewish. It's really not about the policies of the state. At least not primarily. Secondarily it is, right? And then the humanism and the civil rights and the blah, blah, blah. But the real internal conversation amongst Jews is who is a Jew? It's always who is a Jew. Who's more Jewish?
But demonizing the side that you think are less Jewish is cruel and exclusionary and anti-Semitic.
Right, and it's what we've always done.
I don't go around saying, pro-Israel people are not Jews. I sympathize to where they're coming from.
Right, and it's what we've
I don't
always done.
sympathize where I'm coming from. I'm a fucking Nazi, right?
Right, and in history, it's what we've always done, and we said we didn't get rid of the Hasidim, and the Mennonites didn't get rid of them, and they were now integrated and mainstream, right? And Shabtai Tzvi was demonized, right? And now we have secret Sabbatean customs that nobody even knows about, that the influence of Sabbatianism and Hasidism can't be understated.
Wow, you're comparing me to like the Messianic cults?
No, they're not. No, that's not the reason for the example. What I'm saying is that when there were...
I don't think Zionist Jews are a Messianic cult that should be...
No. What I'm saying is that when there have been breaches of this kind in our history, right, most of the time, they didn't create full breaks. We still stayed together as a Jewish community, right? You could have had the Hasidic world and the non-Hasidic world totally split into two, right? It only happened in the big moments, right? Christianity, right? Reform Judaism, but even Reform Judaism, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? So we know we've been in this kind of internal conflict with ourselves before, and usually what happens in the end is we still decide that we're one people.
I don't care if we're one people. I just think we shouldn't be anti-Semitic toward each other.
I'm saying that those are features of each other. Those are, right?
how y'all doing? I had a quick question, actually. I was curious. I'm glad you opened up this room. I had a question. I don't know if it's okay. I'll wait until y'all finish.
It's all good. It's a lull in the conversation. What's your question?
Yeah, I'm curious. So, I see your opinion sometimes, and I was wondering. It's actually like two questions. Do you believe in a two-state solution?
No. I just believe in one state.
Okay, and one state, basically, I'm guessing it would be like a secular state where everyone exists, or?
Equal rights underlie it, with everyone included.
Okay. So basically, all the Gazans exist with each other, correct? Israelis.
I don't think Gazans are good. I think their fate is written, so I don't see that as a feasible outcome. But I think the West Bank for sure can be annexed and incorporated, and the people there have shown that they reject violence and extremism, and many of them have deep ties to people who are citizens of Israel.
Okay. My bad. I guess I'm trying to get more clarity. It's a little confusion to happen.
And the West Bank would attach, it would be annexed and included and given rights and given citizenship rights and have equal rights under the law. And then the Gazans, I don't know what the fuck happens to them. It's a fucking disaster, and it's gonna it's never gonna be secure there. They're never gonna pose a secure front for Israel.
Okay. So Palestinians would basically all exist under Israel or as Israel. Or I guess you would. Okay.
The ones that they're able to incorporate, yeah.
And it would still be Israel, or would they have to redefine the state?
Who gives a fuck what the name is? Call it whatever you want, but it's gonna be whoever. There's the problem. The root cause of it is the preserving of a Jewish majority has resulted in violence for 70 years. That, I think, is the root cause. Inherently, it's violent because to preserve a majority, it requires violence. And so that is the root cause for a lot of the policies that I think were unjust of Israel over the years. And so that is really important to do away with this need for a 51% majority at all times of Jews.
Okay, cool. And I do think it's important what it's actually caused due to social perception. But I guess my final question would be: do you think that the overwhelming population of Israelis are conservative, or do you think they're liberal? Like in their ideas?
They don't have our same political spectrum as we do. So what's liberal there is not liberal here.
Yeah, I guess
much wider political spectrum.
Yeah, I guess based on our understanding.
But like liberals in Israel, for example, don't support like a Palestinian state versus Jewish liberals in America do overwhelmingly support a Palestinian state, right? Like in Israel, it's not uncommon for liberals like Daniel, for example, to support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. He thinks that is a sound policy, and we just have to live with the crime, the blood on our hands, and that's what we need to do for safety. He is considered liberal. He's gay. He's from Tel Aviv. He fought for the Israeli democracy, protested the Bibi Netanyahu government. He's your classic liberal in Israel. In America, Jews, we don't even fathom these things. Like liberal Jews in America support two states, and I think they don't really understand on the ground how unfeasible that is today because so much of what would have been the Palestinian state has been encroached on by settlements and how unsustainable it's become. The whole place has been completely choked out by like settlements and checkpoints that make it like completely unlivable. So it's become less and less of a feasible solution. I think maybe Israelis are more aware of that than American Jews, but American Jews still live in the la la land of like having two states living happily ever after. Whereas the liberals in Israel want to ethnically cleanse the Gazans. I don't really know what they think, but maybe have a state for the West Bank people. I don't know.
Okay, cool.
That's
So I guess
destroying the Western liberal tradition. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
no, you can go. I was just going to say, so you would more so be against or take a stance, like kind of correct the idea that Israel should exist, right? Like, you know how that rhetoric is, like, oh,
No, I don't think it's a real question. It's just like a thing an academic, hypothetical question. Israel does exist. The people there exist. The infrastructure there exists. And the future state would use their democratic infrastructure, which Palestinians that I know from the West Bank are envious of that democratic infrastructure because they've never had democracy. And so there's already an infrastructure for a really strong democratic state with equal rights under the law. In fact, the 20% of Arabs that already live there with equal rights under the law. They achieve status in the community. There are programs to make sure that to equal out some of the, disparities and, de facto discrimination and stuff. Like there's a very robust infrastructure that's been developed over a long time that would be the foundation for the future state. So it would not be eradicated. It would just become something new that is more fair and doesn't result in escalatory violence and doesn't continue the cycle of violence.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking. Maybe Khalid can explain why he supports two states and why American Jews still believe in it. And then we can get Daniel in here to tell us why ethnically cleansing the Gazans is a liberal position.
I think probably the conventional idea would be, and this is partially, I would share some of this, I think, is Palestinians deserve a state in the same way that Jews deserve a state, right? That is the reason that American Jews support a two-state solution. It's a Zionist reason. They perceive it as a Zionist reason, right? As a kind of equaling of it, so that every different people gets to have their own self-determination in their own place, right? American Jews, also Israeli Jews, Israel itself, right, has not grappled with, has not had a truth and reconciliation, or grappled with, whatever you want to call it, grappled with its original sins or whatever. It has not done that. Until that happens, you're not going to have.
I gotta jump off. We'll join you guys again if there's.
Yeah, I have to do. I also have a preference. Just do.
All right, so let me just close the room. Sorry, guys.
All right. See you later.
I saw Valverde free kick was kind of crazy though, huh?
Oh, it was. Yeah, it was a banger. So,
Yeah.
Matches over. They won. So I'm going to go to Liverpool and Arsenal now.
Alright. Yeah, the ball score there.
Jury nullification is essentially like the last stand, the last like layer of protection of an individual's rights against the state. Whereas if they're accused of a crime, even if by the letter of the law they are guilty, if they simply believe that the law itself is unjust, they can vote to acquit. And that's jury nullification. So I was thinking maybe it was something like that, yes, this man killed another man in the heat of the moment in a not premeditated way, which would be second-degree murder.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hey, I came to receive the blood of Christ.
Yes, I am a Trinitarian. I washed in the blood of Christ.
Always this honey badger, the guy that goes around all these rooms wasting his time talking to down people, not talking to high up people.
Yes, talking to Down syndrome people. Yes, that is correct, because I am washed in the blood of Christ.
But you got like a family or something, and you're like a Catholic, but you an atheist, like my kid.
Yes, I am a Catholic atheist like most of these guys. Yes, this is true.
So you just a comedian. You ain't in a book club. You don't read no books and talk about what's in the books. You just a performer. I understand. But Mark, what's his Mark? Who's he? You got the C, not the K. Wastes all his time here too, talking to people. What's your deal, Mark? Have you received the blood of Christ? Oh, he must be in deep contemplation and prayer.
Well, sir, are you still there?
I'm here, honey.
Yes, I wanted to share with you something that I am reading about relationships. These all special relationships have sin as their goal, for they are bargains with reality,
That was fascinating. I didn't think you'd actually read. I'm surprised. I've heard you on this app for a lot of years, wasting your time, but I didn't even know you could read. Pretty good, too. I don't think Mark can read, though. I think he's pretty far gone. Anyways, I gotta get back to the blood of Christ. Praise the Lord and King and Savior of mankind, the Son of God, Jesus, amen.
Yes, keep using that. Keep washing yourself. Don't get too much in your eyeballs, okay? Allah, the Son of God, or even Trinitarian doctrines. I just needed to get some information from you about our Lord and Savior and His ghost.
Before I leave this low IQ room of trolls and stupid people, I just want to say I play the game of life and love with ease. I am light and full of joy. Have a great day, suckers.
Jews living there, there were Arabs living there.
So other people moved in. So what?
No one is saying the victors of the war decided how they were going to split up the land that they won.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's what happened.
I don't give a fuck what happened. That's fucking bullshit, isn't
Okay,
it?
so now, yes or no, but that's what happened.
That's fine. So you would agree that if a war were to be between Iran and Israel, and Iran was the victor, they could kick out the Jews with no problem, and they can decide what they want to do. That's fine.
What happens in war when you have when countries disappear, break up, then no, it's just a question of how do you reorganize the land.
No, you said you already fucking agreed that the winner is the one that's going to decide.
Okay, I'm just saying, there was no Ottoman Empire after
You're fucking, I don't like your bullshit, dog. Just fucking stick to your claim. The winner decides how shit's split up, right?
No.
Why no now? Why no now?
Because the difference is there was no Ottoman Empire afterwards.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
What does it have to do with the Ottoman Empire?
That's the whole point. So this land was part of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire ceased to exist. This wasn't talking about taking away a land of an existing people. The Ottoman Empire is gone.
Wait, when did the Ottoman Empire dismantle?
At the end of the war.
Which war?
World War
I, which ended in 1918. The one was the Jewish state, the fake Jewish state established 1948. You have.
I'm talking about this.
Yeah. So
oh
what
my
are you
God.
talking about? So how
Yeah,
are you
we're talking about.
You have the 30
seem
years
to be
after the
missing.
Ottoman Empire.
No, you seem to be missing. We're talking about the mandate of Palestine.
Yes, the mandate of Palestine. But wait, the mandate of Palestine was promised prior to the Ottoman. It was in 1917.
It was after.
Yeah, no, it was during the time when the Ottomans were there.
After.
Yeah, so the British were already planning.
The British were already planning.
Yeah, exactly.
They were already planning. And then when they won the war, they implemented this.
My point again, can I just, you said you're blocking Selah from entering the room.
Yes, you blocked me a long time.
Yeah, I know, but, she's a mod in these.
Is it the house? Are we putting house right now, Bob? Unblock her, bro.
No, but I'm just saying Andrew and Rob aren't going to, they want her to be able to enter the room.
Let her enter, bro. What's wrong with that? She never fucking lets me enter rooms. Hold on, just like Palestine, you won't let them enter their own land, right? You're such a fucking oppressor, bro.
Hamza, hold on.
I will take that up with Andrew. And just don't kill the messenger.
Forever just gotta be an oppressor, bro.
Either unblock her or,
Be the bigger.
Appreciate it.
Sam, bro. You're the worst scum in the world, bro. You're an atheist, bro. At least stick to your own fucking, like, beliefs that they're committing genocide. They've already been by the United Nations and every kind of conduct. They've been described as committing war crimes, and you won't even acknowledge that as an atheist?
Listen, my position is pretty sensible, pretty easy to understand. I don't believe in God. Every religion is false. Every religion is evil.
Fair enough.
Jews have been kicked around history a lot and been fucked up a lot. The Holocaust, the Spanish Inquisition, the Russian fucking pogroms, etc.
So now it's their turn to
I
do the
think
same
that they
thing.
should be allowed after the Holocaust. It could have been put anywhere on Earth, and it would have been reasonable to say, hey, Jews should just get like a little tiny sliver of land where they could just be left alone, and that would have been sort of just.
Amazing.
Hey, tiny sliver of land. But the fact that it's the homeland called.
But you already agreed that the IDF is evil.
Happened, makes it even more reasonable. It also makes it more reasonable the fact that the Ottoman Empire collapsed, and a percentage of the Ottoman Empire was Jews.
Do you agree the IDF is evil?
And this is totally reasonable. I don't want anyone hurt or killed or
Okay, so then you will agree.
Beef, you said the beef.
And you
Hold on.
yeah.
Agree that the IDF
It could have been somewhere else, right? It could have been somewhere else.
Over me.
Bro, you agree the IDF is evil? I don't know why you're not answering. Okay, stop repeating yourself.
The audience, fuck you.
You're such a piece of shit coward.
Fuck you. So, I am not saying anyone should be killed or murdered unjustly. I just want there to be a space for Jews where they can be safe. I think it's a totally reasonable thing to want a safe haven for Jews. And that's what Zionism means. There should be a state for Jews. It doesn't mean anything with killing. It doesn't mean support Netanyahu. It doesn't mean support this war. It doesn't mean support the Israeli government. It just means there should be a state for Jews. That's all it means.
Can Zilla be mod here? Thank you.
Dog, you're a coward. Don't throw me down again. But
Hey, Sarah.
Hey guys.
Oh, Beef ran! What a fucking fag.
No,
What
I
a
put
fucking
him in the
fag.
audience. I put him in the audience.
Can we solve the issue between you both, Zilla and Sam? I know he's disingenuous. I know he's piece of shit sometimes. I mean, obviously all the time. And he's pretty much biased.
I don't think he's disingenuous.
Yeah, you're a fucking
He is
kafir
pretty
like him, bro. You're a fucking piece of shit like him, Europe, to be honest with you.
Well, how is he being disingenuous?
Yeah, because he's a piece of shit. You already agreed. You already, hold on.
Hold on,
Hold on, bro.
Hamza,
Let me
you
get
don't know
this
anything,
down.
bro.
1 second, bro. You're another
Hamza.
guy. 1 second, Noah.
Okay,
You're
Hamza, stand
didn't he agree that the IDF was evil? You're
So,
Did he
Hero,
agree
you
that the
don't
IDF
know
was
the
evil?
story
I heard of
between
fuck
Zilla and Sam. Both of them had a story from the beginning.
Hamza, I will be talking to Andrew about Palestine, and he'll jump on the stage and just call me a word. I'm not even talking to him. Like I will make I'll make a point, and he will go and chat GPT it. Like we were talking about that, the rape on October 7th was not systematic, and that was proven wrong. And he was foaming at the mouth. He was so mad. He chat GPT'd it and saw that I was right, and he
Wow.
lost his shit.
Wow.
He's not a good person, Hamza. He's called me the B word more times than a little bit, and it's always when I'm talking about, usually. There's one other time he called me a bad name, and he was calling for people to be canceled, and I said, it's strange that you call for people to cancel, and you're called for people to be canceled, but you're high on the cancelable list. And he lost his mind again and cussed at me and stuff.
Why is he high on the cancel list?
Well,
He's disingenuous.
He's done some really bad things. Like he even put this porn picture of him and this girl while the father was on stage to make the dad mad. It's a picture of him and his daughter.
Matt Slick, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and here's the thing, maybe
Who's
the
that
dad is
now?
a bad guy, but you're putting her out there, and I don't think she would have liked that. But it doesn't matter. The moral of the story is that I don't think I've done anything to warrant that type of vitriol. So he can kiss my ass, is the bottom line.
Because you make too much sense, Zilla. So that's why he gets pissed off on you.
So, do you have any family in Iran? Because the internet is cut off from Iran right now, and the situation is very bad.
No, it's not. It's propaganda. Yeah, I spoke to my aunt.
Oh,
okay.
Because the news reports make it sound really bad.
Yeah, it's not.
Me too.
They've done, this is like the 50th time they're doing the same shit. And every time I've stressed out and kind of lost my mind. I mean, it's all been just hyperbole.
But like your family are safe, right?
My entire family is in Iran. Yeah, they're safe. Because nothing much is happening.
What do you mean nothing much is happening?
Nothing much is happening. Like every time they, like this time especially, she's like, it's just because we get the news like that here. It's just so made up, it's so much like blown out of proportion.
Yeah, but there's video clips.
Yeah, there's people in the street.
So what? It's just, yeah, it's the same event in a concentrated area that they, do you know when these things are happening? Like are they, where they're happening, who these people are? Like every time I freaked out. It's just been the same shit.
Well, some of the clips have been very specific about like which towns and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, could it be propaganda though? You don't know.
Yeah, but Irani people were like celebrating and dancing on the streets.
Again, could be propaganda for all you know, right? Some American like shit.
Why do you
know, bro? Who's your fucking source?
Dude, I called her
Why you're
every time I'm freaked out.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing. I don't have the right to disagree.
Because I'm telling you this from experience. And she's like, what's happening? I said, has the regime changed? Has this changed? Like, what? Are you guys safe? She's like, where are you getting this from? What's happening?
Right.
It's probably like a particular street or different parts of Iran that are experiencing these in concentrated areas. Go get cheese.
Yo, what the fuck is your source? You guys are speaking about videos. What the fuck is your source?
Oh, Nargis, I agree with you.
They are the ones that don't have internet access. They're the ones that don't have news. Maybe they don't know that there's people fleeing, like military that is leaving particular cities.
What the fuck is your source, dude?
If they don't have access to the internet, maybe they don't know.
She's saying no.
Yeah, and Iran is like a big country.
It's huge. It's 9 million people.
Well, the thing is, there's statements from the Iranian government saying that they're cracking down on these people. So that's good. The fact that they're saying that means that there must be some type of protest.
There's some type of protest, right? Like, that's not specific, bro. That doesn't mean
no, but I'm saying that there is some reality going on. Sure, you're saying that they're responding.
Yeah, but it's not reflecting the reality you're trying to give me.
I didn't say anything about regime change.
Whoever's saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying that from what I'm seeing that there's protests, and it seems to be every day, and it seems to be fairly large.
Now you're giving me a reality.
Very large is
Now give me that. Where did you get that from?
From the reporting that I'm seeing and reading.
What reporting? The fucking Iranian government told you there's big protests against the Iranian government?
No, not
I know. It's from the American government that's giving that trash, right?
No, it's not from any government.
Oh, so what what source gave you this information?
These clips appearing on...
Dog, I don't give a fuck about clips. Can you give me a source?
Kids are like new areas experiencing protest, and Europe, we discussed this. Like, just like Parisians, Iranians also thrive on protesting. It's somehow inbuilt in us. Every little thing requires a protest.
Right, well that's why I'm asking, like, how big is it?
No, fuck that.
It's not that big.
You said it's big.
That is
Euro, you said it's big. And it's against the Iranian government. Hold on. Stop, I don't care. Hold on, I'm asking like a direct question.
This government is not a very little... The Iranian people are tired. They're sick of it.
No, they're not. I'll show you plenty of people. Yeah, that's your opinion.
Speak to my own.
I'll show you millions of people.
I know what
I will show you millions of people or with Khamenei.
I'm sure, and I bet millions of people either are getting paid by them or don't listen.
Oh, do you have proof of what you just said, or are you just saying bullshit?
Yes.
Give me it right now. Put it in chat.
The only people that booty clap for promenade are people that don't live there.
My nigga, give me the fucking evidence, you bullshitter.
Go live there. If you think
I will.
it's so great
I will.
and wonderful,
I
go
will.
live there.
Yo, that's not evidence. That's not evidence. You're just a you're a fucking puppet of Israel in America. Are you gonna give me the evidence, fucker?
Stop it.
Are you gonna give me the evidence or not? Hold on.
All the beautiful scholars and poets and young people that have been hurt by this government. That's my evidence.
Show me the evidence, you fuck. Yo, I'm gonna get mad. Show me the evidence of the bullshit you're spewing.
You want to go see his fingers?
Show me, yo.
How much more evidence do you need than
you must have seen something.
How much?
Okay, can you show me the evidence, you fuck, or not?
Hamza, watch how you talk to me. I don't talk to you like that.
Okay, fine. I'll watch myself. But can you not just state facts without any proof? Like, come on, man. You're literally you're giving propaganda out. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You're spewing. Hold on. You are doing a negative thing. You are spewing propaganda. I need the source for that.
Nargis, am I spewing propaganda when it comes to the brutality of this government? Go ahead. Iranian woman, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I want the RGC gone too. All I'm saying is it's just not that large scale.
So small scale.
And you have to
Not with small scale.
Not the brutality. Not the brutality.
Yeah, they are mean.
So then why are you spewing brutality if there's no brutality?
Okay, so
It
Don't come into Iranians and tell Iranians what it's like, Hamza. Don't do that.
Are you Iranian?
I think Hamza's asking a legitimate question. What are the sources, right? So some of these sources, look, I mean, they're journalists, right? They're not governments, right? So you have the BBC.
Oh, that's not a government. That's not owned by government propaganda.
But you know that they're independent. Right?
Hold on. You think BBC? Hold on. You think BBC is independent?
It is editorially independent.
So you're an idiot. So now I know you're an idiot.
Can I just finish?
No, you're an idiot. You've already
Because you're not listening to my point. My
You
point
already
is.
said that BBC is an independent source.
Okay.
Did you say that from your own mouth?
Dude, what I'm saying is the BBC isn't the only source.
Is it an independent source?
Okay, for you it's not independent.
No, for you. Oh, BBC is not owned by the government?
I said it is owned. I said it is
So
owned.
why are you bringing up a source that's owned by the government?
I'm bringing up all the sources, but you're stopping me on the first one. So BBC is one of them.
Give me an independent source.
CNN is another
Is
one.
CNN owned by the CIA?
No, it's not owned by the
Oh,
CIA.
so you're retarded in your life. You don't even know what's going on. Well, if you think CNN is not, you think CNN is an independent source?
It's a news source.
Is it how we avoid the question? Is it an independent source?
Oh my God! I'm trying to tell you that there's many sources, and they're all saying
but
the
the
same
first two to
thing.
me are biased.
Okay, so the first two are biased. So
give me a real source.
What about Al Jazeera?
Okay, you know what he's gonna say next?
What about Al Jazeera?
Oh, he's gonna give me Al Jazeera.
I'm
It's like
asking
Saudi Arabia, like Kuwait.
Okay. Okay. What about Reuters? Is Reuters biased?
Hold on, Euro. Is Reuters biased?
You don't accept any of the major news sources.
Hold on. The major news sources they're affected by the government. They're owned by the government. Washington Post, CNN, BBC, Reuters have direct ties to the government, and you didn't even know that?
What about AP News? It's owned by the government.
What's AP News?
Associated Press.
Oh, do you think it's owned by the government?
I don't think it's owned by the
Oh,
government.
you don't think so? You don't know, right?
I don't know, but you're telling me it's owned by the government?
AP.
Did you get a source for that?
Let me see. I'll show you right now. That's a good question. Now I'll show you.
What about the Guardian?
The Guardian's trash. Hold on. Let's stick with
the Guardian's trash, but it's not owned by the government. Trash.
It is owned by the government.
Oh, it's owned by the church. Okay, it's owned by the government. So then, using your logic, I can't have a news source because every single news source is either owned by the government.
Bro. I'm sorry.
What other ones are there?
I'm sorry that America has such a good effect on the distribution of news. Like, what do you want me to do, bro? Yeah.
But these aren't all American organizations. Al Jazeera is not American.
Al Jazeera is owned by America.
It's owned by America.
The country is owned by America.
Oh, the country.
The country is.
The country is, but the news organization is not. My own brother agrees.
Well, the news organization is often anti-American in its coverage. Okay, so let me ask you this: what are the good news sources?
It's not ones you would.
Telegram, bro.
It's not ones you would accept. There's nothing wrong with Telegram. Hold on. There's nothing wrong with There's nothing wrong with Twitter or Telegram. I don't have a problem with that.
Telegram, yeah.
Okay,
Telegram.
so you don't
Yeah,
so
I don't have a problem with that.
But those aren't organizations that report news, right? Those are platforms.
They aren't. They're
where
just
individuals.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay. So what are the actual news sources, organizations? Since you don't accept the Guardian, the BBC.
Okay, how about this one? And you won't even. And let's see your bias. Hold on, bro. The guy's asking me a question. Hold on. Now I'm gonna provide one. Al-Manar. Okay. Do you accept?
Which one?
Al-Manar.
Bro, get your cheesy ass out of here, bro. Your accent in Al-Manar, what the fuck is wrong with your fucking shit?
But Al Jazeera's cool, right?
I never said Al Jazeera is cool.
So suck my dick. What do you want then? Get off my back. What do you want? Yeah, get off my dick, bro.
Using Al-Manar.
Al-Manar, I believe, is a non-biased source.
Stresses out. Every single time they stresses out.
Bad.
Like, I'm speaking, we live in the West. And then
Yeah, you guys are all Westerners with fucking bias.
What's happening? Like, one, because it's large. Two, because protests happen often. Three, because I'm starting to believe it's propaganda freaking.
I have one question for Scylla. Hold on.
But
Scylla.
they just mock.
Scylla.
Okay.
Hold on,
So I looked.
Would you rather? Hold on, Euro. Hold on. Would you rather have Israel re-eyeing the Middle East or Iran re-eyeing the Middle East?
Iran, 100%.
No, asking Scylla. Are you Scylla? Do you have a pussy?
Sorry.
Do you have a virgin ass?
Yeah. For your mom, I do. You bitch ass. For your mom, I do. Fucking fag.
Let's talk about some.
Which one would you pick? Listen, I'm against the Iranian government, 100%.
Yeah, because you're a fag.
I see what they're happening.
I didn't know I was on mute. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So people are very one-track minded, okay? So like if you're in Iran and you're against the IRGC, you think that you are supposed to align with Zionists. You have retarded Iranians that they think that because I'm against the IRGC, I have to be cool with Zionists. Then you have people that are cool with Israel or whatever, and they think that they have to align with the IRGC. Like they're not cool with Israel. They hate Israel, so they think they have to align with the IRGC. Listen, I don't negotiate with terrorists. I am not gonna, in order for Satan to, not be in power, be with Beelzebub. I say fuck the IDF and I say fuck the IRGC.
Why?
Listen, I'm still talking Hamza. Because listen, to me, when a person comes and starts defending the actions of the IRGC, they sound just like a Zionist defending IDF. And then whenever somebody defends the IDF, the same thing. They sound exactly the same to me. Human rights violation are human rights violation. It's clear. Oh, my Baba's calling me.
Yes, we have made our governments, we have overthrown them. We have brought our leaders, we have changed them. So we don't need Zionist help for that. We don't need another Gaza in freaking Iran.
So Hamza, I can't believe you're suggesting that Al-Manar is an objective news
Why not?
source.
You fucking suggested the BBC.
Well, because it clearly isn't. So
why?
Why? It has institutional affiliation with Hezbollah. It's
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Because it doesn't function as an
but the
independent
BBC has fucking affiliations with the fucking the CNN has affiliation with the CIA. So what's the problem? I'm doing the same shit you're doing.
No, if you don't
block yourself,
dude, if you can't see the difference between
there's no
the
difference,
Guardian, the BBC, CNN,
you think these are independent sources? You're actually the dumbest.
Much more independent than Al-Manar.
Why? Hold on. Why?
Well, dude, I mean,
because it's not your side.
No, it's just it's
Go ahead, dog. Give me the
its
argument.
editorial framing is not independent.
Dog, why is it worse than my source?
Can I tell you why?
Shut the f*** know why you kafir. No one cares what you think. Fucking Qatar lover, dog. Fuck. Go ahead, Euro. Why is it worse? Shut the fuck up, bro. Euro, why is it worse? Why is my source worse than yours? Hold on. Mine works with the government as well. So what?
Euro.
Why does mine have
let me
Oh, this fucker keeps talking, bro. Shut the fuck up, Noah, bro. You're already a dumb fuck. Euro, why is my source worse than yours? Both are affiliated with the government. Bro, if you think CNN's not affiliated with the government, you're an ignorant... Okay, good. So you do believe that they are affiliated with the government. They have to be.
Why do they have to be?
Okay, because it's a deep state. You don't know that Washington Post and CNN are owned by the government?
Okay, no, I don't know that.
Okay, so when they said that Iraq had nuclear weapons, you dumb fuck, were they right in their publications or not?
Yeah, you got some hot Iraqi.
One second, Noah. I don't know why you're sucking an American dick, Noah, right? Let me talk to Euro first.
No.
Did you know that they did that? Did you know all of media? Did you know all of media was behind the? Did you know they were all behind this Iraq war? It turned out to be a lie. It turned out to be fake. Look how I fucking own the room. I love when it's silent in the room. Wallah, I love it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I own, bro.
Appreciate you providing the source.
Shut the 1 second, Converse. I'm not talking to you right now. You're a dumbass. You're a gay ass emoji, bro. Forever you'll be a gay lamb. Imagine when no one has
When you have no sources, you do character attack.
Did you know that? Hold on. Are you doubting me that? Hold on. Are you doubting me that CNN and BBC they were behind the Iraq war? That they published that Iraq had nuclear weapons? Did you know they published that? Are you saying that?
They wanted to deliver.
Shut the fuck up, Noah. You American sympathizer. I'm not talking to you. You fucking non-Muslim that you are, right? Let me talk to the other atheists. Yeah, go ahead, Converse. You're dumb bullshit. I'm gonna deal with you first, Converse. Did you know that BBC and CNN? Did you know that? Hold up, bro. Did you know that CNN and BBC were publishing that shit?
No, they publish all kind of shit that's dumb. So what?
Oh, thanks for the non-answer.
You're saying that they're
thanks, dumb fuck. Thanks. Okay, so they're dumb fuck organizations then.
Not that they provide false information.
What a fucking idiot that he is.
Hey, shut up, bro.
Converse jumps in with some
Shut up, or I'll move you down. All right.
Move me down.
You didn't say that they were like bad information, right? You said that they were owned by the CIA, right?
And the military.
Where's the source for that? Then you changed your claim to. They didn't provide this bad information.
I never changed it. They are funded by the military. You don't just state facts without any proof. You don't even know my fucking. You don't even know that. You are not even tracking. Dumb fuck. You're not even tracking it. Let me deal with one more. Let me deal with this.
Hamza, I really like you, and I want you to stick
I know you
around.
like
I want you to be here.
I know you like
so let's tone it down and have.
Nah, I don't give a fuck if someone drops me, bro.
But I
You don't
want that.
You don't fucking censor me, bro. You don't tell me how to speak, bro. You don't like the way I speak, you can.
Okay,
You're the dumb fuck.
You're the one
You're
that's
the dumb fuck.
complaining that you're not providing
He's not
the
even
source for it,
tracking the
dumbass.
conversation.
You're not providing the source,
Bro,
dumbass.
are you asking me what we're talking about?
Provide a source.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up now. Buster wants to kick in. Converse, you don't even know what we're talking about? That I've been saying that CNN and BBC are funded by the military-industrial complex and the deep state. That's what I've been stating. You're re-asking me that? You don't even know what the fucking conversation is for that. Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you right now.
Every time somebody makes a claim, you say, give me a source.
Shut the fuck up, Buster.
You say, give me a source every time.
Bro, I know you're butthurt, Buster. Let me talk to the Congressman. 1 second.
Yeah, I would take it for how you're talking to everybody, but they're.
Fuck you too, bro. I don't care. I don't care if you hit me. Don't fucking threaten me, bro. That's how I speak.
You're crashing out. You're crashing out over the news,
Yeah, you
dog.
look so stupid. I just.
I don't care, bro.
Pull out of your thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Send the news.
That's fine. But let me speak my piece. You don't like the way it sounds, you can go fuck yourself for all I care. It's not my problem what you don't like in life.
I just got a headache from you.
Kiss in my bro. What kiss in
It's like funny because we got Hamza. I'm a Christian, right? He called
That's
me an
fine.
atheist.
Go ahead, speak.
We
Go
got
ahead,
him
speak.
to admit. We got him to admit that he's an atheist one night. Him and Matthew.
I'm more
Bro,
God believing
he's
than you.
Well, Converse. That guy is a kafir. He's a Shia.
No, imagine Converse when Noah.
No, you're not being fair.
Imagine when Noah sides with you. Imagine that's your ally, Noah. The guy that
sided
believes God
with you
sits on a
earlier.
fucking throne. What a fucking dumb fuck Noah is.
Now I control who sides with me.
Oh my God.
Here's the thing, Hamza.
So I want to say, no, I have a question for Noah.
CNN. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what is your criticism of Al-Manar?
Al-Manar is is basically delivering fake news. I'm not saying, hold on, I will tell you why. First off, I'm not saying that CNN or BBC or AP News or even Al Jazeera is delivering the most accurate news of the Middle East. Maybe about Palestine when it comes to Al Jazeera, but not accurate information when it comes to the Middle East situation, especially in Lebanon and Syria and Iraq, right? Those
Right, I got
countries.
that, but is Al-Manar any less
I'll tell you
partisan?
why. Yes, I will tell you why my criticism for Al-Manar. When Hezbollah was getting fucked in the ass by the IDF, they were spewing propaganda that we are doing fine, we're very strong, we're actually killing Netanyahu, they got it so exaggerated. It's just like the same propaganda that the Iranian government are giving to their people.
So when I was saying it's highly partisan, it's correct.
Yes. That's why I'm not siding with you, by the way. I'm not saying that AP News or BBC or CNN are delivering accurate information. Both of them are delivering fake information that is not realistic on the ground. That's all I'm saying.
I understand, but what is the reason that the Guardian and all these other organizations are providing inaccurate information?
Because they don't have vision on the ground of what exactly is happening.
Right. So it's not because they're partisan.
It is because they're fucking partisan, dog.
They could be partisan.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, that could be a reason. We don't know.
Like in Syria, for example, back in 2013, they started dropping chemical bombs on the Syrian people. They were not delivering. El-Manar, for example, didn't actually deliver these kind of news. But the BBC did. Why? Because it was in Ghouta, right? It was in the big city, and they had access to it. But there are some other places. In Morocco or Al-Hasaka and other places, they didn't actually deliver because they didn't have a vision there. So sometimes I'm not saying that they are independent, they just don't have the equipment, they don't have the safety to go to these kind of territories, right? They didn't also deliver the most accurate information about ISIS back in the days, right? So you kind of get your news
Exactly. But you're saying that their information isn't accurate because they don't have good sources is very different than saying it's because they're partisan.
Their literal sources is the government, dude. What are you fucking on about, man?
He just said
I don't know that. Listen, I don't know about that if they are backed by
Is the Washington Post owned by the CIA? Is it funded by the CIA? Yes.
No, I don't have any evidence for that, but
One second, let me bring it up. 1 sec.
But you're not claiming just the Washington Post. You're claiming all of the news sources.
I am claiming all.
Yeah.
Can I at least prove one of them to you to be true? You think the Washington... Hold on, so let me ask you then, Nero. Is the Washington Post an independent
Now I'm about to talk about some...
They're owned by Jeff Bezos.
I think that they lost a lot of their editorial independence once Bezos bought it.
Okay, so what's the difference between them and CNN then? Isn't CNN funded by certain companies?
No, they get advertising revenues. Journalistic organizations try to separate their editorial side from their sales side. You know, even
even magazines happen when the Iraq War fucking happened.
What's that?
Dog, you're pissing me off, dog. Is CNN funded by certain organizations? And that's where their fucking advertising money comes from.
Yeah, the editorial is supposed to be independent from the advertising.
I didn't ask that. Their funding comes from. Oh my.
Hamza, I'm not trying to dig their sides also, but they were the first ones to actually get information about like what is happening in Abu Ghraib prison, right? Which is against what the government wants, right?
I don't know. No, I don't know if it's against what the government wants. I know that they're cased up with whatever the government wants. That's been the trend.
I know it's been a trend, but also there are pushbacks from against the government.
They publish critical stories of the government all the time.
Like what?
CNN is constantly criticizing Trump.
Fuck Trump. Trump is a fucking actor, man. He's not really making... Bro, you're dumb if you think Trump, the actor, really makes decisions for America. He doesn't make any decisions. He's just on camera, and he signs papers that other people give him, bro.
But he represents the government,
CIA,
right?
Hold on. The CIA director that's been the director for 20 years, he's gone through 5 presidents, right? He's the one that runs shit. People like that are the ones that run shit in the background. If you tell me Trump, you think Trump really makes decisions? Bro, you've been bamboozled just like all the American people. You're awam. You're like a regular person.
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying when they criticize Trump, they're criticizing the government, right?
Trump is a fucking actor. I'll tell you why. The Republicans, AIPAC, the Republicans and the Democrats always seem to vote for Israel. They're locking it in there. There's no partisan there. They all agree with whatever Israel says. That is like, bro, I can show you evidence of that. Every time Israel wants something, they all hold hands in together and they vote for Israel. Yet the Democrats try to say shit against Israel. The Muslims or whatever is in the socialists and whatever the fuck, they're against Israel, but yet they're all one step in with Israel.
Yeah, they're all hypocrites. But
exactly.
There's not the director of CIA hasn't been there for 20 years. You gotta look at the last year.
Not even
new
close
director
to
now.
20 years.
Hold on, it's a new director now.
And the guy before that wasn't there for 20 years. The guy before
How
that.
much was he there? 15? Hold on, was he there for 14 years?
Wasn't there.
Was he there for 14 years?
Guess what? Wasn't there for 20 years.
Was he there for 14 years? Was he there for 14 years?
The guy before that.
I know you don't want to answer my question. Oh, was he there for 14 years?
No.
Well, how long was he there for?
I'll look it up.
You're the one that said no. Hold on. You're the one that said no. You must know. You're disagreeing with me.
So 2001 to 2005 was Burns. Haspel was 2018 to 2021.
No, 2005 to 2018.
Pompeo was
2005 to 2018. Who was in position?
Oh my god. Dude, shut up. Let me finish reading out the fucking list.
Yeah, go ahead.
John Radcliffe, right? January 23, 2025 to current. William J. Burns, March 19th, 2021 to January 20, 2025. Gia Haspel, May 21, 2018 to January 19, 2021.
You don't have to go through
Mike
this.
Pompeo, January 23, 2017 to April 16, 2018. John Brennan, March 8th, 2013 to January 2027.
Are you reading the CIA?
Yes. The director of the CIA.
You're wasting your time. Look, the longest serving CIA directors, right? Well, number 1, Alan Dulles, 8 years.
Alan Dulles is what I'm talking about, yeah.
8 years.
You're an idiot.
That's 2 fucking presidents, dumb fuck.
So if I look at the last,
You're an idiot, and that's 2 presidents. What a fucking
the last 5 CIA directors. So the current one is less than a year. Then the one before that is 3.8 years, 2.6, 1.26, 3.
Are you literally conceding that? Hold on. Are you literally conceding that you think Trump is making major decisions?
Will you concede that the current CIA director and the one before that and the one before that and the one before that were in there for 20 years?
Now it's your turn. I can see.
No.
What do you mean? No, I gave you what you wanted. I gave you what you wanted. I gave you what. Now you need to concede to me. Are you saying that you believe that Trump is making major decisions for America? Yeah, you're a dumb fuck.
Okay.
Forever your life's gonna be dumb fuck.
Okay. Where's the evidence?
This actor who knows nothing about politics. politics.
Just
This actor who knows. Hold on, bro. Yeah, I'll tell you. AIPAC, do they lobby for fucking Israel?
Yes.
Okay, does that affect the May decisions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, does that affect the decisions that Trump makes?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it Trump that's making the decision, or the lobbyists that are lobbying for AIPAC?
Lobbyists are lobbying.
Whoa.
Oh, I fucked you in the ass, didn't I, you fucking dumb
Oh my
fuck?
god, you are so dumb.
Owned or not? Did I own you or not?
Not owned.
You need to evolve,
Just
bro.
because
you
people contribute. Okay, shut up, dude. Just because people contribute towards politicians, and politicians are more likely to vote in favor of people who contribute.
This guy sounds like a politician
does not mean that
himself.
the politician is not
You're
actually
a dumb
making the
fuck.
decision. The politician is the one who decides.
The donors are the
actually, accept the money and do the political action in favor of the
The donors are the ones that make the decision, you dumb fuck. Fucking idiot. Yeah, obviously, the donors are the ones that put people in power, you dumb fuck. They're the ones that make the decisions, not the actual people in power, you fucking idiot. Have you seen House of Cards? I mean, like, what should I give you that you realize what's going on?
Post your reference you're using to determine it.
My dick, that's my reference.
You can't make that.
Hold on, let me tell you. The guy wants to know a reference, so I'm gonna give him one.
House of Cards is the source.
Oh, you guys are not being fair. You're not being fair. Let me give him the reference. My dick is the reference. How about that, you dumb fuck?
You might be the stupidest and most annoying person.
Shut the fuck up, dumb fuck. The military-industrial complex. How many people do I need to give you?
Oh my god, they're
not the ones that make decisions.
They're owned by the contributors. Oh my god.
Obviously, you dumb. Oh, I accept your concession. I accept your concession, idiot.
Like, what's the evidence that Trump's not making the decisions for America, Hamza?
His donors, dumb fuck.
His donors is the evidence?
Yes.
If I said for our donors?
Yeah. The people that give him money to be in position
is
what's gonna. Hold on, let me finish my answer.
Yeah, okay.
The people that give him money to be in the position he is in are the ones that are going to contribute to the actual things that are going to be instituted as law.
That's not right.
Why?
So the Congress are people who write laws.
You can suck my dick after that stupid ass statement.
Congress are people who write laws, not the executive branch.
I didn't fucking ask who writes the laws, dumbass.
So the people who are going to be contributing to the laws, right, are going to be the congressional delegates.
Who do they represent?
Those are
Hold on. Who do they represent? Hold on.
And
who do they
delegates have donors.
Stop. I'm gonna get confused.
Might choose to write legislation in line with their donors, or they might choose to not do that.
I agree.
Right.
Are they more likely? I agree.
Right?
Bro, you're
not
missing
the
out.
donors, right?
You don't like the answer. You don't like. Are in line? Are they more to be in line people that donate to them or not?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, but most likely on probability.
No, but not necessarily.
Oh, so the people. Oh, look how dumb fuck this is.
Donors.
So why would they donate to them? You're fucking a
sides
Catholic.
of the political aisle.
You're a fucking Catholic, bro. You're a
Both
Catholic.
sides of the political aisle are servicing the same donor if they have.
Because it's the same. I'll tell you why.
Legislation.
Because it's the same donor that's donating to both sides of the party. That's why when you find
I have no idea how this works.
Hold on. Okay, AIPAC. Hold on. So hold on. The Democrats and the Republicans. You're such a Catholic. Why are you trying to censor me when I talk? So they're not in line when it comes to decisions for Israel?
No, they may be, but they don't have to be.
Why? Why should they be?
Because that could be their actual genuine belief that Israel.
No, that's not. But they state otherwise.
No, you don't know that it's not their genuine belief that Israel's good for America. Like Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is a perfect example of someone who believes
You deny the truth when it's
regardless of who Lindsey Graham's donors are.
What a fucking Catholic. The truth is presented to you and you deny it, bro. You're a fucking Catholic. Hold on, let me ask a real question. Is the system rigged? What a fucking silence.
You just get proven wrong on every claim. Director. So, CNN's not owned by.
Are you gonna answer?
The director wasn't there for the last 20 years, right?
It's just
claim after claim after claim after
So
claim
now I'm
loud, and you're
I'm asking
obnoxious, but you're not informed at all.
Let's see. Is the system rigged? Or is it a fair democracy? Let's see this fucking calf and how he answers. That's why you're silent, bro. That's why you're silent. You would have already answered, right? We already know your answer. The system is rigged towards the rich. And the rich happens to be some kind of partisan group. I'm not going to name their ethnicity, right? Because you'll hold it against me, you fuck. But there's a certain people, there's a certain people that hold weight in America, and they happen to be the billionaires. That's who's America.
It is.
Yeah, that's who decides what laws get passed. And you dumb fuck ass, you're gonna argue against me? Are you gonna stay on mute now? Or did I ruin the conversation? I know. They don't even give you money and you defend them, bro.
So who are these people that are the millionaires? If I want to know who they are.
I don't care what you want to know. If you don't know, you're not informed. Well, you're not informed.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, man. I'm not here to teach you, bro. Go fucking research for your own self.
Okay, gotcha, bro.
It's a lot of research, bro. Find out who owns the banks. Who owns BlackRock, the biggest investment firm in the world? You don't even know who the fuck owns them? Then you're not informed, bro. It's not my job to come and teach you. You go learn your shit, then come back and argue with me. Not like this fucking idiot egg motherfucker hasn't evolved yet. Right? He hasn't even evolved yet. And he wants to come and argue with me. Even though he agrees with me secretly. That's the shitty part. Togepi, fuck that you are Togepi. I know what Pokemon you are, fuck.
The biggest shareholders in BlackRock are the Vanguard Group, State Street, and Capital Group.
Thanks. Do you know who they are?
Yeah, I know what each one of those are.
Okay, do you know who owns the Federal Reserve?
There's not an individual that owns the Federal Reserve.
I didn't say it was in. I said who they are, not who he is.
I know what you mean by they are. It's not owned.
It's a group of people is what I mean.
It's the Federal Reserve not owned by a group of people.
Is it owned by us? Is it a governmental property?
It's a combination.
No, sorry. Is it a private group?
It's a public-private entity.
That doesn't make sense. Is it a private group or a public group?
It's actually a combination.
Okay, so are you saying that the Federal Reserve is owned by the government? Watch this slide.
It's a public.
I'm not, bro. I don't like re-asking my question, but I'm gonna do it for you, because you're a good friend of mine. Is the Federal Reserve privately owned or is it publicly owned?
It doesn't fall into either category because it's a
Does that fucking make sense? It's a dichotomy, dog.
If you that created
it.
Yeah, well then you're familiar with it.
Okay, so is it public?
It's a unique structure.
Is it public?
It's not fully public. It's
not even partial. You know how I know it's not even partially public? Because I can't even see the members of the group, right? Because it's privately fucking owned.
So if you can't see the members of the group, how do you know?
Does it make it public?
No, but
if it's public, then it's public knowledge.
If you can't see the members, then you don't know who owns it.
Right, is that public information? No, but now I own you. No, it's public information, I should get to know it, right?
Dude, you just said that
Stop talking. Answer my question. If it's public information, the owners of the people who run the Federal Reserve, if it's public information, I should know it, right? It's because it's public information.
Who runs the world, bro?
Right, we know who's on the FM. We know who's on the FMOC.
I didn't ask that.
We know who's on the FMOC. And we know the 12 banks that own stocks in the Federal Reserve shares.
Right.
So that part is known. Now,
hold on. Can banks own stock in something that's governmental?
Oh my god, it's not.
Well, shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
They can't trade the stock, the Federal Reserve stock.
Bro. You're a dumb fuck.
Yeah, it's
not like
it's a specialized type of stock.
Normal equities that are traded.
They're not.
I know that, you dumb fuck. Let me get to that point.
The stock is not allowed to be sold. It's not allowed to be transferred.
Okay. What other governmental company
doesn't carry
owns by stock?
rights.
Shut the fuck up. It barely trades in bank currency. What are you on about?
Dude,
it's what banks fucking ask loans from. Lends money to banks.
That's right, but
There's a bank of banks.
It's not profit. And
Is it owned by government?
any excess revenues goes to the
You're all
U.S.
such fucking Catholic.
Can you just listen to this point?
No, you're dumb fuck. Is it owned by the government?
All excess revenues goes to the U.S. Treasury.
Bro, is the
It doesn't go to the banks.
Is it a public firm or a private one?
I said it's a hybrid type organization.
What the fuck does that mean?
You didn't like the answer.
Is there at least a part of it that's private?
Yes, part of it is.
So it becomes non-governmental.
Well, it's a little
By
bit of both.
definition, dumb fuck. By definition, if it's private, it's not public, and public is governmental. Say, any fucking argument. You're an idiot. You need to evolve, then you come talk to me. Some points, then you come talk to me, bro. You're still in your first state of evolution.
So go ahead, continue your argument.
No, you need to first. Do you need, bro? I need your concession. Is it part of it private?
I agreed. I said part of it is private.
Right. Can a governmental organization be private, even at least one part?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Right. Can at least one part of something that's governmental be private?
Right. I mean, there are cases where like government has. Well, there's cases where government has nationalized industries and then they later.
If it's nationalized, if it's nationalized, it's not private.
No, I understand, but then they turn around and privatize it.
Okay,
So
if it's privatized, it doesn't become governmental anymore. Because a certain people are going to come up on whatever the case may be, and it doesn't become the whole anymore. It doesn't become public.
Right, but sometimes they're split. Like, it's not 100% ownership.
When does that happen? When does that happen? Name one fucking occurrence before you chat GPT.
Well, I know, like, the French government has done it with...
Fuck the French government.
France Telecom and stuff like that.
And a private... Hold on. So a private organization benefits on some kind of governmental, like, opportunity? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not governmental, right?
Oh, but the government owns a large percentage of the...
By government, hold on. By government, literally by definition, means owned by the fucking people. Owned publicly.
Yes, but you could have a company, for instance...
How can you have something be owned publicly and privately, man?
Because I'll explain how it happens. You have shares of stock, and the government doesn't own 100% of the shares. It might own 70%, and it lets 30% be owned by the private sector.
Okay, that private sector is not governmental anymore, is it?
Yeah, the private sector portion isn't, but...
Okay, good, you fuck. So now back to the fucking Federal Reserve. Can any portion of the Federal Reserve be private? If you say yes, I fuck you.
Go ahead and do it then.
Okay, you say yes then, right? You're saying yes?
Sure.
Okay, so this bank that loans to governmental banks, a portion of it is private?
Yeah, it has 12...
And you're telling me, shut the fuck up, bro. And you're telling me that's not biased? Because they look out for their own selves. It's, by definition, it's private now. They don't care about public interest anymore. It's about private shares. They want to come up on their own selves, right? Are we done here? Are we done here? Am I done fucking with this argument anymore?
Yeah.
Good. Go on mute. I fucking accept your concession.
Thank you, Cops, for enlightening us.
So you think you gained enough XP from that to take me on?
Well, I gained mad XP. Go ahead, I evolved.
I have to XP.
Okay, fine. I accept your concession too. Yo, I'm not smart, but I know some shit, bro. Because I don't like bullshit, man. I don't like bullshit. CNN is fucking non-biased. What bullshit? Fox is not biased. What bullshit? BBC is not biased. Fuck bullshit. Trump makes decisions. What bullshit?
Dude, if you're against BS, why would you try to claim that Al-Manar is objective?
because I'm trying to. If you say fucking CNN and BBC are objective, I'm gonna say Al-Manar's objective. And if you think mine's not objective,
That's
then I'm
fine.
gonna.
So you're acknowledging that Al-Manar is highly partisan.
No, I won't.
You won't.
Complex. Why? Because the area you don't like. Because the group that supports it you don't like. Fucking groups.
Right. So you're saying that the only reason that you won't say it's not partisan is unless people accept that the other organizations are also.
No, I believe that. No. Look how fucking I'll bite the bullet. I believe this organization, even though it's funded by what you call a terrorist organization, is still partisan. It's non-biased. That's this claim I'm gonna make.
You're saying it's non-biased.
Yeah.
So it is partisan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any argument against that?
I don't know what you mean by saying it's partisan and non-biased. Partisan.
No, I said it's non-partisan. It's non-partisan. I said.
Oh, non-partisan. Okay.
Yeah. It's not biased. I said. Literally means non.
Yeah, I heard you say non-biased. I thought you said partisan, but it's okay.
Non-partisan.
That's fine.
Okay, and is CNN non-partisan?
Dude.
Or does it fucking does it no?
Dude, it's so obvious that.
They don't appeal to democratic
anybody that knows anything about Al-Manar knows it's highly partisan.
Hold on. Does CNN appeal to libertarian views? You fuck.
Not particularly.
You're such a fucking liar.
CNN is libertarian?
Oh, is Fox fucking libertarian?
Fox is closer to libertarian than CNN is.
Wow, they're not conservative?
Dude,
you don't even know your own chart. You don't even know your own
Fox is conservative.
Oh,
and
okay.
CNN is not
conservative?
But it's not libertarian.
What is it then?
It's just liberal/progressive.
Okay, progressive, is it good?
Yeah, CNN is there's a lot of evidence that CNN is very biased towards Israel.
Thank you.
But it's not libertarian, Matthew.
It is libertarian.
Well, we can have a discussion about that, but it's clearly Zionist.
Yeah, but the question was libertarian.
Okay, fine. Let's switch to Zionist.
Would you accept that there's evidence that the CNN is heavily biased towards Israel?
If you're asking me, I don't watch CNN.
I heard you kind of argue for it or advocate for it.
No, that's not. We weren't talking about whether CNN was Zionist or not. We were talking about whether or not CNN was owned by the government.
No, originally, because I was listening to the discussion, the original point of it was that this, whether one should trust CNN's coverage of anti-Israeli agenda.
I never.
And you also.
That's false. I never at any point.
Yeah, because the discussion was Iran. And you said we should trust CNN.
No, the discussion was Iran, right? Not about Israel.
And you advocated for CNN. You said
no. Again, first of all, the question came up was which organizations are reporting this, and so I mentioned a long list, including CNN. And all of the organizations.
CNN was your second one, and Hamza objected. You said why?
Yeah, CNN. His objection was that it was owned by the government. He said no. I didn't say that. I said it. He said it was owned by the government.
Well, it's owned by Warner Brothers Discovery.
You said it was owned by the CIA.
Well, that's not the government, is it?
The president of which is a Zionist.
Is that the government?
Yes.
So if
that's not the government.
If Minith and Euro were actually interested in what the gist of what Hamza was saying, they would have conceded that, clearly there is strong evidence to suggest that CNN would be biased towards Israel. And
that's not. That wasn't the argument. At no point was it even mentioned about bias towards Israel. It started in a discussion about Iran, and then the claim was made that all of these news sources were owned by the government. And I do not believe that CNN was owned by the government. I do not believe that the CNN was owned by the CIA. I don't believe that the Guardian is owned by the government. And so I don't don't believe any of those are owned by the government, so I just don't think it's true.
So either you, Euro, and Millith knew about this and you covered it.
No, it wasn't the topic, Matthew. You're distorting the conversation. There was no conversation at any time about whether or not these organizations were pro or against Israel. The discussion was whether or not they were owned by the government. And if you want to make this argument that they are owned by the government, I would be very interested in hearing it, but I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Okay, now
Euro,
one at a time. Thank you.
So Euro, do you think that CNN can be trusted in order to give us coverage, transparent, full, comprehensive coverage of what's happening between Israel and Gaza, and also what's happening in Iran?
It's irrelevant. That's a totally new topic. It's irrelevant to this stuff. No, because you were trying to argue. You were trying to argue that Hamza was correct, and you wouldn't even say, because it's not. I don't believe it's true that it's owned by the government.
Okay,
full stop. I don't believe that.
Great, you win that. Okay.
Well, thank you. You shouldn't make that clear to Hamza.
You presented initially CNN as a reputable news source.
I mentioned one of several news organizations that's reported.
Fuck the others. Would you like to remove CNN from that list?
I think CNN is a relatively good news organization. I think that it is. I think it has a partisan bias because this is what's happened in the U.S. All of the major news sources now have a political slanting that they make very obvious. So Fox is very conservative. MSNBC is liberal progressive. CNN is liberal progressive.
Are you aware of any American mainstream news channels that are not biased towards Israel?
I don't track them on whether they're for or against Israel. I'm just saying that I know about the political biases, which I mentioned, right versus left, and that I know that organizations like AP News and Reuters strive towards objectivity.
Okay, I'll extend the question to anyone else who might know. Does anyone know of any American mainstream news channels that are not biased towards Israel?
Nope.
No further questions.
Fucking, we accept your concession, Euro.
Well, it's not a concession. I can't be concession when it was a topic I wasn't discussing. We never discussed that topic.
Is the
so how can I be
let me address it directly. Is the government decisions, is that advocated by the lobbyists that govern for those decisions?
I don't know. I would ask you.
Oh, you're a dumb fuck. If you don't know, then don't argue.
Wait a second.
Don't argue with me.
I'm trying to answer the question.
You say you don't know.
I'm trying to answer the question that Matthew raised. I'm not sure if NPR is biased in favor of Israel.
Obviously, NPR?
Yeah, I'm asking.
No, yeah, they are. Very much so. But you're trying to use like a fucking, like a little trick, right? You're trying to say, oh, well, Hamza said the government, not these personal companies. Is that what you said to him?
Dude, I'm not making any trick. You literally were arguing. You literally told me that's what we were arguing
affected by private companies and their lobbyists. Fuck.
Dude, you told me at the time you said CNN was owned by the government. You then said CNN was owned by the CIA.
Who's the government owned by?
Okay, so now you're saying it's owned by the people? Lobbyists.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously.
Okay, well then you
should
have said the CNN is owned by lobbyists.
But that's the government. It's just a reference back to the government. It's owned by big business. I already mentioned the military-industrial complex. I mentioned lobbyists.
You did mention military-industrial complex.
And APAC.
Later, yes.
And APAC.
Yes, later you did, yes.
Okay, these are the ones that sway decisions. Not me and you. Not owned by people.
Dude, I'm not against General. What's your problem?
Why are you arguing against me then?
I'm saying your argument evolved over time.
It didn't evolve shit. I mentioned it in the beginning.
Dude, in the beginning, you literally You said government. You said it was owned by the government, owned by
And
the
you didn't
CNN.
understand what government meant.
And I said...
I thought you understood more. I thought you understood what the government is. It's not decisions made by me and you. It's by billionaires. And the billionaires happen to be AIPAC, the military-industrial complex, fucking Walmart, all these people. They're the ones that make real decisions, not me and you. Me and your vote don't mean shit to them. That's not me and you. If I give $10 to Trump and they give $10 billion to Trump, bro, that doesn't do shit for me. They listen to what Trump wants. CNN listens to what the fucking industrial complex wants, because that's who funds them at the end of the day. I don't know why you're disagreeing with me on this point.
Right, but you acknowledge that CNN is against Trump.
Yeah, but it's not against Israel. It's not against the... Bro, I already told you that Trump doesn't make decisions.
No, I understand
that. Makes decisions.
Right.
The military-industrial complex makes decisions, not Trump.
Right, I understand that. But
Trump is a fake fucking actor in front of you to throw you off from what's really going on.
Right, so if you're saying Fox News is owned by the government, both of them are. So Fox News is pro-Trump, and CNN is anti-Trump. So if they're both owned by the government, why are they taking opposite positions?
Very good. I'll tell you why. Because both of them are AIPAC. And they just want to throw off the view of AIPAC. They don't want AIPAC to be in the spotlight. They don't want the military-industrial complex to be in the spotlight. So fucking hate Trump because he grabs pussies, right? Everyone's so dumb. Some Kim Kardashian bullshit, right? He grabs pussies and they destroy nations and they kidnap presidents and their wives and they get away with it. Why? Because you dumb fucks are worried about Trump grabbing pussies, bro. Oh, wow.
Okay,
you guys are just simple people, bro. You guys are simple dumb
Hamza,
bro.
So Hamza, are you saying that...
And the Federal Reserve is still privately owned.
So, are you saying that the AIPAC is both pro and anti-Trump?
Okay. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. But they're both pro-AIPAC, I'll tell you that shit. No one mentions them in the news. Israel's a detriment to America, yet they support them 100%. Israel's never done anything for America except fucking terrorist acts towards America, the state itself. Yet you guys support them. Why? Because the media is so owned by them. You guys don't even know what's going on. All you guys are worried about is grab them by the pussies, right? That's all you guys care about. Because you're dumb fucks. You guys are sheeps, bro. Fucking baked, fucking bodied.
Okay, so then why doesn't somebody else come up amongst the ranks to oppose
They're
that?
too strong. They own the banks. How the fuck am I supposed to come up against someone who owns the bank I borrow money from? The money is borrowed from another bank, and that bank is owned by people. I don't even want to... I'm so scared to even mention the ethnicity, bro. That's how much they own us. That's how much they own
eyes, bro. Fuck eyes. Well, it's winter here in Denmark, bro, so there's ice everywhere. Bro, did you find your hashish plug in Lebanon?
No hashish plug.
No plug?
Yo, I'm in the Shia area.
That's all you can speak now, are you? And the freedom.
Well, now I love Hezbollah. Hezbollah number one. No one
Man, these Americans are so dumb, bro.
bro.
Both sides, bro. And this guy is supposed to be, Euro, bro. I thought Europeans were smarter than that.
He's supposed to be like us, bro. Turns out to be a fucking Catholic Zionist.
Dude, why are you so...
Not the fuck up Zionist, bro.
No, dude, you're being very unfair.
I'm not being unfair.
Yes, I am.
Okay, now let's get personal. I thought you had the same mentality as all of us. Everyone in power.
Dude, we agree on a lot of things.
Yeah,
doesn't mean we agree on everything.
Don't agree on.
And the fact that he asks difficult questions. No, I don't think so at all. The fact that I'm asking critical questions, you should be appreciating.
Fucking bro, you don't even know simple basics like fucking lobbyists. You don't know the government's owned? I have to explain.
You're assuming that I don't know these things.
So then why are you
The whole conversation was I asked you, what can we trust as legitimate news sources, and you gave me Twitter and Telegram, and then I pointed out that those aren't news sources, they're platforms.
You fucking pointed out CNN.
Yeah, I pointed out CNN, BBC.
And you don't even know that these are controlled by opposition groups, that they're controlled by... Do you even believe in the deep state? Hold on, do you even believe in deep state? Or is that a conspiracy theorist?
I have no idea if that's
real. So you're a dumb fuck. So why am I even fucking talking to you if you don't even know? You don't want to test.
You want me to just say, yeah, it's a deep state?
No, I don't. I want you to be honest. And then you run on the test. As a teacher, I mark you wrong. You don't know the fucking answer.
Well, not knowing is better.
Shut your mouth.
Not knowing
Shut your mouth. Don't argue with me.
Dude, I'm not arguing on those points. You see, that's the difference. I don't argue with you on something that I say I don't know. But what I'm saying is, you told me that what I should use for news sources is Telegram and Twitter.
No,
and I said that those are news sources.
Hold on. I said don't use CNN and BBC.
Right, and then I said, what should I use? And you literally said Twitter and Telegram. And then I said, they're not news sources, those are platforms where various individuals...
I agree.
Yeah, okay, and then we agree. And then, of course, you understand the problem.
Use Reuters.
And I suggested Reuters. I did suggest Reuters. Reuters was one of the ones I suggested.
He's being sarcastic.
Hamza didn't like it.
He's being sarcastic, bro.
Well, you think he's being sarcastic, but he sounded serious. But in any case, I would say Reuters and AP are better than the other ones that we mentioned.
Okay, what if I told you that those are also opposition? Those are also controlled by the deep state. And you would just tell me you don't know, right?
Well, I don't know that they are. Do you know that they are?
I do know they are. I know that I do know they are.
Okay. Well, then, that's fine. Just to show that,
Okay.
But the thing is...
So then it turns out... Hold on.
I just want to get
Hold on. Now Iran...
Wait a second. We were talking about Twitter and Telegram, and my point is they might provide... There might be individuals that can post, what you're considering as accurate information, but then you also have people that post inaccurate information there. So how are you supposed to distinguish between them?
You gotta be smart, bro. You can't be a dumb fucking life, bro. I can't navigate your life, bro.
No, I know, but don't you think you're accepting the ones that correspond?
Has Iran fucking tried to take over another country?
What's that?
Has Iran tried to take over another country?
I never said that it was.
Have they superseded anyone's international borders except themselves?
I haven't said that they did.
Has Israel?
Dude,
I need a clear answer here. Has Israel? I'm gonna show, because I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of your dumb fucking right? Has Israel?
Those are positions that I'm taking. I haven't taken you're asking me questions about positions I haven't taken. I'm just trying to point out, when you want to use Twitter and Telegram, where individuals are posting, and there isn't a clear way to distinguish between which ones are accurate and inaccurate, that you may be tempting to believe those that happen to correspond to your beliefs.
No, wrong.
And you reject others. Well, then what?
Wrong. Well, then I'm going to take all information into account. I'm going to make a decision. But you're dumb fuckeries.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but you've already accepted CNN and BBC as being non-biased. You literally made that fucking dumb fuck. For all us rationalists, we think that's the most dumb fuck statement anyone's ever made. CNN and BBC are not biased.
Dude, BBC tries to be objective.
Are they objective?
Well, I think they're fairly objective.
So you're a dumb fuck. For all us rationalists who really know what's going on in the world, we think you're a dumb fuck.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's not my fault, bro. Yeah, that's your own dumb fuckery, right?
Dude,
you have to navigate yourself out of that trap.
Okay, but I'm saying, relatively speaking...
You're an Israel pawn, bro. You're a fucking dumb fucker.
Because
you're relatively like everyone else.
Because I think BBC is trying to be objective.
Wallah. Yeah, that's the most dumb fuck. Anyone who's at least half as smart as a fucking donkey knows that BBC lies. They lie on behalf of Israel. Did you know that?
Okay.
Even that
do you think they're biased on all subjects or just this Israeli subject?
Let's go with Israel alone and then we'll get to other facts.
Okay.
Bro, if they lie on behalf of Israel, now we know they're liars.
Why are they lying on behalf of Israel?
Because Israel funds them.
Israel funds BBC.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
So you're a dumb fuck, right? So don't fucking get into a conversation. Don't get into a conversation.
Dude, I never said that they didn't. That's the difference.
So why the fuck are you arguing with me, Euro?
Dude, I'm literally not arguing on points that when I say I don't know.
If
you're telling me.
Oh my god, man.
You're telling me.
Stop talking. If your answer is always going to be you don't know, stop having the conversation with me.
Dude, how do I supposed to anticipate what your future questions are going to be? Am I supposed to have a crystal ball?
Okay, if you don't know, why are you fucking interjecting, bro? Why are you denying my claims, bro? If you don't,
I never denied your claim about Israel funding the BBC because I hadn't heard it before.
Oh, look at this fucking BBC report right here. 1 second, bro. Let me bring this up. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit right here. Hold on. Copy. Copy in the chat, bro. That's my niggas, bro. My niggas are based, bro. You don't have people like me, bro. Hold on. Paste. Read. Look at this fucking quote right here. Copy. Here. Look at the chat. Dumb fuck. You want to argue with me? Go ahead, read the chat, Euro. Don't fuck with me and don't fuck with my people, bro. Let me read the first 2 paragraphs, since you guys won't read, because you're all dumb fucks anyways, right? Here we go. A number of news outlets have strongly rejected Israeli accusations that 4 freelance photographers they worked with in Gaza had prior knowledge of the Hamas attacks on 7 October. Israeli Minister Shalom Khari said certain individuals, quote-unquote, who had worked for Reuters, AP, CNN, and New York Times had prior knowledge. All 4 outlets have denied the claims, which have since been debunked. The NYT said the outrageous accusations endangered freelancers. Hamas launched devastating and unprecedented attacks on southern Israel on 7 October, killing more than 1,400 Israeli civilians and soldiers and kidnapping more than 240. Anything else, dog? Are we done here? Did me and my group win the conversation? Don't fuck with my group. The question is, why would Israeli say that? Why would Israel say that?
Dude, do you just realize that the article you said is saying the opposite of what you're saying? It's saying, yes, it's saying the Israeli minister made certain claims that are being denied by the news organizations.
Hold on. Certain individuals who had worked for Reuters, AP, CNN, and New York Times had prior knowledge, and you're saying, what? Wait, what are you saying?
That was a claim by the Israeli minister, right?
Okay.
And all 4 outlets deny the claims.
Obviously,
and it says they have since been debunked.
Which ones?
That's
all
what it
4
says.
outlets have been denied the claims, which have since been debunked. Why would Israel say it?
Well, I'm just saying that this article is not proving your point.
Why would
because this
Israel
article,
say it? Why would
the
Israel
article is
say
saying that the news outlets denied it,
Okay,
and they're saying that the claims themselves were
Why
debunked.
would Israel say that? Why would they say that?
Dude, you're saying that these organizations are controlled by Israel. Israel funds them. And
Israel's saying that.
Right, Israel's saying that they have the knowledge.
Why?
And why are these organizations saying it's not true? And why does it say that the claim is debunked?
Why was Israel saying that?
Oh my God. Was Israel correct when they were saying it?
Let's say no, but why are they saying it?
So if they weren't correct, that means that news organizations
Did Israel believe? Hold on. Did Israel believe it to be correct when they said it?
This minister
I'm
apparently
just gonna repeat the
believed
question.
it.
If you don't fucking
But
answer, I'm gonna repeat the question.
But it shows that there's a tension between
I'm just gonna repeat the question, right? Did Israel believe it to be true when they stated it?
Presumably, this minister believed it to be true.
Yeah, right. So.
Right. So it proves that tension. It shows a tension between the organizations in Israel, not that they're in collusion.
What tension? Israel saying there's no collusion. They work for us. That's what Israel said.
Well, is that what it says there, that they worked for us?
No, but you know that's the implication.
I don't know that that's. I don't think so, but.
Oh, you're such a fucking kafir.
I don't think that's what it says. It simply says that 4 freelance photographers that worked within Gaza had prior knowledge of the attacks. That's not saying they worked for Israel.
Several individuals who had worked for Reuters, AP, CNN, and the New York Times had prior knowledge.
Right, so Israel's actually, the claim that's being made is that these individuals had knowledge from Hamas, that Hamas was going to do these attacks.
Is that what Israel's saying?
Yeah, that's what it says there, yeah.
Where does it say that?
It says they rejected Israeli accusations that 4 freelance photographers that worked within Gaza had prior knowledge of the Hamas attacks on 7th of October.
Okay, so Hamas told them because it's the Hamas attacks, bro.
No, they said that they knew that Hamas was going to do these attacks prior to.
Who said that?
It says that right there, that there's knowledge of the Hamas attacks.
Israel says that, right?
Yeah, Israel did about
Isn't that fucking weird? Dog, isn't that fucking weird they would say something like that?
Right, but that's not saying that.
Dog, you're being. That's someone in the ministry, right? They're saying that. Isn't that at least something to be like a hunch about something weird's going on?
Look, I agree about it being something weird.
Good, I accept your concession then. We're done here.
It's not a concession.
It is, bro. Some weird shit's going on. Israel's admitting it.
You were saying that this was evidence that they were bought by Israel. Israel here's making it the opposite claim. The news.
Well, if the news organization says no, you just accept because the news organization said no.
I'm saying that either one of them could be right, but either one, whether they're right or wrong, it doesn't show that they're in Israel yet.
Israel themselves are saying they're in my pocket.
No, Israel is saying that they were in Hamas's pocket. That's the claim, and then organizations denying. They said that these freelance reporters had prior knowledge of the Hamas attacks.
Yeah, did they state that? Did they fucking publish that?
No, that's the claim that Israel ministers making.
Oh my God, you're not even understanding.
That's literally the truth, dude.
I know, dog. Israel's the one that's stating it. No, I know. Look at this one now. Look at this one. My goodness. Okay, what about this one, dog?
Okay, so this is a good one. This one says Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago. Okay.
Now put the two together.
Yeah, exactly. So now, would you agree that this is critical of Israel, right?
Okay.
And it's printed by the New York Times.
Okay.
So New York Times is in Israel's pocket, or it's not in Israel's pocket?
Hold on, what are they stating? Thing keeps wanting me to pay 25 cents.
It's saying that Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago.
I can't read the article. That's not even.
I can read it to you.
Yeah, we may sort
Okay.
What the fuck?
So at the top it says Israel knew Hamas attack plan more than a year ago.
You don't know that those
By
people
the Times laid out the attack in detail. Israeli officials dismissed it as aspirational and ignored specific warnings.
Okay.
Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for the October 7th terrorist attack more than a year before it happened. Documents, emails, and interviews show. But Israeli military intelligence officials dismissed the plan as aspirational, considering it too difficult for Hamas to carry it out. The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people.
Okay, so Israel knew.
Right. So
Then they told, hold on. Then they told the journalists.
Then they told the journal that there's going to be an attack. Oh, you're going back to the other article?
Yeah, both. They're both going hand in hand. What are you on about?
Okay, so would you say that this New York Times article...
Hold on. Do you agree? Israel knew. Then they told the journalists. Then the attack happened. Then the world knew.
I mean, that's a possibility. But wait, is this article, this New York Times article is critical of Israel or not?
Yes.
Right. So the New York Times is being owned and controlled by Israel or not?
Yeah, 100%.
So why would they write an article that's negative about Israel then?
Who gives a fuck? That doesn't disprove that's not owned by Israel.
Well, your whole point is that they're biased for Israel, and then
They already biased for Israel.
Right, but you're giving me articles that are anti-Israeli.
No, you're not understanding.
Well, you agree that this article is critical of Israel, and it's written by the New York Times, which you're telling me is biased towards Israel. So this organization that's biased towards Israel is writing anti-Israeli articles.
But it's after the fact, though. Hold on. I'm not understanding. If you combine both articles, they're both owned by Israel. Israel knew the attack was going to happen.
It's a negative thing being reported by what you're saying is a pro-Israeli news source. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right?
Yeah, but I can't really state the fact of the matter, right? The best way to be biased is to be plausibly unbiased.
Okay, so this is now the part of their undercover operation to sometimes be anti-Israeli?
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously, dog.
Okay.
Did it happen when the fucking occurrence happened? Fucking 22 babies killed or whatever. They're all beheaded and everyone publishes the same shit. No evidence. Everyone was raped. No evidence, yet it's all published in all these fucking major news outlets that you say are non-biased.
News outlets are very bad at quickly publishing information that's wrong because they want to be first.
That was Israel's claim. That's what Israel stated, and everyone.
I understand, but
and it was so fucking wrong.
That's
Two babies died. One was shot. One died in a hospital.
Yeah. Look, but the same things happened when there was misinformation reported by Gaza. The news organizations all picked it up and played it.
Hold on. What misinformation?
There was a claim at one time that a hospital was bombed and that several people died. In fact, I think at one point they said all the people there died, and that it was an Israeli missile. And then it turned out that the hospital wasn't even touched. The explosion took place in the parking lot. The news organization reported it.
When journalists and babies died.
I'm giving you an example where the same news organization printed false information initially, saying that the hospital was...
But it turned out to be in Israel's favor. Oh, it wasn't the hospital that was bombed, it was actually a parking lot. Yet there are other reports that say that the hospital was
I'm saying that
bombed.
initially they posted that it was the hospital, and that was not favorable to Israel. But they publish it because news organizations like to publish quickly, and this is one of the problems that happens, that sometimes the misinformation gets reported initially.
Right, so you're just gonna think it's conspiracy theory, right? When I say that, sometimes
I'm just saying it happens sometimes.
Sometimes it's gonna be possibly unbiased, right? They're gonna publish some shit against Israel, but in favor, most likely, it's always gonna be Israel's side, which is what we see with the media. Leaning towards Israel. Sometimes they'll give you these tidbits about Israel does war crimes, but it's always in more favor towards Israel committing genocide, even though they don't mention that Israel's in the right.
Well, we'd have to have some...
Why do you turn out to be an imbecile when it comes to Zionism, you guys?
I'm not being an imbecile. I'm just trying to be
objective when it comes to this. I don't understand.
You turn out to be an idiot. I don't know why.
Some think I'm an idiot. No, I just try to be objective and critical.
Well, you're an idiot.
And I think that, if you wanted to have a good debate about this, you have to bring in people that are pro-Israeli and
like you. You're pro really. I'm talking to you.
No, I'm not as knowledgeable, nor am I
Why do you
as
take their side?
partisan.
Why do you take their side so much?
I do when I think that they're correct, and I take.
In what? In what? Okay, I want to know. Is Israel committing genocide in fucking Gaza?
Oh my God.
No, I want a clear answer to this.
I'm not gonna play.
Wow, see how I win the conversation so easily? I fucking. Dog, can you fucking go?
No, it's fucking not fair.
Who pretends to?
No, this is just a constant goal posting.
It's always been
No,
like
I'm
this.
not pretending. Don't go down this BS.
Me and you have already went down this path, you fucking perfect liar.
Don't.
Is Israel committing genocide towards Palestinians?
Dude, don't do this.
Who's paying you? I'll pay you more. I'll pay you more. You know I'm rich. My nigga, you know I'm rich. You know I'm rich.
Dude, I will give you money if you want.
Dog, who is Israel committing genocide against Palestinians?
Dude, I'm not going down this route.
Is the IDF wrong in what they're doing?
I'm not going down this route.
You're a piece of shit human being, bro. You're a piece of shit human being. Well, you are. You can't even admit that they're committing genocide. They kill babies and women and children and journalists, and you're, I don't want to debate anymore. You've been debating for 30 minutes.
Because you
now you want to stop?
Because you want to keep changing the topic.
No, there's no topic change.
Well, this is of course a topic.
Israel.
We went from whether or not there were protests taking place in Iran and how reliable those sources are to whether or not Israel is committing genocide.
Okay, let me ask
and
you
you're telling me it's not a topic change?
Let me ask you a different question.
It's so unfair.
Let me ask you a different. Is Iran killing protesters?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay, is Israel killing?
No, wait a second. Now does that make me a liar or?
No, you said I don't know. I don't have an answer towards I don't know.
Well, you get upset when I say I don't know the other
Israel.
questions.
You don't know if Israel's committing genocide. You don't know that. You didn't make a statement. I don't know. Do you believe that? Do you not know if Israel's committing genocide?
I already said I'm not going down that route.
Can you just give me an answer? Yes.
No, I don't think that's fair.
Why? Why didn't I ask? That was unfair.
That do claim genocide for the acts of Israel at the moment. Like I'm sure you know that's happening.
Dog, is the IDF barbaric for targeting children? Is the IDF barbaric for targeting children?
No.
Okay, you're a fucking terrorist. I'm not talking to you, terrorist. I'm talking to Euro real quick, okay?
So look, this is what I would agree with you on if you want to get into this. I really don't want to. But yeah, if they're targeting children, then of course that's barbaric and wrong.
Good, man. That's a good claim, man. Yes, they are barbaric if they're targeting children, bro.
Problem is they're not targeting children.
Yeah, you're a fucking faggot. No one cares what you think, Chris. Fucking faggot. You're a dumb fuck.
You just keep taking all the L's today, man.
Your whole life is gay, bro. Your whole life you've been a gay fag, right? So I don't even care what you're saying. You get fucked in the ass by other men. So why would I care what you think? Sorry, Chris. He's a faggot. Sorry, Chris.
That's great.
Yeah, laugh nervously, dumb fuck. Like the IDF doesn't target children. Are you a dumb fuck?
No, they don't.
Okay, if I okay, here we go.
Well, here we go. I'm going to show you some Hamas propaganda.
Wait, Hamas propaganda?
Because accidentally hit them?
I definitely beat my wife, obviously.
Well, you were swinging at the wall. You just accidentally.
Here, I fucking sent the fuck. Shut the fuck up and read what I sent, man. Like, imagine a man laughs like towards another man.
Yeah, I love your Al Jazeera. It's fantastic.
Why?
Whatever's going to be there, that's going to be great.
Is it propaganda?
Yes, of course Al Jazeera is propaganda. Are you retarded?
Why? What's your... Hold on. You made a claim. Can you substantiate that?
Yes, it is propaganda.
Okay, that's just restating the claim you...
Yes, I know.
Fuck, right. Can you substantiate the...
Wait, you just made like 6 claims in a row. Can you substantiate any of those?
No, you didn't ask me.
Wait, you just said that I was a gay fag homosexual. Can you substantiate that claim?
Fine. I didn't want everyone to know. I didn't want everyone to know, but personal experience, I fucked you. Okay, are we done here? Now back to you. Can you substantiate that Al Jazeera is a biased report?
Yes.
Okay, how? Go ahead.
It's state media from Qatar.
foreign doctors who have volunteered in Gaza say they have treated more than 100. One second. More than 100 children shot in the head and chest. Clear evidence. They argue that Israel